am your first exposure to Taiwanese funk from the early 70s. But hopefully not your last. Wow. It's really special, huh? Really special. Good morning, good morning, good evening, good evening. I could not sleep. So I thought, why not come back? Why not? Why not just chill out, come back? And I thought, yeah, you know what? Absolutely. As I've said to some, as some of you already know, I've decided it's a hell yeah. It's a hell yeah. And we're hell yeahing our way through the year, okay? So, hell yeah, we're back. Oh my God, guys, we have to immediately, the borders are, is he speaking? Are we live? Is he speaking?
Reading a little bit.
Oh my God, he's speaking.
Questions.
Oh my God. Guys, okay, everyone, stop. Uh-oh. Stop stressing, guys. It's okay. There's really no need for you to react like this. Ooh. No worries, Tramaka. We are going to watch the border Tsar give his little talky talk. You want to give a little speechy speech? Hang on. We're making it work. Hey, you made this one, John. Okay. Where's everything? Okay. Hang on, he's not going to be loud enough. I already know it.
Good morning.
Now he's going to be too loud for you guys.
Too early, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you're going to 8 a.m., huh?
Look, I've been given talking points, and I don't like reading speeches, never have. But my chief of staff did put some stuff down here in writing just to make sure I don't miss anything.
It's so quiet,
So
bro.
I'm going to be reading a little bit, then we're going to open up for questions.
I don't like reading because I can't read. That's the vibe I'm getting. Neither can Leah Michelle. Don't worry. Why is he so
I've been on the
quiet?
ground less than 3 full days. I got in here Monday. President of the United States called me Monday morning and asked me to deploy here. Got here Monday evening, and I'm staying till the problem's gone.
Guys, this man is here to deal with the fraud. The man who took $50,000 as a bribe. Okay? He took $50,000 as a bribe, and the president went, I know exactly who can deal with the fraud problem, the made-up fraud problem in Minnesota.
But we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 days.
What's in your jacket, bro? Oh, he's looking for his glasses, idiot.
Marcos Charles, he's running ICE operations here.
Can you, this guy's so quiet.
Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, standing here beside me. Good morning, I'm Tom Homan, the Border Czar for President Trump. I'm here on behalf of the President, along with U.S. Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, and Marcos Charles, who's leading the enforcement effort here right now. I've been on the ground since Monday.
No, you already said that.
To regain law and order in the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the community. During the past administration,
That is so ominous. It's kind of almost live. We're a little behind. To remove threats from the community. Okay.
remember, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered this nation. Many were national security threats, public safety threats.
Then how'd they get in?
We can't remember we're 2 million known gotaways. 2 million people who paid more to get away.
I'm sorry, I'm just freezing because the language has to be 2 million known gotaways. You're going to be hearing a lot of people being like, ICE isn't like, and God, I'm sorry, I hate it when people say Gestapo properly. Like when they're like, It's like the Gestapo, or even if it's not, when they're like, it's not like the Gestapo guys. Just say Gestapo. Stop being weird, okay? Stop it. They're like, it's not like that. It's like the slave catchers. I would be like, it doesn't really matter what it's like. But when you hear him say 2 million known gotaways, not good. Don't like that language.
Why? That should scare the hell out of everybody. President Trump promised American people, including the residents of Minnesota, that he would work to ensure our communities are safe. And with that, this administration is absolutely focused on identifying removal aliens that pose a public safety threat and national security threats. And the numbers prove it. The data proves it. In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs,
and I fucking
and
hate all of them.
sheriffs, and I have more to meet. I'll also be continuing the dialogue with business and religious leaders in partnership with Minnesota, your community leaders. I'll be meeting with them too, because I want to hear what they
I'll be
have to
meeting with
say.
them too. I'll be meeting with them too.
In my meetings with folks so far, and most important, the governor and the AG, the Mayor Fry,
Can't hear.
we didn't agree on everything.
We didn't agree on
I
much.
didn't expect to agree on anything. I've heard many people want to know why we're talking to people who they don't consider friends in administration. Bottom line is you can't fix problems
Yes, it's the guy with the 50K.
if you don't
brain.
have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or
If he was in Australia, he would say, I didn't come to Minnesota to fuck spiders. And that would be powerful. But he's not in Australia, so he can't say it. He has to say, I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops, which is boring. And nowhere near as good as fuck spiders. Ayo, Joe, did you done eat something nice to rub the break? During the break? I had fur.
headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions, and that's what we're going to do. And we've come a long way, and we got some good wins for the people of Minnesota, I think, and for the administration and for the safety and security of this city. One thing we did agree on, though,
I'm not ignoring you. I just didn't see your fucking message. I don't reply to every message.
everybody I talked to agreed on, was that community safety is paramount. One thing we all agreed on,
Community safety is paramount, but the community is who I'm here to police. Remember that.
was U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement is a legitimate law enforcement agency that has a duty to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and keep
Duty.
this community safe. Like
Sorry.
I've said many times for last several years, even before this administration, jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration authorities are sanctuaries for criminals. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals.
Ooh,
And
all those
endangers
little
the
kid
residents
criminals.
of the community.
What's my opinion on Israel? Not great.
To be clear,
But
we
not
did not
terrible.
agree with Minnesota
Well,
state and local.
Oh, the reason I don't want to answer your question is because something else is happening right now. And your question is an entire fucking derail, okay? My opinion is extremely complicated. I believe that a genocide is occurring. I believe that nothing is being done about it. Can you go away now? Thank you very much. If you need to come in here and ask my opinion of Israel, that tells me you've never fucking been here before and you have no idea who I am. So go away.
Officials that they would be involved in immigration enforcement. I didn't ask them to be immigration officers. I'm asking them to be cops working with the cops to help us take criminal aliens off the
That's
street.
not their job. Their job isn't to be cops.
What we did agree upon is not to release public safety arrests back in the community when they could be lawfully transferred to ICE. I'll speak more about that. I will highlight that the minute
Hang on. Osama, you're banned. You are more than welcome to do a ban appeal. The way to get unbanned is flattery. Lots of compliments. Thank
Minnesota
you.
State Prison System under the Department of Corrections have been honoring ICE detainers. And we appreciate that important collaboration, and we're going to expand upon that.
I haven't worked out how to put the
That
YouTube
decision
on.
has made Minnesota safer, not only for residents of Minnesota, but the men and women in law enforcement. Not just ICE, all law enforcement. Rather than arresting the same public safety threat, significant public safety threat over and over again, they agree to work with us to identify those people and remove them.
Like the 5-year-old
I'm
they had
also
today,
pleased to
right?
announce
The little girl.
I had a very good meeting with Attorney General Ellison,
Bro cannot speak.
and he has clarified for me
What?
that county jails
Oh.
may notify ICE of the release dates of criminal public safety risks so ICE can take custody of them.
That's different, though, right? There is a difference because this is what's happening under Biden. This was happening under Obama, right? It's since George Bush, even before that, law enforcement has been working with immigration enforcement when it comes to finding public safety threats that are here undocumented. That's different to bringing gangs of masked and armed people to stop random people on the street because they have an accent or they look foreign and asks them for their papers. That is different from using Palantir software to access people's healthcare records to try and work out if they're here legally. Using and working with law enforcement happened under Obama. It happened under Biden. This is not, you're not doing, it's like, oh, I got confirmation that we'd get the criminal. That was happening. That was happening. People aren't out in the streets because you're working with law enforcement to get like extremely violent people who are undocumented into some sort of immigration process. People are out in the streets because you are making people afraid because you are rounding them up based on their accent, the language they speak, their community they're a part of. You are not, it has absolutely nothing to do with crime. This guy.
Upon the release from the jail.
Hi, everybody in
And let me
chat.
tell you why that's important.
I'm glad we're all together.
I know people are a lot concerned about the manpower has been sent in law enforcement manpower. Look, I've said this many times before.
Say
I've
it
said
again.
it for the last several years.
Say it again.
Give us access to the illegal alien public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail.
What?
It's common sense. It's safer for the community, it's safer for the agent, and it's safer for the alien.
What is he?
Because anything can happen on a street arrest.
He wants
It's just
jails.
common sense. And for the people that argue, well, we're a welcoming community because we want victims and witnesses of crime that are here illegally to feel safe to come to police without fear they're working with ICE. We're not going to talk to the victim and witness of crime.
What?
There's no problem there.
What are you talking about? You're just talking to random fucking people on the street. Why? Oh. You know those people that we're stopping in the street? If they go into a police station, we're not going to talk to them there. Why would we talk to them there? You guys are you're crazy. Why would it have a chilling effect? You're crazy. Guys. These guys. They think we're going to arrest them if they come to the cops. What's that about?
They should feel safe to come to the police and ask for help. All we want is to talk to the person that local and state law enforcement authorities locked in a jail cell. They chose to lock this person up. That's who we want to talk to, the public safety threat. So the argument is that protects victim witnesses of crime. It's
The public safety threat, by the way, is like someone who's been pulled over for like a public disturbance. It's not like some serial mass murderer. It's someone who like got drunk in the street.
a bunch of crap.
You're a bunch of crap.
Victims
You're a
and
bunch of crap.
Witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in their neighborhood either.
Yeah, put your glasses
So
back
great
on,
progress
you
with
fucking
there,
illiterate
with the
freak.
Attorney General and local sheriffs. And one thing, when we have these agreements, it takes less law enforcement agents to do the job. One agent can arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of a jail where he's behind the wire. We know we don't have weapons. But when you normally release that public safety threat in these agreements, it takes less law enforcement agents to do the job. One agent can arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of a jail where he's behind the wire. We know we don't have weapons. But when you normally release that public safety threat illegal alien back in the community, we have a job to do.
And we don't want you to do the job.
So we're going to find him. And what happens is now we got to arrest somebody on his turf. We have access to who knows what weapons.
His turf, his home, his community, where he's minding his own business. Now we got to go out there and be pussies and act like we're fucking afraid all the time, and everyone's constantly a threat to us, while we come and attempt to kidnap them and deport them to a country maybe they've never been to. We have to be afraid. We would rather you put them in jail and then we'll just come there. I know there are many factors, but do you think there's any truth in the idea that if Alex Pretty didn't have a gun, Trump wouldn't have somewhat U-turned? I have felt this whole time that, so I was saying earlier today that the idea of immigration enforcement is very popular in the abstract and very unpopular in the doing, right? When you actually start enforcing, not so great. I think he always knew that this was a bit on the borderline in terms of popularity, and I think that he was like trying to Nixon his way through it, right? In terms of like everyone below him is hard in the paint. Everyone below him is very clear, on message, saying what they need to say. He was always going to stay out of it and above it and have plausible deniability to a certain extent. That's my opinion. I don't think it changes whether or not he has a gun. I think the gun means that Trump sort of has to go a bit harder in being like, whoa, like that's not what I'm about. But I don't think it necessarily would change massively. Hi, Hannah. I think he's saying those who are already in our prison system, but perhaps not. But then it sounds like he's saying no, because he's talking about, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, JR. Because I'm just a blonde girl, so I make mistakes. Prison and jail, they're different, right?
Now we got to send the whole team out.
Yeah, I know, crazy, Nomdigo.
Cover the back door, cover the front door, officer safety reasons. Then because of the hateful rhetoric and the attacks on ICE officers, now we got to send a security team behind the arrest team. So what?
What are you talking about? So wait, there was an arrest in the 2 murders that occurred. You're trying to make us believe that an arrest team was doing an arrest and they got so badgered and assaulted by protesters, your security team had to come in and murder them. That's not what happened. None of us believe you. No one is being intimidated to the point that your fucking ICE off. These people are such pussies. I can't. Seriously? You know what? Good morning, everybody. This is the guy who took the $50,000 bribe. He's here to deal with the fraud that's in Minnesota. Because when you got to send in an expert. That means you need to send in someone who understands, right? So let's take the people in jail who haven't even experienced due process, and instead of letting them have their day in court, let's deport them. That's so smart. Oh my gosh. Can I just say, genuinely, you want internal immigration enforcement? I'll do it. Because I clearly have bigger balls than all these men, and I clearly don't think that everyone's going to fucking kill me. And I'm reasonable, and I think people would have a better attitude to me knocking on their door, being like, hey, I just have to check your immigration status. And I know that I could do this. You know why? The worst job I ever had. The worst job I ever had. I worked at a real estate agency, and I had to call people up when they were in rental arrears, and I had to go and knock on their door and deliver eviction notices. I wasn't meant to be doing that. I was not a property manager. I wasn't trained to do it. They just were short staffed and they made me do it. They made me go and do it, and it sucked. It was horrible. It was the worst job. But what I'm saying is, I did it with tact and grace and kindness in my heart, and I never knocked on a door and thought, this person's going to murder me. Well, maybe even if I did, I didn't think, you know what I'll do? I'll murder them first. That was never my instinct.
Could have been done with one person in safety and security jail. Now we've got 15, 16 people out there doing it. I know that causes stress in the community.
Oh, God, it's so stressful for the ICE agents.
So
Yes.
if we get these agreements in place,
You know what is causing stress in the community? The 16 people who need to be deployed to protect the pussy ICE agents. That's what's causing stress. Not random people worrying they're going to get deported if someone hears them speak Spanish, even though they are legal citizens. It's not the fact that people are being harassed on the street that's stressing people out. It's not the fact that people are no longer able to freely walk around their own communities without fear of being deported, or even, dare I say, fear of being murdered if they dare to legally observe agents of their federal government. No, guys, you're so wrong. That is not what is causing stress in this community. It's the fact that ICE agents are afraid. You have to understand, it's really scary for them. It's tough, and it's making Minnesota a really stressful place.
that means less agents on the street.
It's less
More agents in the jail.
Yes! That's what we want! Agents in the jail! More agents in the jail! More agents in the jail! That's what we want! This guy might be alright.
In the street.
Am I screaming? No, it's okay.
This is common sense cooperation that allows us to draw down on the number of people we have here. Yes, I said it. Draw down the number of people here.
Yeah, I said it.
Because we have the efficiency and safety of the jails and the prison. Matter of fact, I have staff from CBP and from ICE working on a draw-down plan. What does that look like based on the cooperation? What does that look like based on how many targets we have left to find?
Look at him dancing. I've got people working on a drawdown plan. What does that look like? I mean, wouldn't you like to know? Unfortunately, I'm feeling a bit stressed in Minnesota because of how upset all my baby agents are, my little children. They're so upset, so I have to sway to self-soothe. I also can't talk because I'm drunk.
In my meetings with Governor Walz, A.G. Ellison, and Mayor Fry, as well as state and local law enforcement, again, I appreciate they all acknowledge that we do have federal immigration laws in this country that have been passed by Congress, and that ICE is in fact a legitimate law enforcement agency charged with enforcing those laws. We're not.
I feel bad picking on him. I want you to know I'm not a bully. It's not who I am in my heart and my soul. It's very hard for me, but I am at the point in my life where I must bully. It's gone on too long, and I truly believe that we're at the point where personal attacks are required at all times. So I don't like it. It's not good for my soul as a virtue ethicist. It's bad moral training. I don't like bullying him for being a drunk loser, stupid head. But I simply have no choice. I am taking the moral hit to myself and becoming a worse person to save the world. I am becoming a worse person and sacrificing myself for the higher good.
Making this up, folks. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. They're a federal statute.
Oh, but for anyone who saw earlier today, ICE is enacting laws that are stood up by Congress, except when people are deemed to be terrorists, in which case that has nothing to do with Congress. It's not utilitarian pilled. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, you're right. Fuck. God, that almost makes, that is like such an insult to my soul. How does it help though? Because these fuckers are so Sherlock. Unfortunately, and I hate to say this because it's not what should be the case with members of higher office. Members of higher office should be there because they care about the greater good, they want America to be an incredible country, etc., etc. All of the members of this office, everyone in power in this administration, are here because they're into themselves. They love having a position of power. They love being powerful and being the cool dude who gets to come in and deport all the criminal aliens because it's just that powerful dude that can get off on it. It's about how they feel about themselves. Everything to do with every member of this administration being in a position of power has nothing to do with the actual policy. So criticizing the actual policy doesn't affect them. What affects them is our perception of them, our perception of who they are, right? So when I tell you that this drunk fucking fraud who can't read and can't even stand up because the alcohol has degraded his system so badly, he no longer has proper proprioception, so I have no idea how he's going to do this job. When I talk about him like that, it's because all he cares about is himself and how we see him. So it's important that we remind him he's a fucking loser, and no amount of deporting aliens will make him cool or respectable to any of us. And no amount of what he does will make me shake in fear and give him the respect he deserves. He doesn't deserve any of my respect. And I'm not going to give it to him, and I'm done giving it to him. It's got nothing to do with this man truly believing that immigrants are ruining the fabric of America. And if he believed that, that would be, disgusting, but that would be one thing. But that's not what he believes. He believes that he can do whatever he wants because he's finally reached a position where he can do whatever he wants. So I'm so sick of these guys. Hang on. Let me go back and read. Bad people should feel shame. I bring back shame. I've been saying it. Yeah, he doesn't have to be here. Unfortunately, this is the same thing with Nicki Minaj, where she's like, people are bullying me. You don't have to be here, sis. No one's asking you to be here. Okay. The one thing that I do in my spare time is watch Amberlynn Reid. It's pretty much all I watch. I watch about 6 reaction channels, and I watch them all react to the same stuff. It's sick. I'm sick. I have a problem. But it's like, she's always like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't have to talk about this. It's like, you brought it to the internet. You decided to make money off it. You talk about it. If you don't want people to talk about it, that's fine. Take it off the internet. If you don't want people to call you a fucking soulless, decrepit, evil husk of a human being with an obvious alcohol problem, that's fine. Just don't be in a public office. I have worked in politics. The reason I don't think that I'm suited for it is because I think it's important I live in Australia, so it's very different, right? So in Australia, you're part of a party. And when you're part of a party, that's like joining a team, right? You can have your own opinion in the locker room, but when you get out onto the field, if you have agreed to run right, you have to run right. You don't run left. And I think the problem is I would have strong desires sometimes to run left, and I would find it very hard not to run left. But the whole point of joining a team is that you understand people can make more difference together, and I have a lot of respect for people who are able to do that. I just think that I may not be the best at it. I would love Carolyn Levitt's job though. I think I'd rock. Just saying. I think I would. Um, prisons are cool with turning into Dachau because they're profiting. And Joe, the sickest part is that many of our diversified 401ks tied to the private. I need to look into this private prison system. Yeah, I've worked in multiple politicians' offices, and I've worked for a major political party, and I've worked for some unions. Could get around the Joe micro, but I couldn't do anything except be disruptive, and I don't want to do that.
I'm not here because the federal government has carried its mission out perfectly. First thing I said to senior staff when I walked in here is what I told you earlier. I didn't come here looking for photo ops or headlines.
He didn't come here to fuck spiders, guys.
I come here looking for solutions. I do not want to hear that everything's been done here has been perfect. Nothing's ever perfect. Anything can be improved on.
You're perfect.
And what we've been working on is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book. The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here. As such, in meetings I've had with federal law enforcement managers, including ICE and CBP and other federal partners, as well as state and local officials, I have conveyed the President's expectations with regard to federal immigration enforcement efforts.
I literally stopped listening to him. Sorry, guys.
We will conduct targeted enforcement operations.
I looked at myself, and my blank stare was more interesting than whatever he was saying.
Targeted. What we've done for decades. When we hit the streets, we know exactly who we're looking for.
Do you?
Good idea where we may find them.
I haven't. Okay, either you do, which is scary because it's like, are you using that Palantir shit, bro? I think you might be using that Palantir shit. Okay. So, either he's telling the truth there, don't like it, or he's lying, which I think is more the case given they're just stopping random people.
You have a criminal history. You have their immigration history. A lot of information about this person that we get from
There it is.
numerous databases out there.
There it is. They're using Elite. We're going to have to... I closed all my windows about Elite. God damn it. He literally just said it. We're using your health records. We're using your social security record. Well, we're using your bank records. We're using anything we can get on you. He needs an under-eye cream. It's actually too late for that. He's going to need to get a blepharoplasty.
Targeted, strategic enforcement operations.
Great.
That's traditionally been the case, and that's where we're going. That's what we're going to continue to do and improve upon that.
Yeah, he's got the Trump advent calendar syndrome where you pop it open, you just get a little treat. Just a little surprise. Oh, what's in here? We are using technology through private contractors to spy on you. Sometimes they invest in ethical things. Sometimes it's a little bit not so ethical.
With a prioritization on public safety threats.
These
I
glasses.
want to be clear.
This man can't decide. The glasses, I'm sorry, they're clearly for show. Because there is no correlation between when he has them on and off and when he's reading. I want you to know these are stunt glasses. And I'm not hating. I'm a stunt glass user. I also have perfect vision, but a large face that can carry a solid pair of frames. So I'm not against stunt glasses, but I do it for fashion. He's doing it because he's insecure about his ability to read. They're what I would like to call crutch glasses. They're there to make him feel more secure about reading. They probably magnify the words like 400%, and he still can't get it.
I don't read a lot of social media. I don't read a lot of media. I don't believe half what I see.
I don't know.
We are not
I'm
surrendering the President's
the hard
mission of
shape.
immigration enforcement. Let's make that clear.
Nothing you
Prioritization
said is
of criminal
clear.
aliens doesn't mean that we forget about everybody else. That's just simply ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
When you have a criminal standing here and a non-criminal standing there, that criminal always should be targeted for because he's a...
No, not by ICE, because ICE have a purview of immigration. So, no, they have a task that they're supposed to be doing.
significant concern to the safety and security of the
We didn't, Minnesota, if Minnesota has a crime problem, then their police force needs to be increased. Supplies for their police force need to be increased. We don't bring in ICE. You know what? Fuck it. We have an immigration problem. Let's just bring in the ATF. Let's just start bringing in whoever. Let's bring in the army. That's what they're getting us ready for. That's what they're priming us for.
of the community. By at large for decades, ICE and CBP have carried out their duties with integrity, professionalism, and compassion. That remains the expectation under President Trump, and I will, hold our agents and officers to that standard. I'm almost done, and Tom can be Tom.
Who's Tom?
As far as the agitators,
Oh, pick your nose. Do
that
it.
said, I want to reiterate and make very clear.
Are you
I
pre-reading?
want to make it clear.
Pre-read.
ICE and CBP officers are performing their duties in a challenging environment under tremendous circumstances.
It's so
But they're
tough
trying
being
to
the
do it
bad
with
guy.
professionalism. If they don't, they'll be dealt with. Like any other federal agency, we have
It's
standards
so
of
hard
conduct.
being an ICE agent.
They are sworn law enforcement officers working tirelessly to enforce our country's border security and
enforce our
immigration
cunt.
laws, protecting the interests of our country and preventing dangerous people from walking the streets of this nation when they're not supposed to be here to begin with. Men and women of ICE, I was a Border Patrol agent.
What?
I was an ICE agent. I was the first ICE director that came up through the ranks. I spent over
Oh, well,
40
that's why
years
you
in
suck so bad.
These men and women that carry that
explains
badge
it.
and gun are American patriots. They put themselves on the line for this nation every day. But I want you to remember, they don't hang their badge. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They're mothers and fathers too. They're sons and daughters.
That's why they have to shoot other people who are mothers and fathers. It's that motherly instinct to just murder a bitch. It's a tough one to overcome.
Too. You know, if they've seen a fraction of the
Wait, sorry, just to zag for a minute. Do you remember? Okay, this is so long ago, and you would have had to be on Twitter quite early to have seen this. Do you remember? Sorry, Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin hit a squirrel, and he was like, I just killed a squirrel with my car. Feel guilty as fuck. Casey Anthony's a monster. It's like, a person with a heart cannot kill another person and be like, fine. I'm sorry. That's such a that's a thought that only matters to me. But now we all get it. He doesn't believe what he's reading, but more importantly, he doesn't believe anything because he's not a real person. He's a phantasm of evil. He's like a character from an episode of Buffy.
tragedies I've seen in my career, they take a lot of damage home to every day. The things they've seen.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Especially
You have to understand. Blake Griffin huge man, kills a squirrel accidentally, and the guilt is so overwhelming, he thinks, wow, if I feel this bad killing a squirrel, how the fuck did that woman kill her own child? And it's like the first time he's had to conceptualize murder. It's like dealing with the death of the squirrel. It's like the first time that mortality has occurred to this man. And this man's standing here being like, our ICE agents, they have hearts. And it's like, really? Because Blake Griffin killed a squirrel and it made him rethink fucking everything. These people murdered 2 people and they're saying shit like, yeah, it's like real Call of Duty shit. They're saying fucking bitch. They're saying I'm coming for you next. I'm not sure I believe you.
On the border with border agents.
The things I've seen, brown people. Terrifying.
Women being raped by criminal cartels. Giving CPR to a baby.
If you saw women being raped, if you saw a woman being raped by a criminal cartel, I just want to give a suggestion. That might be a good time to pull out your weapon. I'm no expert. I'm not an ICE agent. I just feel like you have been pulling out your weapon at the wrong time, and it's making people dislike you. If you pulled out your weapon when you were standing by watching a woman get raped by a criminal cartel for some reason, if you pulled out your weapon then, that might be better. You know? But what would I know? He's a lifelong ICE agent.
That was thrown in the river by the cartels because border patrols came too close. So let's throw the baby.
Also, are these baby-killing, women-raping cartel members operating inside the United States and you just watched that happen? Because if that happened in Mexico, I'm with you. I can see all that happening. I'm just pressing X to doubt. I'm just saying it. I'm sorry. Actually, I did see an episode of SVU recently where the cartel was operating in New York City. It was scary. It made me pro-cop for about 30 minutes. I'm not anti-cop. My sister's a cop. Okay, I'm not against all cops. I'm just not. I think you need law enforcement. I know I have had to call the cops before. Okay, they were fucking useless. But I have had to call them. I got robbed. I think we need law enforcement. I think it's important. I don't know if I feel the same about ICE. In fact, I think we don't need ICE. But I find it hard to believe that a bunch of ICE agents stood around and watched a woman being gang raped by a cartel in America. I don't find it plausible. Well, I do find it plausible that would be the time they're like, no, guys, don't interfere. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. My sister's a high up cop. High up. She changed the law about something. She's done good. And she started very young in a very tough area. A tough cop. But I mean, you know, cops are cops. But I love my sister. I don't think I don't know. You know. First someone's in here asking about Israel, and now you're trying to get me to disavow my sister. What the fuck is happening in the chat right now? Fuck you guys.
Remember that way the border patrol was concentrating on that so I can get away. These men and women see some terrible things. But I want you to remember, they're mothers and fathers too. Many of them are members of this community.
You said this like 8 times.
God bless every one of them. The hostile rhetoric and dangerous threats and hate must stop.
No.
And we all agreed to that. Everybody
You're ugly.
Hey, we got to stop the rhetoric.
You're ugly.
Rhetoric that has caused an increase in assaults.
You're ugly.
That has caused, because of that, have to send security teams out with arrest teams, which surge the city with additional resources because of the rhetoric, because of the threats, because of the assaults.
You're jealous of the rhetoric because you literally can't speak. You cannot get words out of your mouth. So you're like, guys, we got to stop with the rhetoric. Got to stop with the rhetoric. He just wants us to do things like, My cop sister says not to trust the cops. Her number one piece of advice is like, don't say, she's like, if you murder someone and you get caught standing over the body with the weapon in your hand, covered in their blood, don't say shit.
We've achieved in following through the agreements with the rhetoric dropping down, that allows us to pull more agents out. Once we feel the environment's safe.
If you're mean, because of all the hurt feelings and the meanies, every ICE officer is going to need a friend. Every time you're mean to an ICE officer, we have to deploy a friend. So be nice to them so we can send less ICE officers out. You know? Because when their feelings get hurt, they need an emotional support ICE officer to help them in the field. Because the rhetoric is so mean. And sometimes the rhetoric gets so bad, they got to shoot the people. No good. Poor little ICE agents. They say bad things, and you say mean things about them. And it hurts their feelings. You know what? People say bad things about me. I don't have a government fucking paycheck, okay? No, you can't trust cops with dogs. They kill dogs. No canines for the... None of those. They kill their dogs. Don't do that.
Safer. I begged for the last 2 months on TV.
He begged.
For the
Begged!
rhetoric to stop. I said in March if the rhetoric didn't stop.
You need to have a stronger ban principle then. You know what? I would like to actually use some infamous words that have been told to me when it comes to rhetoric. People saying mean things. This is for you, Tom. I want you to really hear me when I say this. Log off. Log off. If it upsets you so much, stop fucking looking at it.
There's going to be bloodshed. And there has been.
Because I'm such a fragile little fucking baby that if someone says something mean to me, I have no choice but to murder them. This is an insane thing to justify, right? I'm sorry. But that when women are like, oh, we can't reject people. We don't feel safe rejecting people. It's not like safe for women to enforce their boundaries. This was a sorry, I know my chat is mostly men because mostly men are online. But honestly, you have to hear this, right? Masculinity and the patriarchy and authoritarianism go hand in hand. So when women complain about things like, it's not safe for us to say things to men that hurt their feelings because they respond with violence. And so it's easy for us to be not direct. It's easy for us to kind of try and find a gentle way, which you then say is us giving mixed signals and justify the abuse against us, by the way, because we weren't clear. But when we are clear, you fucking kill us. You kill us. And now this man, who is a member of the United States government, is on television saying, if you are mean to a federal agent, and mean means if you criticize the government, if you exercise your legal right to observe and to protest, and that hurts an ICE agent's feelings, well, what can you expect? Of course people are going to die. You hurt their feelings. Of course. It's not bad eggs. It's not bad eggs, right? And the reason I say it's not bad eggs is because it suggests that there's not some larger problem of entitlement that exists for all men and for all authoritarian regimes, where they think, I am entitled to your emotional goodwill. I am entitled to access from you. I am entitled to your approval. And if I'm not entitled to your approval, I'm entitled to not have to hear about it. I am entitled to you, and you rejecting that access, that's not a bad egg, okay? That is a system, because you can say, oh, there's a few bad eggs who were taught bad things. Okay, Well, I just don't think that's true, because that suggests that people are taught by one person or two people. No, I'm actually defending men, because I'm saying so many things in society are built to make you feel this entitlement. So many things reinforce this idea for you that you're entitled, in the same way that it is happening now with these ICE agents, right? The president is saying you can do it. The vice president is saying you can do it. This guy, fucking Tom Loser Chew Your Tongue Homan, is saying you can do it. Kristi Noem is saying you can do it. Stephen Miller is saying you can do it. MAGA influencers are saying you can do it. There's a bunch of people out there reinforcing the idea that you can do it. And you watch other guys do it, you watch other guys murder, and they get told, don't worry, nothing's going to happen to you. And nothing does happen to them. And they're back on the street the next day doing their job. And the guys around them are saying, you were totally in the right, dude, don't worry about it. And so all of that happens. Everything is working to reinforce until eventually they convince themselves, yeah, what I did wasn't murder. What I did was justified, because they never should have said that in the first place, right? So I am sorry to men that you live in a system that constantly reinforces that for you. It's not a good egg or a bad egg. It's a systematic problem, in the same way that it's a systematic problem here. Because it's not that there are a few bad ICE officers who go out with some sort of death wish. And I'm sure that is true as well, right? I'm sure there are a lot of people in ICE who are Here's the truth. I'm going to say something mean again. Is everyone ready? I like to give you warning when I'm going to be particularly mean, because I know some of you are really protecting your morality, and me saying mean things damages it and you don't want to participate, okay? But I have something mean to say. There are some ICE agents who have domestic violence fantasies, but they're such fat, ugly fucks that they can't even get a wife and family to abuse, so they have no choice but to join ICE so they can act it out on strangers in the street. I'm aware of that. But for the most part, even in the cases where the ICE agent is a good person trying their best to do the right thing, the system creates an environment where they don't have to think before they put their hand to the gun. Because even if they do murder and they're wrong and their intentions were the best, there's nothing in them that makes them go, hang on, am I actually in danger? There's nothing in the system that makes them hesitate, because it doesn't matter if it's a good kill. It doesn't matter if it's a good kill. I'm watching a lot of SVU and they say that a lot when they're defending police shootings. But it doesn't matter. The system is set up to allow them to do whatever they want. Sorry, Okay, just as an example, I remember being at the club when I was younger, and my girlfriend, not my girlfriend like dating, just one of my girlfriends, we were out. She was quite a bit younger than me. She was just 18, and she called me sobbing. And what had happened was, this guy, she'd been dancing with him, flirting with him, she didn't want anything to do with him. In the hallway of the club, he starts making out with her. She's trying to push him off. She's wearing a top that just ties. He pulls on the tie. So she's standing there trying to keep her top up, so she can't use her hands or her top will fall off. And one of our guy friends walks past, our guy friend. And she is crying and she is asking him for help. Help me. Help. I am uncomfortable. I am not okay. Help me. He high fives the guy. Now, when I confront him about it days later, he's like, I was drunk. I didn't realize what was going on. I could be plastered off my face, out of my mind. And if another woman looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, help me, I'm not misreading that moment. And that's a good guy. That's a guy I'm friends with. Do you realize the bar to be a man and be my friend? It's fucking out of control. So this is why I'm saying I don't like this good egg, bad egg shit, because it has to be a system to allow that to happen. It has to be something so systemic to allow that to happen. Crazy. And there's other guys that don't want to say it. They don't want, most guys have seen something that is borderline and they've decided, I want to stay out of it. That's my friend. I'm going to stay out of it. Still friends? Yeah. I mean, he's grown up and he's matured and he admitted that he felt really bad about it when he was confronted about it, but like, I don't cut people off because they act poorly in a single situation. He didn't mean to do that. He was very, very upset to hear how that made my friend feel and how that made me view him and what his actions had actually looked like that night. Okay? Not good. But that's the world, baby. I can think of pretty much back when I went to the club, when Nicki Minaj is still cool and we were listening to that super bass and Animals by Martin Garrix, and the bachelorette party would come into the gay club and they'd be like, play Rihanna's Only Girl in the World. I don't think there was a single night I went out where there wasn't some fucking incident with some guy. So okay, one night that guy happened to be a friend of mine. And he wasn't the guy doing the sexual assaulting. He was the guy who didn't notice because he was wasted. It's like, I don't know, guys. Also, when I was in the club, this is pre-Me Too, okay? It was a while ago. It's been a while since I've been in the club. But when I was in the club, I was a monster. And you know that. You take one look at me, you know I was wild in the club. You know I was doing wild shit out there. Of course, I'm into the wannabe. I am 100% with you. The threat, but isn't that funny, right? Isn't that funny that suddenly the violence that women live with every single day is something you become vulnerable to when you have to step in? He was physically capable. This guy's strong. Okay. Oh, yes. I have had lots of men help me. Yes. I have had men help me in the club. My high school boyfriend ran away when a fight broke out because he was like, I'm so tall. If I stick around here, I'm just going to get dragged in because I'm so tall. Yeah, that's a good friend, Tom. But that's like, men need to like pull each other together. Hannah, when I am going to rave. My friend is a DJ in Canberra and she's got a gig tonight, like Friday night. And I would go, but all these friends that I have, they're young. And I think I'm going to be like the loser old woman at the club. So I got to wait until I go back to New York, where being my age is like being 20. Being my age in Canberra is like being 80. I can't go to the club here anymore.
I wish I wasn't right.
He wishes.
I don't want to see anybody die.
Liar.
Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations. For the people out there who don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked.
If I came to lesbian karaoke, this is what I would do. This speech.
For. I started with President Reagan and ending with President Trump. Every administration, we enforce the same laws.
That's not true. That's just not true.
If you don't like what ICE is doing.
ICE didn't exist under Reagan. That cannot possibly be true. The organization that you are talking about right now did not exist under Reagan. Yes. Thank you, Tix. Let me guess. That was a subscription to get me to the club, right?
Instead of protesting this building, go protest Congress. Tell me what changes. You have your First Amendment rights. I support that. You
You
have the right
support-
to protest. I'm just asking you to keep.
You have the right to protest, guys. I'm just asking you to be nice when you do it. You can protest. Just remember, like, protest sandwich. Hey, I understand that you're a human being who needs to make a living, and I appreciate that you rock up to work every day and do your best. But fuck ICE, fuck you, fuck this administration. But I think you look really good in that uniform. And I don't think you should wear a mask because you have such great bone structure that
Look at you.
oh my god. Thank you. God, I love that alert. It scares me every time. Thank you. It's for the club, right? You're donating for the club. I can tell. You can lie, but I can tell. Guys, if I had known that all I had to do was tell you guys I might go back to the club. Wait, oh my god. No. I want to play a song. I want to do the talk through of Charlie X's exit. Oh no, I've caught it. It's contagious. I can't speak. I want to do a walkthrough with you. You know the Charlie XCX 365 walkthrough? I was doing it on my walk today. I was pretending when I was getting my 10,000 steps, I was walking and I was like, should we do a little line and have a little push my hair back when I'm popping it? Maybe later. Maybe later. We should have a club session right here. No, guys. We can't be talking about... Look what we're watching. Come on. This is the duality of man. I must find joy in these moments. When I'm in the club, I think about bullying ICE agents. Okay, bye, Hannah. Thank you for being here. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Peaceful. But threatening law enforcement officers, engaging in impeding and obstruction and assault.
By threatening, we mean
is
hurting
never
their
okay.
feelings.
And there will be zero tolerance. You interfere, impede,
Bully.
assault an ICE officers, you will be arrested.
Assault includes verbal assault, which is being mean.
Like I said a bit earlier in my meetings with Governor Walton Ellison and Frey, as well as state and local law enforcement, I appreciate they acknowledge this, that public safety should be paramount. The chiefs I've talked to committed to responding to 911 calls when protesters turn violent, agents are in a dangerous situation, and there's assaults. They have committed to upholding public safety and responding to the needs, not to enforce immigration law, but to keep the peace. With that, I call upon those officials to stand shoulder to shoulder with us to tone down the dangerous rhetoric and condemn all unlawful action against law enforcement in the community. There are many ways to voice your voice can be heard, express your feelings, and affect change in the country without crossing that line. Political and other disagreements in this room should not be at the expense of public safety or the safety of federal law enforcement officers.
We're not the
In
one
closing,
making... Okay, I'm sorry.
I want to thank the state and local...
We are not the ones making political criticism come at the expense of public safety. That would be the ICE officers. That would be the people doing the murdering. I'm yet to hear any protesters getting even half the measure violent against ICE officers. They kick out a tail light. Oh my god, damage to property! They lit the Waymos on fire, guys. They lit the Waymos on fire. You have no idea. They damaged property. Come on.
officials here in Minnesota that I met with, and the
You don't understand exactly. Exactly, Jaya. You provoked me. Do you understand what happened? You provoked me. I didn't want to murder you. You provoked me. And now I have to deal with the fact that I murdered someone. Do you have any idea the impact that has on me?
Look at you. Look at you.
Guys, I don't know who's gifting though. That's the problem. It just says who is now subscribing. How do I find this? Thank you to whoever did that. It scared the shit out of me. I liked it. I loved it. But I don't know who did it. But thank you. You can tell me. Activity feed. Hang on. It was thank you, Sheriff. Things are going well. We're having a fun time. Fuck, I try my damn hardest to keep people safe. I try my damn hardest. We need a movie about ice. I try my damn hardest to keep people safe. My eyes are shut. Wait, I need to be American. God. Fuck. Fuck is actually really hard to do an American accent by the time. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, I try my damn hardest to keep people safe. My eyes are shut. I forced myself into a psych degree despite being practically blind. And I just want to help people that are trying. Oh, wait, you're being serious. I thought you were doing it. That's you, being you. I thought you. I'm sorry, Clun. I thought you were writing a speech as an ICE agent. I would actually like everyone in chat to write me a little dramatic monologue as an ICE agent that I can perform, okay? In my murder defense. In my murder. Murder is an R in the middle of the word is actually very hard. In my murder defense, in my murder defense, the guy broke a tail light.
Lady I'm going to meet with. We've had meaningful dialogue. And look,
You did not have
again,
meaningful dialogue.
we didn't agree on everything, but we agreed on the things I just talked about.
Don't
There's
bully
much more we
ICE.
can do. And I'm going to continue those dialogues. I got many more community leaders to talk to. I got many more sheriffs to meet.
How many sheriffs? Sheriff Truman?
President Trump wants this fixed,
He does.
and I'm going to fix it.
He actually is a bit annoyed you didn't fix it sooner because it's really fucking with Melania's film launch.
With your help.
Not with my help.
I want to thank President Trump for his unwavering commitment to public safety and prosperity of every American. Under the President's leadership, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation.
No way.
Which means less women are being raped, less children are dying across.
Please don't invoke us. And please don't give people ideas.
That border. Less fentanyl is getting.
Turn down the rhetoric. I got rid of those filthy brown people and now women aren't getting raped and babies aren't getting killed. But don't say anything bad about ICE officers.
This country to kill Americans. Less known suspected terrorists.
I'm so glad we got them Latin Americans, so now they're not killing Americans. Don't mention the fact that all the ICE agents are kind of tubby. Don't you dare say it or they'll have to murder you. Because I told you, if you kept calling the ICE agents fat and out of shape, there would be blood. I warned you. You didn't listen.
We don't have 2 million unknown gotaways. We don't know who the hell they are.
What?
A secure border, we have stronger national security. A secure border saves lives. When 96% less people come in, how many women aren't being...
A secure border between you and I saves lives. Both ways. I'm certain you'd kill me, and I'm not sure I wouldn't kill you. In a video game, ironically, for entertainment purposes only. Never would, never could. It's not in my soul. It's not in my heart. I'm not a killer. That was said as a joke. Can everyone in the chat acknowledge that was a joke, please?
It sucks just also been members of the cartel. How many people aren't dying making that journey? How many Americans aren't dying of fentanyl overdoses? How
Fentanyl's coming from China, bro.
Sex trafficking in this nation?
Sex trafficking is a problem, but not the way you, not
The
like
data
that, not
proves
the
it.
way you
Anybody can
think.
find that data. So God bless this great nation. God bless Minnesota.
The people who are being sex trafficked are actually ones that you are violently arresting and deporting. They're the sex trafficking victims. The ones that your masked, armed ICE agents are harassing, they're the ones that have been sex trafficked and abused. If you're looking for the people who are the victims of sex trafficking, just if you're wondering, because data shows it's them.
We can do better. And I think
You can definitely do better.
the
I'm
local
doing
state
fine.
leaders meeting with me, we made some significant gains, significant coordination and cooperation, and you're going to see some massive changes occurring here in this city.
Bro, I don't want to. The only change I want to see is you fucking off.
Mr. Holman, right here. Thank you so much, Mr. Holman, Giovanna Dell'Orto with the Associated Press. Based on how you have described these changes in the mission,
Literally, ICE is like trafficking them back out of the country. Like, I don't think people realize how cartels work in terms of like they kidnap young women. I actually don't know if this is true. I'm not, sometimes I can't remember if I learned something from an academic article, if I learned it from SVU. 50-50. Okay, take this as a 50-50 fact. They kidnap, they steal young girls from cities in Mexico and other bordering countries, and they bring them to America to sex traffic them as underage girls. And the people who are being human trafficked are probably the fucking woman he has cleaning his toilets in his house was trafficked for him to use. Right? But he doesn't want to acknowledge the trafficking that benefits him. He doesn't want to deal with that. And even if he did want to deal with that, he would just fucking deport her. He wouldn't get her help. Because the thing is, the people who are being trafficked should be able to get visas because they were trafficked. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to deport them. Anyway, that's my 50-50 fact.
can you be more specific about the objectives of Operation Metro Surge? If what you have described changes the parameters for interior enforcement only in Minnesota or also in Maine and other places? And finally, when will you consider that those objectives will be achieved and this operation will end? Or is it in terms of agents on the ground, in terms of who you are targeting for arrests?
The withdrawal
Can I just say this guy's really tall? This guy to the right. Quite tall. This guy's pants are too tight.
of law enforcement resources here is dependent upon cooperation. Like I said, one agent lets one bad guy in jail means less agents on the street. We have some agreements. We got more to talk about how we're going to implement these agreements. But as we see that cooperation happen, then the redeployment will happen. Look, target enforcement.
I can turn myself up a bit. I've been yelling. I can't do anything about him. I have put him up as much as I can across everything. This is just, unfortunately, the reality. He reminds me of that really, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lude. I'm trying.
Operations should happen across the nation. That's what we've done for decades. And with target enforcement operations, I've done many of them. It just makes it safer for everybody. When we know exactly what we're looking for, what is his criminal history, what is his...
Guys, bro, don't worry about your rights. Because ultimately, it just makes us safer. If we can access all your shit and do pre-crime and watch your every move and listen to you through your devices and, you know, just...
Look at you.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Thank you. Sheriff Truman! Is it because you feel guilty about your involvement with ICE? Because he said it. He said it point blank. He said he was going to talk to more sheriffs. Okay? We know who he meant. Thank you so much. We have officially reached our magical angel number goal. Incredible. Wait, how come I know it's 33. You just donated what it should be to be 33. And yet it's sitting here at 32. That's this guy's fault. I don't know how he did it. Okay? I don't know how he did it, but he did it. But anyway, my point being, here's the thing. Yes, you like your rights. I understand that. You like the government not reading your texts and listening to your calls and watching you through your Ring camera and through your computer camera. I get why you would like that. But the thing is, when we do that, it makes us all safer. Don't you want to be safe? You don't want to be safe. Interesting. Kind of makes me think you might be a terrorist. Oh, tracking your menstrual cycle. Well, that's really important too, because I don't know if you remember earlier when we went over what counts as domestic terrorism now, but being against American views of the family makes you a terrorist. So if you are having full cycles and you are a woman that is of child rearing age, kind of seems like maybe you're a terrorist. Kind of seems like if you keep putting shit into that menstrual tracking app and you're not having babies, kind of feels like you might be against the American view of the family and you might be guilty of terrorism. Just keep that in mind. But we have to get you for that, because if you're against the American view of the family, that means you're a terrorist. That means you're not making people safe. I am also joking in the way that I'm saying it, but I'm not joking. I'm very nervous and I do not use any period tracking app for such a reason. You have to have kids and you aren't having children. Sorry, we've been talking about something called population decline, and we've been talking about, ensuring that the white Anglo-American world continues. And I just saw in your period app, and also I checked your medical records. Why are you on birth control? What's that about? Why are you on birth control? That's weird, because you live in a state where it's illegal to get an abortion, but you missed a period. You missed 2 periods. But now you've gone back to having periods. What happened there? We just need to come and ask you a few questions about that. Because we also saw you using the flock camera. We watched you cross state lines, and we're just wondering, because we watched where your car went, and it went to a Planned Parenthood. So we've combined the information we have, which is that you weren't on birth control, because we checked your medical records. We checked your menstrual tracking app, and you missed 2 periods. And then we followed your car using the flock cameras, and we happened to see you go to a Planned Parenthood. So we just have to come and ask you some questions, because we're worried you might be a terrorist. Just wondering. Just, I personally like to say these things loud and proud and in front of an audience, so that if anything happens to me, all of you know.
Immigration history, where you live, is he in an apartment complex versus a house? Has he got a known record for having weapons?
Say it.
It's safer for everybody. Then we know what type of resources we need to go. And, it just makes this operation cleaner, more efficient, and it's proven less violence when we know exactly what we're getting into and we can take the necessary precautions to keep everybody safe. Some of the operations that I've been involved in, we know there's children in the house based on surveillance. So we know you got to be a little bit different when you go in the house. There's going to be children present. So target enforcement operations, the way we've always done it, I think we got away from a little bit. And we're going to make sure we do target enforcement operations. And look, I will say it again, we are not surrendering our mission at all.
Why are you talking like a
This is gonna
fucking
sound-
soldier, dude?
Shimon Prokopez from CNN. Mr. Holman, how did we get here in terms of you had Greg Bovino, who was the face of this
Yeah.
immigration operation,
What happened to Greg?
mission, as you say, to having border patrol agents in the interior of this country stopping U.S. citizens, asking them for ID, creating
Hey,
this
Gothic.
fear in places like Chicago and now here. And then finally, it took really the death of Alex Petty for us to get here. How did that happen?
I wish I could make
Who
these
made the
fuckers
decisions
louder.
to allow this kind of operation to proceed in this way and to create such fear?
Well, look, the Border Patrol, last 4 years
Border
under Joe
Patrol.
Biden, we have an open border where
That's not true. Nice try.
10, 12,000 people a day are coming across the border.
You know what I
Border
love?
Patrol
You know my
well.
favorite thing about this administration, and Trump is the best at it. But they all do it. But Trump is my favorite. There are the actual numbers, and then there are their numbers. And it really is just whatever. Whatever they've. Because, for instance, there is a huge difference between 10,000 and 20,000. I don't know how to make it louder. Tell me how to do it and I'll do it. But yeah,
Which means we sent thousands of ICE agents down there to help deal with
and there were thousands of ICE agents. We're just pulling out fucking numbers. I'm sure it exists, right? I'm sure it exists. I don't have the extension installed, so I can't do it.
that humanitarian
Extolled. Candace Owens moment.
crisis to help secure the border. Now we have millions of people released in this nation, many unvetted. Now we got to find them. Before the big beautiful bill, we had a total just under 5,000 deportation officers to look for millions of people,
Millions.
many public safety threats. So yes,
I'm in
we need
opera.
the Border Patrol to come and help on our mission now. And reason for the massive deployment is because of the threats, because of the violence. Our officers need to be protected. If I'm on an
Don't
operation,
The reason we need so many. Remember, every ICE officer needs an emotional support ICE officer, including the emotional support ICE officer, who also needs his own emotional support ICE officer. So what was it? He said about 16. They need to travel in packs of 16 in order to feel safe because their feelings get hurt. Because you're allowed to use your First Amendment, but you have to phrase it nice. Because it's so scary for them that they might get called fucking fat and out of shape when they're just trying to do their jobs and ruin people's lives. Leave them in peace. They're searching for millions of people and there's only 500 of them. You don't understand. He's here because he wants the rhetoric to turn down. Okay? Stop saying mean things. To quote him, stop saying mean things about ICE officers when they're just trying to get the brown people so they stop murdering women and killing babies. Okay? How dare you use inflammatory rhetoric when there are brown people out there sex trafficking and gang raping women in the streets and ICE officers have to watch that? They have to stand there and for some reason not pull their guns out then and watch that. And you think it's easy to be an ICE agent? They're watching babies be killed in the fucking streets and doing nothing. So just turn down the rhetoric so we can get the filthy illegals. Okay? It'd be better for us all. And also stop worrying about your rights. Because the thing is, it's safer when you don't have them. It's just safer if we can watch you and track you when you haven't done anything. And also, let us take everyone in the jail and deport them. Because even if they didn't do anything, it's just easier if they're already locked up for us. It means we don't have to get off our fat fucking lazy asses. The job's half done.
an arrest team. I'm going to a house, I got to be busy with that guy, the dangerous guy, and I can't keep looking over my shoulder at what's happening outside the house.
God forbid someone
So
say
we
yelling
brought extra
insults at me.
resources in to provide that security. And as I said, as we drill down on these,
Hi, I'm going to have to ask you to stop. I'm actually a trauma-informed ICE agent, and the way that you're phrasing that is really quite insensitive, inflammatory, and not thoughtful to what this particular ICE officer may have been through. So I'd just like to walk through some steps about how you could possibly advocate for your fellow citizens. I mean, right now, you're not advocating for your fellow citizens. You are advocating for an illegal murderer. I hope you understand that. But as a trauma-informed ICE agent, I just like to make sure that we are exercising the First Amendment in a way that makes us all comfortable.
great agreements we got and this great understanding we have means less. So we can draw down those resources. When the violence decreases, we can draw down those resources. But based on the discussions I've had with the governor and the AG,
He literally said it, Sharpie. He was like, we've got all sorts of information. He started with the normal stuff where he's like, you know, we have your immigration status and your criminal records. And he basically said, oh, we have your health records. Hmm? You're not really meant to have that.
we can start drawing down those resources as far as those looking for public safety threats being released and do it in the jail with much less people. So the drawdown is going to happen
Guys,
based on
I'm here to take over. Murderer. It's crazy how they're using tax records to catch people. It's kind of like those people pay tax. I thought that was and they're finding them at their jobs. It's so crazy. It's almost like they work and contribute to American society.
these agreements. But
I thought see, the problem is that they couldn't catch the person gang raping the woman in the street because it would just be easier if they caught them in the jail. You understand? But they do get them at their jobs and stuff. It's just
the drawdown can happen even more if the hateful rhetoric and the impediment and interference will stop. So
they have access to everything. I don't know if you guys heard me talking about total, like the history of Palantir earlier today. I will talk. Maybe I wasn't gonna do a serious stream. I was just gonna play games and relax. But maybe we should go through Elite, the Palantir software that ICE is using as their backbone. But I was just gonna watch Trump on Will Kane and play Terra Nil. We only watched this because it was live. God damn it. I was trying to have a fun stream, a low pressure stream. But maybe we need to go through Elite.
Border Patrol, I was a Border Patrol agent. These men and women are patriots.
What?
God bless them. They're here to help us.
Oh, Border Patrol.
And
It's literally like listening to a toddler. It takes you a second to be like, what word was that?
drawdown will come soon, depending on when this actually, I see this in play.
I got paper too, man.
But the agreements to have alone is going to cause a significant drawdown. So you're going to see a drawdown.
Just on a personal,
Go ahead, Ben.
you've been doing this
Ben,
for
go
40
ahead.
years. Just a
Tom Homan.
follow-up.
Ben, go ahead. No.
You've been doing this for 40 years. As a follow-up, how many people have you shot dead for no reason?
First off, Ben Burkbaum, Real America's Voice News. On behalf of the American people, I just want to say thank you to you
Shut
and to all of
up.
the agents that are putting their lives on the line to go after the people that were allowed in the last administration. We watched that happen in the media, the honest media, covered up by
The
many of
honest
the media
media.
that are behind me. We want to say thank you, and to all the men and women that are out there. Can you talk to us about what's being done with the leadership on these signal chats, on these WhatsApp chats that are organizing the attacks against you?
Can you tell us again about how stupid the fucking leadership in this government is that you're organizing policy in group chats? Can you just go over that again? And do you personally use emojis, or are you more of a write it like an email kind of guy? What is the general tenure of the group chat that ICE has going? Also, can you give us the tea on Christy and Steven? Are they both in that group chat? Has anyone left? What's the deal? Tell us. We want to know. Can you accidentally add a journalist, by the way? That'd be super helpful.
The obstruction against you? Are we going to be arresting those individuals as well? And to the folks out there in America that voted for this, that want mass deportation.
Guys, did the press conference today, told them we're trying to draw down. Said draw down like 6 times.
Because they saw a mass invasion under Joe Biden. What would you say to them? How are we going to get to that point?
Well, first of all, about the organization and the funding of the attacks on ICE. I'm not going to answer a lot about that because I'm not going to show our hand, but they'll be held accountable. Justice is coming.
The funding of ICE is being attacked by who? Because to me, that sounds like he's...
Organization and the funding of the attacks on ICE. I'm not going to answer a lot about that because I'm not going to show our hand,
Oh, funding the
but
protests.
they'll be held accountable.
I thought he was talking about the Democrats. I was like, is he threatening... Words. That's exactly. What are these words?
Justice is coming.
Justice is coming for the Democrats.
Again,
They'll be
remember,
deported.
We got to all remember why the questions from CNN, why are we here? What started this? 4 years.
We're asking that question too. Why are you there? Why are you there? Oh, community. Okay. Wait, you know what I love? Hang on. Let me just get something. Okay. Oh no. But I frickety dickety. Hang on. Yeah, you thought that would defeat me? Wrong. Okay. Here. Where does it say it? Okay, it's in here. Just wait. He writes really freaking long articles, so he deserves to be paid. And I feel bad showing you guys. Don't look. But there's something in here. Maybe this isn't the right one. Guys, just wait. Here it is. It's gonna, yeah, okay. The situation in Minneapolis has revealed itself to be as geopolitically significant to the people of America as the situations in Ukraine, Venezuela, and Greenland. So it is important to understand first why the, Candace Owens moment. Morass? Murray? Murrah? Murray? Murr. How do we say this word? Morass? We're going to go with morass. Morass? That's what it is tonight. That's how we say it tonight. We ride at dawn. Okay? In America's Great North is even... Okay, amazing. Got it right. Lucky, that was a guess. This is a Kai Cenat reading stream. We're learning as we go. Morass, guys. Is even happening in the first place. In other words, why President Donald Trump and his authoritarian regime chose Minneapolis as their battleground, and chose it they did. Here's why in 2 images. The first one. Let's just take a look. Popular vote. Ooh, that's tight. Electoral vote 10, but that popular vote. Okay. We see here that Donald Trump only lost Minnesota by 947 votes in 2024. That sounds like a lot, and candidly, it is a lot, even in a state with 3.1 plus million votes cast. The last presidential election was the third time Trump lost Minnesota. In 2016, he lost the state to Hillary Clinton by 44,593 votes, and in 2020, he lost the state to Joe Biden by 233,012 votes. That's how we're going to say that. You'll recall that Trump has at various points wanted both Clinton and Biden caged for the rest of their natural lives and possibly executed. So losing any state to them, especially a state arguably in the American heartland, as opposed to, say, a coastal enclave. Oh, guys, I want to show you a video. This is the problem. I always want to show you things that end up getting my stream copyright struck. But I think I'm going to show it. Remind me afterwards, just say Civil War. Thank you. In the American heartland, as opposed to, say, a coastal enclave of supposed elites Trump never expected to win, because he never has, in his life as a rich man, won the coastal elites over, is enough to incite his permanent rage. But you may also recall that one key facet of Trump's big lie, which simply stated holds that he's never lost any election in his political career, is that he did better in every state each time he ran and won almost every state he competed in each time he did. The scope of this lie is breathtaking, and prima facie evidence of psychopathy, a deep estrangement from phenomenological reality broadly writ, but the most important thing to note is that Minnesota is uniquely triggering for Trump. Why? Hang on, let me read this. Watching regular Minnesota citizens helping each other by, feeding those too scared to leave home coordinating. I know, it makes me emotional too. Why? Let's count the reasons. Illinois accepted. Okay, Clint, I don't have chats with people. I'm sorry. If your sister wants to come into chat, she can, but it's nothing to do with you. Everything to do with me. I have to keep really strict boundaries, otherwise I won't be able to stream. So the only interactions that we can have are here. It's truly nothing personal. Illinois expected. Trump believes that. Oh, expected. It's late. Illinois accepted. Trump believes that the Heartland vote is his. And Illinois, he explains away on the grounds of it, A, having a history of political corruption, B, being filled with black voters he knows he can't win over in great numbers. Consider the notable rightward movements we've seen since the 2012 presidential election that Barack Obama won, President Obama being one of Trump's most hated enemies. Guys, I do be Candace, okay? And Mitt Romney lost, Senator Romney being one of Trump's most hated enemies due to his votes for conviction in 2 Trump impeachment trials. All of Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Missouri have moved clearly to the right in presidential elections, which must be especially torturous to Trump because he flirted very seriously with a presidential run in 2012. His dream was to defeat Obama head-to-head, which is why he still often says publicly that he did beat Obama in an unnamed past election. That is, he has apparently daydreamed this so often that he now hallucinates it in public. This also explains why he had Oppo research-born birther attacks on Obama ready to go in 2013. So Trump's attitude is not only that the Midwest is his, but that if he'd run in 2012 as he'd planned, he would have easily defeated the hated Romney in the primaries, and then with equal ease made the even more hated Obama a one-term president and perhaps even a mere historical footnote. Wait. He didn't win because he got more votes than he did last time, since the other person got more votes than he did. So just saying I did better every time is signaling to his base that he won despite the loss. Who do I read on Substack? A lot of people. I wake up in the morning, I start like clicking into all my Substack articles that I have to. My Substack subscription is stressful. Okay, but you know what's crazy is that I'm gonna tell you a secret. Some people on Substack could have been a tweet. It could have been. You just found a whole lot of words to say, but you had one idea there, and it could have been a tweet. Could have even been a 140 character tweet, if I'm being honest. Primary. R is not. I'm an Australian. I don't have to say R if I don't want to. That's not actually in my alphabet. Okay? Hey, what are we studying? We're looking at why Trump is targeting Minnesota. Amy? The Trump-Obama feud was legendary. After that roast, Trump became very bitter. Self-report? I don't get it. Self-report about my own Substacks? Could my Substacks be tweets? Probably, but nobody reads my Twitter. I'm not very popular on that platform. 2. Trump needs to argue that he did better each time he ran for president. As if it were true, it'd suggest that he's getting more popular the more people know him. The opposite is true. That he's becoming politically stronger and unbeatable the more he governs. The opposite is true. And that his vision of the United States as an ultra-violent hegemonic power bent on total hemispheric conquest is one that Americans want en masse. The opposite is true. And Minnesota gives the lie to all of that. Thank you, Landa. I'm glad, because you know what? I convinced myself, and this is the self-report of it all, okay? I'm like, I can't stream. I have to work on the Substack, because the streaming is just me sitting and hanging out with people and reacting and giving, thoughts just off the top of my head. I'm basically Donald Trump. But when I write a Substack, that's investigative journalism. That's real analysis. That's me showing my worth as a political thinker. That's me offering real thought to the world. And then I spend days on it. I'm in my room writing. I'm like, ah. And then I publish it. It's 12 likes. And I'm like, yeah, I blew those 12 people's minds. Trump never came close to winning Minnesota. Oh, sorry. It's late. Trump never, if Kai Cenat can make mistakes when he reads, so can I. Trump never came closer to winning Minnesota than when he was still unknown to many US voters in 2016 and had never been in any position of political power. President Biden decimated Trump in Minnesota in 2020, a poor outcome Trump could at least privately accommodate because Biden is, like him, a powerful white man with a very significant public profile. But what Trump would have been incapable of accepting was that he would lose a predominantly white state like Minnesota to a black woman. As a Trump biographer and presidential historian, this is him, not me, I can say without reservation that the demographic in America Trump is most contemptuous of is black women. So while he may have privately fumed at losing Minnesota to Biden, losing it to Kamala Harris was grounds in Trump's conception of an orderly and sensible world for men like him for political war. I just realized that this is very bright, but we're not in opera, so I can't make it unbright. And I'm really sorry. I turned off my Substack subscription because I felt guilty because I wasn't producing enough content to justify it being on. I feel a lot of guilt around money, and I had to turn it off. Once I get to a point where it's, whatever. Who gives a shit about me? Shh. Focus. Minnesota is a uniquely blue bulwark. A bulwark. It's not that I don't know how to say it. It's that it sounds very strange with an Australian accent. Minnesota is a uniquely blue bulwark in a part of the country that Republicans intend to sweep every 4 years and so earn the right to ignore California and the Northeast forever. Minnesota hasn't just been electing anonymous Democrats to the Senate, but leftists like Al Franken and Paul Wellstone. It's also produced Democratic presidential candidates who have run against Trump and competed admirably in doing so. Amy Klobuchar and others who are thorns in his side. In Washington, Tina Smith. This would have been especially frustrating to Trump because it had briefly seemed like Minnesota was turning red with the election of Norm Coleman to the Senate in 2003. Coleman lasted only one term, and the state's penchant for the very penchant. I'll read the bulwark. I do read it, yes. What do I read off the top of my head? I read this, so Proof by Seth Abramson. I read Letters, the Heather Cox Richardson one. I read John Gantz's. I have a subscription to Chartbook, Adam Chooses. I read Max. Over, not on Substack. I read Citations Needed, Molly White's. I read Cryptodamus. I sometimes read Zev Shalev at Narrative. I read a lot. I read a lot of them. J'ai pris français à l'école, mais je ne me souviens. No, don't make me just say my shit again, you know? Bulwark. Whose Citations Needed? Molly White is like a really good Web3 cryptocurrency reporter. She keeps her finger on the pulse. She does a weekly... Hang on, let me just actually find it. Because I think you should all read this, actually. I'm a huge fan of Molly White, and I would love to do a video on cryptocurrency and interview her in it. That would be my dream. She is very good. Yeah, she rocks my socks. Never miss a Citations Needed. Also, she's over on Ghost, which I have really... something that never aligns spiritually for me in my soul is my true hatred and long-standing beef with Mark Andreessen and being on Substack. But the problem is that Substack has the discoverability ecosystem. So the readers are there, right? So, and because I don't have, like, because if you put a link on something like Twitter, it doesn't go anywhere. And I don't really have a big social media presence anywhere else. If I were to move my publication over to Ghost, I'm not sure I would ever be able to get anyone to read anything, you know, but at the same time, it's like, it would be better on Ghost because I wouldn't have to be like, I'm taking Mark Andreessen's money. I'm working with the Stripe Boys, you know, but I don't know. Morals are for the wealth there. I don't know. Guys. Who cares? Not your problem. My problem. Back to this piece. For the very sort of reform party come libertarian politics Trump actually once was. Come on, Joe, stick with it. Indeed, this last point is vital and often missed. People forget that Trump ran in the very early primaries of 2000 presidential elections as a Reform Party candidate. I did not know that. Kevin, I'm sorry I haven't replied to you. You sent me that stuff about pronunciation. I really appreciated it. I'm sorry I haven't replied. Thank you, though. I saw it. But in fact, and here's the key point, Trump was convinced to run in 2000 by Minnesota governor and noted Reform Party come libertarian politician Jesse Ventura. When Trump ended his campaign in disgrace In February 2020, he blamed that must be wrong, 2000. In February 2000 or in February 2020? No, I doubt this guy gets it wrong. In February 2020, he blamed the whole Reform Party, whose power base was then in Ventura's Minnesota. I think it was 2000. Trump is infamous for holding grudges for decades, especially when a grudge is based on a situation in which Trump embarrassed himself. His 2020 presidential run, he must mean 2002 or 2000. He means 2000. I don't know. I don't know what he means. Hang on. Let me see this man. I know not of him. But you're telling me I'm sexy. Oh my God. Guys, why did I think he was actually going to be hot? You got me. What a jump scare that I just had. Oh my God, look at him. Wait. This man? Is this man? This man? Wait, what? Okay. I understand why he was Jesse the Body Ventura back here, but he scared me. You scared me when this was the photo to come up, okay? I thought you were all playing a big joke on me. I understand people age, okay? The thing is, though, I love an old man. This is just a scary old man, okay? This is the man, huh? Who convinced Donald Trump to run for president and embarrassed him. Imagine. What? I didn't mean to. What? Why did you run? Because I told you to, man. Why are you blaming me? Crazy. Okay. Glad we took the detour to check. Guys, we're implementing the I know we don't support the Girls of Red Scare. I have not listened to that podcast in years, okay? I had to quit it because they turned into psychopaths, okay? However, we can implement the Red Scare system. There is no, you know how everyone's like, oh, is he a 0? Is he a 10? You know, no. You're either a 0 or a 1. Would fuck, wouldn't fuck. 1, yes, would fuck. 0, no. Jesse Ventura is a difficult one for me. The bleach job on the hair is rough too. Okay, this is where he looks the best. This is where he looks the best. Hang on. Okay, now you've got me interested, Sean. Do I need to see him speak young or can I just see him speak now?
The numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox. No.
Okay, yes, would bang. There we go.
Serious question?
No, it ain't.
You were right,
No,
Sean.
it ain't, because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain right
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got
Wait.
overturned.
Is that the guy from Odd Lots? Is that reporter the guy from the podcast I listen to when I'm being an economist? No? Okay. That's Jesse. See, I'm not an American. all men that are white look the same to me. I'm sorry. That's why we have to do such a rigorous investigation. That's Jesse Waters. I'm thinking of Joe, what's his face? Hang on. We have to do another check. They kind of look the same. Does anyone else see it? It's kind of the same man. He's got thicker hair. I don't... Wait, let me check this. Well, he's got quite a lot of hair too, but it's not as thick. It's not... The eyebrows are weaker. This photo, not good, Joe. This makes you look like you're about to be put in prison. What's that about? You can't even see it. Oh, okay. I can see it if you're Australian. Sean, I need to... Guys, sorry. I just need to go full screen for a minute while I ask you a question about something. But I've lost my thing that allows me to use screens. Where are you? I just got to click everywhere until I find it. Everything's closed now. And yet I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Tell me if you understand what I'm saying here. Wait, you're all Americans. You won't. But you might. I'm going to put it to you anyway. This is actually a report. I'm reporting this information to you. I can tell when a dog is American. They look a bit fucked up around the eyes. Like an American Labrador, I know. Like having had a Labrador, having been around Labradors my whole life, when I see an American Labrador, it's like someone smacked them in the head. So yeah, American men look different. American dogs definitely look different. You heard it here first. Okay, a lot of women on Fox look alike. Where's the lie? A lot of women on Fox look a bit like me. Only more put together, but they have a budget and a team. Okay? And more hairspray. Jesse's been to Turkey. Oh, the hair's not real. Interesting. Fascinating. That racist feels weird, man. He took Tucker's time slot? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Also, just quickly, I need to check. No. Okay. I thought there was a mark on my face. Which would have been, obviously, we'd have to stop the stream. Okay. I don't want to finish this Homan thing. We get the idea. Okay? I still have to work out how to put the fucking YouTube chat up on the thingy. Okay? I have jobs that I don't fix, but I do. Jesse's mum calls him Honey Bunny. Oh, so he's got mummy issues. Okay, I have some videos I want to watch.
When I was a kid, I would go to a summer camp.
I'm scaring myself all the time. Oh, guys, okay, 2 things. Did I do more mewing? Okay. What I'm trying to... Thank you, Clavicular, for what you've done. Oh, Civil War. Thank you, Calm Heart. Okay, that's what we'll do. But just so you're aware, Clavicular's made me very aware that I have a slide that's happening. I'm not symmetrical. So the mewing, I can't work out perfectly how to do it, but we're working on it. Okay? The thing is, I always start things ironically. I'm like, ha ha ha. I'm gonna learn how to look smacks because that's so funny. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And then I'm like, must do neck tucks, must have symmetrical face. Anyway, guys, with ice, okay, and I need to remember to cut this out after stream. Okay. So, there's this movie by Alex Garland called Civil War. Now, when I saw the movie, I hated it because I was like, what upset me was, why would you have a movie called Civil War and then have absolutely no politics in that movie? Like, it was an apolitical film about civil war. Very strange, upset me deeply at the time, didn't like it. Now, where we're at in society, I'm like, oh, you didn't need to do the politics because the politics would just become apparent, right? Civil War sucks so bad, with the exception of Jesse Plemons' scene. So Kirsten Dunst is the lead. She, in my mind, does no wrong. She's one of my women. Okay, my women include Nicole Kidman, Kirsten Dunst, Michelle Williams, Anne Hathaway, Addison Rae. There are more. Elle Fanning. The Fannings are in there. Is there anyone else? Laura Dern. Basically, any of these women, you could be like, oh, they murdered someone. What was I retweeted something the other day. It was like, you could tell me that Kirsten Dunst killed Timothy Chalamet and I wouldn't give a fuck. And I was like, correct. Exactly. Why did I bring that up though? Oh yeah, Kirsten Dunst is in this movie, Civil War. Bad movie, bad film. She's allowed to have a bad film every now and then. That's okay. It wasn't her fault. It was an unworkable script. Alex Garland really needs to work with the scriptwriter. And no, I don't like Margot Robbie. Anyway, yeah, Alex Garland can't write his own shit. He got to stop trying. He's good at directing. You know what? But we got to support him. But whatever. Anyway. Focus. Oh yeah, Kirsten Dunst doing this movie. 2 days before filming, this guy drops out. So she calls her husband, Jesse Plemons. She's like, hey, can you come and do this scene in the movie? He steals the fucking show. It is the best part of the entire film. And when I've been watching ICE do all their crazy shit, literally, I'm like, oh, in 6 months, it's going to be this. This is going to be an ICE agent in 6 months. Maybe with a different script case. Okay. Write for shit. I'm sorry, I don't like anything he writes. Because that's the best scene. But I can't stop thinking about it when every time I'm like reading something terrible about what's going on, hang on. I just keep thinking, I'm like, yeah, it is going to get me dinged on YouTube, 100%. That's why the second this stream ends, I'm going to go back through and I'm going to cut it out of my thing and everyone is going to be like, hey, what happened in this little bit that was cut out? And I'm going to be like, well, that's for me to know and for you to never find out. I'm sure wait, hang on. I'm sure you're right, Malbrained. Oh, my dog's rolling around. I thought something was wrong. I just genuinely have not liked, I kind of liked Annihilation. I liked Ex Machina, but everything else that he's written, that I know that he's written, I have not liked. So that's just my personal opinion. He's just not for me. Even 20 years later, which is the best 28. No, you know what? I like 28 Days Later. I'm going to say it. I think 28. Wait, but he wrote. Did he write? No, he wrote all of them, didn't he? But he didn't direct the first one. The first one was uh the first one was, I gotta look it up. Hang on. Danny Boyle. Yeah, I didn't even have to look it up. Danny Boyle. I freaking hated the last 28 years later. Oh my god, it made me mad. I left the theater mad. Cranky. That's how you make Joe mad. But I don't like his directing, only his writing. He should stick to writing. Yeah. I think that, but even in the writing of the 28 films, the moments that I like in 28 Days Later, the moments that I like are the big moments of silence. The actual kind of like sexual assault revenge plot, that's never going to do it for me. I'm never going to really enjoy that. It's like, oh, it's the end of the world. And guess what? Everything's gone to shit. But guess what still exists? Violence against women. And unfortunately, Alex Garland loves that. He always loves to throw in a little bit of violence against women. Who can fault him? He's not alone. He's not alone. I would have liked another movie that really centered. Yeah. Yeah. I just think it could have been written different. What was the other movie recently? Oh, you know what movie I would like to be completely rewritten because it sucked? Wow. Mel Breen, you didn't like me before. You're going to hate what I got to say right now. You want to know a badly written movie? Guys, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. One Battle After Another. I wish that One Battle After Another had been written just about those. Hang on. It should have been. I would have fucked with a movie that was just about the Christmas adventurers. It was such a piss poor fucking adaptation of Pynchon. Okay, it didn't make sense the way that the truth of the matter is sorry, I keep kicking my desk, and as you can see, like nothing is very steady. One battle after another, one battle after another, and Eddington were both released too late. They missed their moment, right? They were released too late, but also it weirdly makes fun of the left, but it also only makes sense in terms of the left that exists in Vineland, which is from the 70s. When you understand that in the novel, it's about like leftist agitators from a completely different time period, it makes sense. But trying to attach it to leftist today, I hated that film so bad. I hated it so much. And I love PTA. Okay, so I want you to understand. I went in to this movie. I had printed off the format card because I wanted to play bingo and see One Battle After Another in as many different formats as I could. That's how excited I was for this film. I was ready for it to be the best film ever. And I only saw it in VistaVision because I hated it. And I was like, well, that's not getting any more of my time. Malbrained, I know someone who worked with Alex Garland, and I am of the belief that even though I don't like what he makes, okay, I critically support that you know that bit in Zoolander when he's like, Sting, his music, I haven't really listened to it, but just the fact that he's making it, that's me with Alex Garland. I'm like, look, I don't like it, but I passed away on my birthday. I don't like what he's doing, but I support the fact he's doing it. I want him to keep doing it. I want him to be making movies. Okay. So I still offer critical support for that man, even though I don't like what he's making. Okay. I want to. Okay. We have options. I can put on the Trump interview that he did on that conservative show, because I haven't listened to Trump in a little while, right?
It is
Shush,
a bit
no
scary.
one asked you. Don't just start like that. That's very rude. Okay? I can put on, there's this video that's about trad wives and sexuality. There's the Will Kane interview, which is what I wanted. Oh my god. Sorry. I thought you said that they did work together. Did you see? That was my visceral reaction. My hatred for Emerald Fennell knows no ends. There is no depth. That woman is trying to ruin my life. When you just said it. Yeah, I'm going to fix the volume, Alec. It's not... Okay, Alec? That's not my fault. The reason the volume is uneven is because Tom fucking Hooman was speaking so quiet. So quiet. I had no choice but to lift everything the fuck up. And now guess what? Everything's too loud. But that's not on me. I just hadn't fixed it yet. God. Okay. I think I'm going to put on the Will Kane interview. Who's my least favorite actress? I mean, Sydney Sweeney is not very... I think for something that's really important to me for an actor is good voice control. If you have a bad voice, I don't understand how you became successful. People focus a lot on appearance, but actually there's such a big vocal dynamic, and if you can't do it, you can't. And that doesn't mean you have to be loud. A lot of my favorite, because the thing is, acting on stage is about projection, right? When you act on stage, you are pushing out to the audience. When you act on camera, you are calling people into you, right? The camera asks people to come to you, but you still need to have control of your resonance chambers. You still need to have control of your articulators. I don't want you going up through your nose, and I don't want like a really bad vocal fry, and I don't want like upspeak, and I don't want like lazy articulators, right? All of that is going to upset me deeply. I'm trying to think about an actor that upsets me when I see them. Who will I avoid a movie over? This is hard because the thing is, if I don't like to expose myself to things that I don't like. So I just won't really expose myself to. Hang on, let's have a look. Let's have a look together. So the things I look for in an actor are voice, face, voice, body. Okay, so if you have a completely frozen face, it's not going to work. When I say body, it has nothing to do with the shape of your body and everything to do with being embodied. So something you'll see from a lot of actors is they act from their head up. So their face does all the expressing. They might as well be a head on a stick. Their body doesn't do anything. And it's very difficult for an actor to be embodied, but it's very necessary. Voice, obviously, everything I just went through. And the final thing, which separates the best from the others, is taste. What projects are you taking on? I actually find Kate Blanchett, I'm going to say another controversial thing, did not like Tar. Did not like it because it became a caricature, right? There comes a point with Kate where she does this thing where she underpitches, so you take her seriously and you realize how great she is, right? She really underpitches her voice, and now she's got this thing where it's almost like it's the thing about Tar that annoyed me. It's like how stupid people who've never been involved in classical music imagine the classical music scene is. Like, oh God, don't we hate those woke? Keira Knightley acts. You remember how I said that some people act with only their heads? Keira Knightley only acts with her mouth. You've never seen someone act quite like Keira Knightley. She loves to act. You just wouldn't understand it. Okay, she's good. She did intern for Alan Dershowitz, though. Many questions, Natalie. I love Don't Look Up. But that's something that requires, that's kind of a satire that requires that kind of, I love The Piano Teacher. She's good. And I don't also, someone may have something, right? So for instance, Kirsten Stewart doesn't have voice, doesn't really have face, kind of has body, but she has something very special, and she has taste. A classical musician said it was realistic in terms of the conducting, not in terms of everyone sitting around being like, oh, if someone made a biopic about me, then they have no business making a biopic about me, because if there's one thing you should know about me, I detest the biopic. The biopic is a thorn in my side. That's lazy. That's lazy storytelling. A biopic? I'd rather die than sit through another biopic. A biopic? Absolutely not. Not for me. Now, if I happen to do something interesting and you want to make a narrative film about that, that's okay. Dick got in before biopics became every second movie. Okay? I'm at a stage where even like, I don't want to fucking see Wonka. Why am I seeing a biopic about Willy Wonka? How have we got to this point as a society where we're doing biopics about Willy Wonka? I don't feel... Do you know the worst fucking biopic I ever saw? The one about Nike. Please don't even joke about it. Okay. Yes, good. Yes, good. Great body. Yes, good. Sometimes a little annoying. Sometimes a little bit. Again, there's too much. There's a problem with a theater actor on the screen. Sometimes they give too much. They need to let the camera come to them. Okay. Obviously, when I'm like, hey, sometimes it's too much about Helena Bonham Carter, you should just shoot me in the face because, you know. Great. Overrated. Said it. Said it, but I'm right. Great. Oh my God. Okay, when I said Laura Dern before, I meant Julianne Moore. And you should kill me for that mistake. Laura Dern is exceptional, but Julianne Moore is an auteur. When I was talking about taste, Julianne Moore is a muse. People make movies thinking of her. Julianne Moore belongs in the heavens. Okay. Fine. Good body, not great voice. It's fine. Overrated. Really, I do enjoy Emma Stone. Ellen Burstyn's good. Saoirse Ronan. I do like Saoirse Ronan, but I don't think. Another one of my lookalikes, by the way. Let me just have a look here. Blitz was such a terrible film. I actually hated this film so much. It really sucked. Also, I saw it at the New York Film Festival. And I didn't take earphones. I didn't take earphones. I didn't take plugs for my ears. It's too loud. Oh God, also, do we have to talk about this? This was not good. Didn't like this either. I think I like her as a person, and I don't like her as an actor. But I do like her as a person. It's tough. I gotta be true to who I am. My queen, my absolute top of the no one is better, nothing will ever be better. I'm looking for someone I hate. Not great. Love. No good. Emma Watson, no good. Sorry. Jennifer Connelly, honestly, not that great. Marion Cotillard used to be incredible. Has lost it in terms of taste a little bit. I don't hate British women. Love Hilary Swank. Alicia Vikander never really did it for me. Jessica Chastain, overrated because of her taste. Firstly, Jessica Chastain, despite being Juilliard trained, has very weak voice. Okay, she's not resonant at all. She, in terms of taste, picks roles that could have been cast as men, but they just randomly changed the name and made it into a woman. Even when it is a biopic for a woman. So, for instance, I hated that movie. But I thought she was bad in George and Tammy, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, she was so amazing." I also don't, whatever. I really used to like her. I used to think she was. I want to know what happened here behind the scenes. Eyes of Tammy Faye didn't rate it, and she thought she won an award for that. You could tell. I think Jennifer Connelly is also one of the prettiest people ever born. I'm just saying that she's not there vocally. She's not embodied. Miss Sloane could have been a man. Molly's Game could have been a man. Martian could have been a man. Most Violent Year could have been a man. Interstellar originally was written as a man and was flipped. Even Eleanor Rigby, which I wanted to be great. Lots of could have been a man's. Take Shelter could have been a man. Anyway, you get the idea. I don't like her taste. Okay, guys, this is fun, but I'm tired. So I'm going to play a game and put on Trump. And you can stick around or you can go. I'm not going to play for very long. So we can hang out, but... Criminally overlooked. Trump cabinet meeting? I guess I gotta stay up then. No, you guys can watch that by yourself. You can go to a different creator to watch that. This isn't how I had this. There we go. Nice.
Been a terrific guy.
I anticipate they should do very well today with this type of guest today here on the Will Cain Show. Welcome back to the campaign trail. Welcome back to Iowa. How does it feel?
Well, I love Iowa. We've won it 3 times conclusively. There wasn't like any late night voting or anything. We just won it right at the beginning. The doors closed and they said Trump won. And I love the people. I just get along with the people.
I was watching the other room. You look back in your element.
You don't
You're
want
back
him?
with the people. What do you?
Okay. God, you guys are grumpy. When's the last time I played Civ? It's been a while.
Well, fear not, because the Heritage Foundation has come to the rescue. Yes, indeed, folks. The trad wife aesthetic flooding your social media is the soft focus branding arm of a hardline political project, one with legislative intent, economic
Stop it.
leverage, and a whole lot of state power
Hang on.
behind it. Behind the sourdough starters and linen aprons is a coordinated effort to fundamentally restructure the American family, not through persuasion, but through pressure. We're doing a deep dive analysis of the pivotal report from the Heritage Foundation titled Saving America by Saving the Family.
I love Civ. But I'm genuinely one of the most annoying people to watch because I treat Civ like chess. If I don't get my opening correct, I want to start again. So I pretty much just play the first 50 moves a lot of the time. Hey.
While influencers romanticize a return to mid-century domesticity, this document is a policy blueprint which supplies the actual legal and economic architecture of that vision. We're going to break down how this report uses financial coercion to force marriage, why it seeks to dismantle modern childcare infrastructure, and the deeply revealing stance it takes on IVF
guys.
and reproductive.
Oh, fuck. Every time I click out, hang on. I have not played this game in so long, and I just skipped over everything. And I need no music for a second. No play of anything. Because I need to remember how to fucking play. This is for power. Okay, I can place these on rocks. And if recollection serves, I want to place as far out as possible. Uh-oh. Yes, okay, this makes soil. Okay, cool. We're making soil. Also, I should be able to, can I? No? Too far? Let's see. Just let me. Sheriff! Why?
Stay up, Joe. Face holding back tears emoji.
Oh my god. I'm like, guys, money makes me feel super guilty, and now it's being used against me as a weapon. It works. Now I will have to stay up for a little while because I simply wouldn't be able to sleep from the guilt. Okay. Wait. So now we've got this here, which means we can make water. And when we make water, I like here. The grass grows around it. Amazing. The water's important. You have to understand. But, okay. No, I need it. That's the problem. This is the... Okay, wait, hang on. You guys need to understand something. I picked a terrible career to feel guilty when people give me money because it's kind of the basis of the career. Okay? It kind of sucks. Even when I'm not doing streaming, every career I have involves some sort of begging for money. Whether it's academia, whether it's playwriting, whether it's television writing, you're always going in somewhere and being like, please believe in me, that I'm interesting and creative and that people will like what I make. Please give me money to make it possible. And it's always this like, sometimes it just makes you wish you were an ICE agent. You know? You just went out, walked around the streets with your mates, with your emotional support ICE friend, and in exchange, you got a salary. You know? Sometimes, guys, okay, genuinely, just quickly. just quickly, I do have to ask you about this. Why the frick can I not find my... Oh, I am here. Okay, wait. I have to ask you this question seriously. If I were to, in a completely legal, only legal way, be able to source the Melania film, I can't watch it on stream, but we could watch it in the Discord. We could watch it together in the Discord. If I were to find it, which I think I can. But it would be totally, above the board. I don't know. Do you think I should be writing music for what? I can sing, I can't do anything else. By that I mean, like, I can't write music. I can use Sibelius, I can write classical music, and I have an Ableton board where you press the buttons, because I was for a while going to produce music, but it turns out I just never learned how. Stop! What are you doing? More?
Giving money to Jo so she doesn't join ICE.
You're the one talking to ICE. You're the one. We heard him. He said it. He said he had to talk to the sheriff. Okay? We all heard it. You can't hide it. Yeah, Sibelius, but okay, I appreciate Sibelius. I have no fucking clue how to use that Ableton board. I understand the concept of stems. I understand the concept of downloading stems and using the bits and the bobs, but I can't. And I had songs. Guys, you don't know this. I was in a girl band in high school, a rock and roll girl band. Okay. We were 14 and we ruled the fucking world. We were cool as shit. I was on rhythm guitar and lead vocalist. And would you like to know why the girl band fell apart? We were so cool. We did like a jazzy, I'm gonna fight 'em off, a 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. Very cool. The band was called Dressed Up for James because it was Joe, Alex, Megan, Ellie, and someone special. But everyone would always be like, who's the S stand for? And we'd be like, not telling. Okay, no. I went to an all-girls school that very much empowered women. So we didn't break up over a boy. We broke up over capitalism. I was writing most of the songs that we would sing. I was writing our originals. And at the time, Australian Idol had just started, and one of the people from Australian Idol wrote a book about breaking into the music industry. And we all bought it, and we were all reading it. And in there was a section about how royalties and dividends are paid out. And most of the money goes to the songwriter. So the bassist, who at the time was my best friend, Alex, she was like, I don't want you writing songs alone anymore. You can only write songs in our band session because that way we all get an equal split. This is the delusional level of self-belief we had. If I showed you a video of us performing, because we won Battle in the Bands and stuff, so I've got video of us performing. We were delusional, but we were just like, yeah, we're obviously going to make it. And so she was like, yeah, I don't want you writing at home by yourself because we need to make sure that the revenue that we make from our music is split between all of us equally. And I was kind of like, well, that's not how creativity works. I don't really have control over that. And she felt that anyway, it caused a whole drama. And we broke up, and we had great original songs, okay? let me think if I don't remember Through, but we did have a song called Through. What? I'm Through. There was one. Okay, I do remember our namesake song. Would you like to hear some of it? Okay. Oh, this is so embarrassing. I need you to understand. It was the 2000s, and I was 14. And I really loved Hilary Duff. Okay, here we go. Oh no, oh my god. There was music underneath it, so it's not as good, but it's like, okay. And she's feeling him. No, I can't do it. But he doesn't feel the same, and she's watching him. I don't remember it. Na, 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 na. But she's all dressed up for James, 'cause he's driving him, 'cause he's driving her insane. What you gonna do when he's all dressed up for you? Oh my god, I wish I could remember the other ones. I just remember that refrain from the chorus. But I remember all of the covers we did. We did Seven Nation Army, we did Another Head Hangs Slowly, Child is Taking Over. That was a big hit. But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they're dying. Loved in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What else? It's wait, I need to check if that's the right one. Oh, you know what I loved? Hey, don't write yourself off yet. It's only in your head you feel left out. Look down on. It just takes some time. Just take some time, little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything'll be alright. Everything'll be just fine. And this one was always a hit. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Yeah, let me think of this. And we did Kiss Me under the bearded valley, lightly beneath the green, green grass. Okay, actually, everything I said about us being embarrassing, I take it back. We fucking ruled. And you know what was sick? We won Battle of the Bands. We were an all-girl band, and we fucking won. Hell yes. Hell yes. We were 14-year-old girls up against 17-year-old boys, and we won. We were gonna make it the whole way, baby. But of course, money got in the way. Money we weren't even making yet. And if you're an Australian, we also sing, come on, baby, we are gonna live forever. Let me show you all the things that we could do. I know you wanna be together. And that also caused a big fight because I liked the Veronicas, but my friend who played the bass was like, ew, the Veronicas? And I was like, yeah. Anyway, if I can find the footage, it's really embarrassing though. Can I just tell you the funniest thing is like, we always started with, I want you to want me. Say it, baby, don't lie. You know what I'm saying?
You can still make it, Joe. I believe in you.
Drop everything I'm doing and pursue being a singer? You think? Wait, you gotta get this right. So we always started with no, they didn't make one song. The Veronicas didn't make one song. I just sang one song to you, which was Forever. Come on, baby, we are gonna live forever. Let me show you all the things that we can do. I know you wanna be together, and I wanna spend the night with you. Yeah, yeah. That's one. Two is I feel so untouched 'cause I want you so much, and I just can't resist you. I'm going crazy since the moment I met you. And that's two. Okay. And then there are the ones you don't know that Australian girls do know. Okay. Which are really important to us. Also, so we started with I Want You to Want Me. I want you to want me. But the way that song starts, it goes dung, 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 which we did this. Each, a different member of the band, turned around like this. Dung, dung, dung. And then I want you to want me. Those are the days. I had such a fun time at school. I'm very lucky. I had one very bad year. So don't worry. I got my piece. Okay, I learnt my lessons. I had one horrible year. You want to know what happened? I was sick a lot because I had migraines. And one day I was sick. And the day that I happened to be sick, someone started a Gossip Girl Facebook group where they were revealing all of the secrets of everyone in school. And because I was sick, I started getting all of these text messages being like, Joe, are you Gossip Girl? Are you Gossip Girl? And I was like, I'm not Gossip Girl. Firstly, I just don't give a fuck about any of these people. Like, I don't care enough to be Gossip Girl. And I was like, I'm not Gossip Girl. I just happened to be sick today. And I was like, also, I was so busy because I did theater. I was a competitive martial artist. Like, I just had a very full life. Okay? And everyone decided I was Gossip Girl. And when I tell you, every fucking girl, bar 2 girls in school, stopped talking to me. And Alex tried to get me expelled. She went to the principal and was like, Joe is Gossip Girl. And I was like, I'm not Gossip Girl. They called me into the office, into the headmaster's. I was like, I swear on my life, I am not Gossip Girl. I'm not Gossip Girl. I'm not. I don't have any control of these freaking. I didn't do it. I didn't even know half these rumors. But the problem was I was friends with a lot of people at school. So it's like, because of the breadth of the rumors, well, this is the thing, Testy Johnson. So 2 girls continue to talk to me, Katie and Sasha. And Katie and Sasha, I still talk to them today, still very close. Okay. 2 girls continued to talk to me because they knew who the real Gossip Girl was. Now, they didn't tell me because they didn't want to rat her out. But when I tell you, no one in school talked to me for a year. And then Lucy and Emma got wasted at a party and admitted to being Gossip Girl. But it was a year later, so no one gave a fuck. But do you think anyone came to me and was like, hey, that was crazy that we just all stopped talking to you? No. They just started talking to me again as if that had never happened. And that's on all girls school. Crazy. They ain't loyal. Well, they are loyal though, because if they had... Have I been to reunions? No, but okay, how crazy is this? I was thinking the other day. 4 of my closest friends I have had for almost 3 decades. Because we have known each other since kindergarten. A lot of my friends, I have a lot of friends from school. I keep friends for a long time when I have them. The AI thing is of note in music now. People are creating AI music, stealing others, and also flooding. And that's really hard, right? Because a lot of okay, so I went through another period where when I got my Ableton board, I was going to make music, and a lot of the music I was going to make was like inspired by Halsey, because that's who I liked at the time. It was like, I had 2 songs that one was like, it's like, never wanted to be human, now I gotta fight it. Never wanted feelings, now I gotta hide them. Never wanted you, but you had to fucking try it. Never wanted this, da 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 da. Anyway, it was very Halsey coded. And the other one was the same too, because I desperately wanted out of my relationship, but I didn't know how to get out of it. So it was like, you'll be fine, I lie, you'll be fine, I lie, you'll be fine. I'm telling myself as I'm walking away, I love you, I don't wanna stay. I love you, and I can't walk away. I need you to just let me go. I need you to somehow already know that it's not fair. No, it's not fair. And that I still care. Oh, I love you. Yeah, I love you. It's the half truth. You'll be fine. I lie. Anyway, it was my music at that time was very Halsey inspired. And when I was trying to work out how to use my Ableton, I was looking up Halsey stems. So when I see people like stealing other people's music, my question is, where is the line, right? Between like taking stems and sampling and that sort of thing. I don't know. Guys, we've been very bad at playing this game. Joe, have you seen this? Links. I can't see the links because I suck. I've given you so much lore. God, I've been a lore master today. That Emma, she's got a baby now. I saw her baby today on Instagram. Because she's hanging out with another one of my friends from school. All the gullies, we all hang out. Everything was blue. I loved that song. Okay, let's frickety dickety go go. Too much chat.
Of autonomy. By the end, it will be absolutely clear that the trad wife trend was never just about baking bread. It was always about conditioning the public for a future where women's participation in the workforce is quietly reframed, not as a right, but as a problem to be solved. Before we get started, you know what
Her
to
baby's
do.
a future gossip
Love
girl.
or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care. Saving America by Saving the Family argues that the United States is facing a civilization crisis driven by declining marriage rates, falling birth rates, and the erosion of the two-parent household. The report claims that these trends threaten economic stability, social cohesion, and national survival. The central thesis is that the heterosexual, married, biological parent family is the foundational unit of civilization, and that public policy should actively enforce this structure. I wish for once they'd come up with something original. Republicans.
Isn't that though, keeping in mind that that is similar to what I was talking about terrorism before? And also we went to film Girl Dozer on Tuesday and we didn't. And now Pixel's sick. But we previously did a Girl Dozer episode on trad waifs like Nara Smith, etc., who I think is funny, but still. I even think the Secret Wives of Mormon Lives, like a lot of that stuff, the upping of like Utah culture, I think because people think it's Mormonism, they don't associate it with like evangelical Christianity and trad wives, but the proliferation of Mormon culture in pop culture is something that I think contributes to this, because they're kind of like default trad wives.
Have been singing this sorry tune for 30 years, but here we go. While the authors repeatedly insist that government should play a limited role in Americans' lives, the report proposes an extensive re-engineering of tax, welfare, labor, childcare, and reproductive policy to incentivize marriage, discourage non-marital family structures, and reshape individual life choices through economic pressure.
The other thing about this that a lot of people don't consider is, you know how Republicans keep talking about these bullshit jobs and how they need to get rid of like middle management jobs and all of these jobs for like managers. You know, they just sit around doing nothing all day. Two things about this. One is, funnily enough, those management jobs, those human resource jobs, those project manager jobs, they're women's jobs, right? Secondly, the reason they think they're bullshit jobs is because men do not have object permanence. So they see like girls being like 5'2" in an oversized jacket, 5'2" in an oversized jacket. And they're like, oh my God, that's all those bitches do all day. No. But that's their brain is like, oh, these people don't do anything, therefore they have bullshit jobs. Meanwhile, they're running the whole company. But the idea is that get rid of those jobs and women will have no choice but to go home and have a baby, right? Get rid of make sure, like reindustrialize America. Bring back the oilers, bring back manufacturing so that all the men have the hard labor jobs. Bring back all the jobs for men. At the same time, get rid of all of the jobs for women. As a teacher, I see some of the young women I teach are drawn to the economic, and this is the crazy thing as well, the glitz and glamour of WAGs, as long as I'm financially taking care of what's the issue. It's so, KW, that's such a good point, because it really, I sometimes play into it because it's like a little bit of fun, right? But, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Why do I have to work a job? I'm just a girl. I don't know how to work anything. I'm just a girl. I don't know how to do that. I need a man to do it for me. That's a boy job. It's girl dinner. I don't even know how to make dinner. It's so crazy as well. It's like the way that young girls, they don't understand what they're saying as well. When they're like, I just want a man who leads. It's like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean a man who like takes care of the family? No, that would be my responsibility. Okay, do you mean like does he cook? Does he clean? What do you mean like he's the leader of the household? Like, what do you mean by that? I don't know. No, I do all of that. That's my job. My job is to do things to make things possible. What they mean is the man makes all the decisions and then I make it a reality for him. They don't understand they are signing up to make another person, like to be an NPC. You think, oh, I'm not making money. I'm not making my own money. And therefore, I'm going to have such an easy life because I'm just going to be doing makeup and stuff. And that's all well and good. But do you know who actually, like, oh, hang on. I know we're playing the game, but just I need to talk to you because this is serious. When I was working in Parliament, one of the biggest pressing issues that we were looking at was homelessness. And the group that is overwhelmingly affected by homelessness that isn't talked. I know I look like Erica Kirk. Isn't that crazy? It's insane. The group, which crazily enough means I also look like Jojo Siwa, unfortunately for me. But whatever. No, she's beautiful. I shouldn't shit on other women for no reason. I take it back. Anyway, my point, please. Focus. The group that is most affected by homelessness is women over 50 because they gave up their working lives to support the men in their lives, okay? They gave up their career to raise children, to stay at home and do that labor, to do the cooking, to do the cleaning, because I honestly think men sometimes owe you money. Okay? Can I just say this? I do agree with women who say, do not give men wife treatment unless you are a fucking wife. Because when you cook for them Every time you cook for them, they should have to pay you however much it would have cost them to get fucking DoorDash. When you clean their house, they should have to pay you however much it would have cost them to get a cleaner. When you do their laundry, they should have to pay you for however much it would have cost them to get someone to do their laundry, because they are outsourcing all of those domestic duties to you, which if you were not around, they would have paid for. Or they would have done their fucking selves. And when they weren't doing it their fucking selves, they were either working and making more money or playing on their fucking PlayStation. In which case, why the fuck are you doing labor so they can play a game? Are they doing labor so that you can do shit you want to do? If they are, fair enough. Maybe you got a 50-50 household. That's fine. Maybe you're doing it that way. But I'm just saying, if I'm talking any young girl who happens to see this, do not do that, because you're going to build your whole life around supporting this man and making him so special. Oh my God, I got to make him like me. I got to be incredible. I got to be so chill, and I just got to do everything to make him love me. And then he's going to drop you like fucking shit because he never cared about you anyway. And you wasted all of this time and all of this money and all of this shit on him making his life easier. He didn't do that fucking shit for you. Did he? No. You know why? Because men, okay, I'm going to say, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm sorry. It's a bioessentialist point of view. And I'm saying things about men and women right now. And obviously I know.
I'm a man and I owe Joe money. You're right.
I haven't done your laundry. Okay. You don't owe me money, but I appreciate the money. Okay. I'm not going to say no to the money. But I just want to say, this is a bioessentialist point of view. And I am not a bioessentialist. And I believe there are multiple, the difference between sex and gender, blah, 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 all, caveat. Thank you so much for subbing. All of the, the things you should know about me, inshallah. Hopefully, you know that these are true of me. Wait, I can't find my activity board, so I don't know if you said something with that sub, but I appreciate the sub. Oh, it was there. It's not working. Cool. I'm so glad about that. I love it when shit doesn't work. Anyway. Oh, my bioessentialist point of view. Men love to propagate this myth that men were born alone. The individual. I was shitting on that painting this morning. That painting. They love that painting. This idea of man is an island. Man is alone in the world. It is just man, the individual, who is born in the forest and must. And Rousseau has a lot to answer for. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, I'm looking at you, bro. Okay, this idea of this rugged individual man who must fight his own way, which is so crazy because guess what? Men, you were not an individual. You were grown inside a woman who had to give up her life to take care of you, who had to consider you in every choice she made for 9 months. For 9 months, a woman gave her life. She split herself in half, both physically when she gave birth to you and mentally for 9 months as she considered you every time she drank a drink, every time she ate a meal, every time she walked, every time she did anything, she was thinking about how her actions would impact you. And then you were born, you split her in half, you tore her body apart, and immediately, without even taking a beat to rest, she began using her body to feed you. And then again, every decision she made from then until you were self-sufficient was making sure that she was available to take care of your needs. So I think that men and women, from a biological essentialist point of view, have a different view on things because men never have to share their body. They never have to carry another human being inside their body. They never have to mentally think as two people the way that women do, the way that women are trained to socially, and the way that women are forced to biologically if they choose to carry a baby. Because men never have to face this biological reality, will I have to think for two people? Not will I make the choice to think for two people. Not will I decide that I'm going to have a partner and I'm going to love them and I'm going to consider them, that I'm going to have children. No, not that they have the choice. Biologically, they are forced to. And not only are they forced to choose to think about another person, but sometimes the will of that other person is enforced upon them. Sometimes they are forced to be sick. Sometimes they can't move. Their body swells. Their feet grow a fucking size. Their body permanently changes because they decided to let this other thing live inside them. And so this is my point. Don't do men's laundry. Don't. You want to? Don't. Because you know who is the number one group affected by homelessness? Women over 50. Because this is in Australia. I don't know about other places. Because they give up their careers, okay? And even if they go back into the workforce, okay, even if they go back into the workforce, their key working years, the years that you make the most money, they spent out of the workforce. Raising children, the years where you get promotions, where you do your work experience, they spent out of the workforce. So when they come back into the workforce, they're not rising the ranks. They're not going up. Okay, they're not suddenly, oh, all those years that men spent when they're, I'm networking, I'm going out with the bosses on Friday night and we're going to chill and women are at home looking after the children, of course, and doing their men's laundry and cooking for their men, okay? Women are at home wiping fucking noses and asses and cleaning shit stains and drawings on the wall while men and, networking with the boss so I can get a promotion. And then, you're going to love this, you're going to love this, you're going to love this so much. So that whole time as well that they've been out of their workforce, they haven't been getting superannuation. Nothing's been going into their 401k. But that's fine, right? Because why do they need to worry about retirement? Because they'll have their husband that they've sacrificed so much of their life for. Their husband will take care of them in the older years because of all the work and all the labor and all of the love they've put into. They've given him children. They've made sacrifices so that he could follow his career, correct? All of this happened, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, when it comes time and they get old and they get over 50 and it gets close to their retirement, guess what happens? He drops her. He drops her for a younger fucking model. He drops her for someone who's more chill, who hasn't become not so sexy, because you know what's not sexy? The wiping of the noses and the catching the kids cold from preschool and the fucking gaining weight because you don't have time to go to the gym. Your husband has time to play golf all fucking weekend, but you don't get any time to even go for a walk around the block because he can't handle the kids by himself. He's sorry, but they're just so stressful and he doesn't want them to hurt themselves. So you never get to fucking breathe because he views himself as a babysitter. And even then, he can't babysit for more than 15 minutes alone. Can't you call your sister? I don't like the two of them together. It's too much. Anyway, I feel passionate about this. So I'm really fun around young women, teenagers in particular, because the thing is, I'm the kind of girl who wants to do the laundry. I'm the kind of girl who's like, I'll do anything. Okay? So I have to be this passionate because otherwise I'm telling myself, okay? Because women end up on the fucking street and those men who swore that they would be there with them forever do not give a fuck. They leave them there to fucking rot. The mother of their children, they let her sleep in a fucking car after everything she did for him. He don't give a fuck. Anyway, if you're wondering, that's what happens. That's what happens. Oh yeah, and that's just that's a good man. We're not talking about men who beat their wives, by the way. We're not talking about the men who beat their wives, so I don't know. Even if you bag yourself a good one, who doesn't say, you provoked me. Anyway, let's learn about trans wives. Guys, everyone would be quiet. I do have this impact on people at parties. This isn't the first time that I've made a room go silent, and it won't be the last. There were 61 people here on Twitch and 30 people here on YouTube just staring at the screen being like, I'm afraid. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah. Neptune is in Aries. Shit's about to change.
Policy report is built on several non-negotiable premises. Children have a right to be raised by their married biological mother and father. Alternative family structures are framed as inherently inferior, both morally and socially.
Obviously.
Adult autonomy is repeatedly subordinated to what the authors define as children's needs, and social decline is attributed not to structural inequality, labor precarity, or increased housing costs, but to cultural permissiveness.
To be fair, I feel like in Eastern Europe, men drink themselves to death, but also if women hit their husbands, no one cares. Which is bad, but it like stops them from you know what? Do that thing with the typewriter where you take it back and you said nothing. I take it back. I take it back!
Around sex, marriage, and women's independence. Marriage is treated not as a private relationship, but as a pre-political institution.
Yes.
The state is justified in protecting and privileging. They blame the decline in families on the usual suspects. Welfare programs that allegedly make marriage economically irrational. The rise of single-parent households. Delayed marriage and childbirth. Women's labor force participation framed as a cost to family formation.
Yeah, because why would you have
cultural
babies if you're at
shifts,
work?
including feminism, secularism, pornography, and careerism, whatever that is. What, having a job? And finally, childcare systems that enable dual income households. Rather than treating these as outcomes of economic transformation, the report frames them as policy mistakes and moral failures that must be reversed. So here's how the good white Christian nationalist folks over at the Heritage Foundation plan to fix the family. I can't wait. The first pillar of the Heritage Report is what we can call the marriage coercion. The report argues that the breakdown of the nuclear family is the root of all evil, the root of American instability. But instead of suggesting social support, it proposes using the tax code and welfare system as a cudgel. The report proposes embedding marriage metrics into all economic policy, explicitly stating that the workforce and development program should aim to make men and women more marriageable. Key proposals include eliminating marriage penalties in welfare while adding stricter work requirements, conditioning benefits on marital status, expanding federally supported marriage education and relationship boot camps, whatever those are. Conservatives think that welfare penalizes marriage because many means-tested programs are built around household income and marital status. Because these social welfare systems were created before women could have their own bank accounts, before they had access to credit and education, and before they had the legal right to use birth control. This means that two low-income adults can actually end up worse off after marrying than they were when they were single. Benefits are calculated by combining incomes without proportionately increasing support. So the act of getting married can trigger sharp benefit losses even when nothing about the family's material reality has meaningfully improved. In that framework, marriage becomes financially risky for people who are already living at the margins. Nevertheless, conservatives don't treat this as a welfare policy design flaw. They treat it as a moral problem. Marriage is assumed to be a stabilizing institution and a pathway out of poverty. So welfare is framed as replacing what a husband is supposed to provide. When a single parent, usually a woman, can access housing, food, and healthcare.
I love the idea as well that there's an entire market of men who are incredibly keen to marry single mothers. I've only heard good things about dating as a single mother. I've heard nothing bad. I hear men are very keen to get with single mothers. And I think they'd be even more keen if you took away welfare and said, oh, by the way, you're financially responsible for my child now, by the way.
and those supports diminish once a partner enters the household. Conservatives interpret that as the state rewarding single motherhood and discouraging marriage. The conclusion they draw is not that families need more support, but that the system itself is providing the wrong incentives. Underneath the technical argument is a much deeper belief about how society should be organized. The married two-parent household is treated as the natural and proper unit of social life, and public policy is expected to reinforce it. Welfare becomes suspect not just because it costs money, but because it allows women and children to survive outside of male breadwinner dependence. In that sense, welfare is framed as culturally corrosive. It weakens traditional gender roles,
I'm getting quiet 'cause
loosens
I'm
the link between
getting
marriage and childbearing,
fucking
and
mad.
undermines what conservatives see as the moral architecture of family life. What the conservative narrative consistently leaves out is that the economic instability comes first. People don't avoid marriage because welfare makes them comfortable.
Yeah.
They avoid it because low wages, precarious work, unaffordable housing, lack of health care, and non-existent childcare make marriage financially dangerous.
Yeah.
Welfare benefits are modest and tightly restricted, and the steepest benefit cliffs often hit the people who are the least able to absorb them. The conservative narrative flips the cause and the effect, blaming family structure for poverty rather than acknowledging how economic conditions actually shape family choices. Once marriage has been framed as something the state has been unfairly penalizing, it becomes easy to justify reshaping social policy around coercion rather than care. Ending marriage penalties typically means tightening eligibility, adding more work requirements, and redirecting resources towards married couples rather than expanding support for everyone. The goal is not to reduce poverty, it's to use economic pressure to steer people towards a specific model of family life, whether or not that model reflects the realities that those people are actually living in. If you are poor, you...
Guys, we're accidentally encouraging people to be single by making, because you know what I think when I'm financially stressed, I think, you know what I'd love to add on right now? I'd like to date some people. I think I'm going to go out, go on some cheeky little first dates, which are never stressful. Might get into a relationship, not stressful, by the way. You know what makes me want to have fun? Being poor. Can I tell you, my worst fear in my life right now would be having a baby. Because I'm, okay, well, no, it would be falling pregnant. Because I'm at the kind of age where, like, not having a, like, choosing to not have a baby would be, okay, water. Choosing to not have a baby would be a big decision. In terms of, like, being pregnant and then choosing not to have that baby would be a big decision. Because I am at an age where it's like, well, that may not happen again. But I could not have a baby right now because I can barely keep myself functioning. Okay? Like, there is nothing in, like, I cannot think of anything more stressful than having a baby. There is, you could, like, maybe if I was on welfare. But I'm not. You're going to take welfare away? You're going to say, hey, you're pregnant. You know what you should do now? We don't want you to be on welfare. We don't want to give you any benefits. We want you to find a husband. You know, all those super sexy 20-year-olds who are out there trying to have fun and date? We think you should compete with them. You washed up pregnant single woman. Go get a husband. We've decided that the state doesn't need to take care of this because there's a man out there who definitely will want to, because men love taking care of things that don't benefit them. You know what's crazy? I don't even think a support... Okay, my ex and I were together for 8 years, and she really wanted a baby, and there was a big age gap between us. I didn't want a baby. It became like a big thing. Anyway, we broke up. She got pregnant and had a baby. She's trying to have a second baby right now, and she's doing it by herself, and she is able to do it by herself. But she has a supportive family. She has parents who are supportive, and she makes money. okay? She is not poor. Is it still a fucking stretch in a single... she's stressed all of the time? 100%. Where, obviously, I'm queer because I was dating a woman, and in queer communities, relationships are different. So I still talk to my ex probably every 2 to 3 days. So, like, I'm aware of the struggles that she faces, being a single mum to soon to be 2 children, right? And shit is expensive. You don't need to have a supportive partner, but the idea that as a single mum, it's going to be easy for you to find a man who not only wants to date you, but wants to marry you and wants to take on the entire financial burden of a child without the support from the state. That's crazy. I think I lost YouTube. Guys, my YouTube died. And I don't know how to get it back. I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a diamond ring. Oh my god! No, not the pregnant touch. No. Oh my god. Don't give me the pregnant touch. Somehow make me give birth back to my YouTube stream. Where did it go? Come back, YouTube stream. I don't want it to take 9 months. Please come back. Guys, Sheriff Truman is going to find another streamer at some point. It's going to be a tough day for the stream. Because right now he's supporting me, a single mother of this stream. Trying to keep the stream alive without government welfare. And I don't know how we'll survive as a stream. Oh, YouTube's live? Amazing. He will. He'll trade me for a younger, chiller streamer who's chill, and it'll be sad, you know? Because then we'll be here, a single mother of a stream, without any government welfare, without any sheriff. And you think that there's another viewer out there who wants to support me and my stream? No, they want a fun young stream. They want a fun young chill stream. Okay? And the rest of you, everyone's like, oh, it takes a village to raise a stream. It's fine as long as you have community. Yeah? You think? I don't know. Guys, I've stayed up so late, I'm kind of hungry. And you know what that makes me think? I'm skinny! Because I never feel hungry during the day because I just eat. And that is why Nicki Minaj and I are fat at the moment. Oh, shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck.
Must marry someone with a lot more money than you for that decision to make financial sense.
Literally
There's only one
easy.
thing that can fix poverty, and it's not marriage, it's money. Proposals to reward early marriage and increase childbearing include the Newlywed Early Starters Trust, or NEST accounts. The federal government makes a one-time deposit of $2,500 into savings accounts automatically created for every newborn child born
That's
within
not enough.
a first marriage, if the parents are under the age
Oh.
of 30. Notice, born during a first marriage. You don't get that credit if you're divorced. Interesting,
Guys,
huh?
I'm
The Family
fucked.
and Marriage Tax Credit. This is a refundable tax benefit exclusively for married couples who have a child together. It provides $4,480 $18 per
not
year
enough.
per child
That's a nice
paid
pair
to
of shoes.
married joint
Oh, what the
filers
fuck?
who are the child's biological parents.
Okay.
The credit is available in the year the child is born and for the next 3 years. In total, the per
No,
child
it's
benefit
not
adds up to
enough.
$17,670, but is deliberately spread out
My child's
to
going to Montessori
reward
school.
marriage
I'm going to need more
stability
money.
over time, they say. So you only get the benefit if you stay married. The design becomes more aggressive with larger families. Married couples having 3 or more children receive a 25% large family
See?
bonus,
The
increasing the
Mormons.
annual credit for those additional children to $5,521 each. Taken together, the FAM credit is not a neutral child benefit. It is a tightly conditioned financial incentive that ties significant cash support to marriage, biological parenthood, continued work, and family expansion. Marriage is framed as an
These
economic
creepy fucks.
milestone that the state should actively subsidize. The report suggests restructuring the tax code to provide massive marriage bonuses while simultaneously removing the safety nets that allow single parents, statistically mostly women, to survive independently. Of course, we know that the goal here isn't really to encourage marriage. It's to create an environment where, for the poor and working class, marriage becomes an economic survival strategy instead of a romantic choice. To return to a time when a woman's financial security was legally and practically tethered to a husband. We all know childcare in America is in a crisis. The cost
Do you know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? So many things. I went to start that. I went to like say something and I realized, oh shit. So many things are crazy. The things I was thinking of is the things that impacted women just the generation above me. Just the generation above me. Like, I mean, a woman can't get a credit card or open a bank account herself without having a man co-sign for her. Or my English teacher told me that when she got married, they sat her down and asked her about retiring because work wasn't for married women. You just worked for fun until you found a husband, and then you would go home and do your real job because you were just pretending. We were playing. We were playing until you got married. And it's like, that was the generation above me. That was my teacher. And it's like, we haven't even had the freedoms that we have. No fault divorce. No fault divorce. We haven't even had the freedoms that we have for one whole fucking generation, and they're trying to take it away. Like, I actually feel myself tearing up because it's like, maybe I'm just hungry. Hang on. It just makes me upset because people act like, women have taken it too far. We haven't even had it since the 70s. We haven't even had it we haven't even had it for a full generation of fucking women. Just let us be alone and understand ourselves, not in relationship to a man for at least a fucking 100 years before you come and attack it. Jesus Christ. It's so upsetting. Like, a man has never, they're saying here, like, get married. Like, we're going to incentivize you to get married. They're not just going to incentivize women. They're going to punish women. Because this is what I mean. Like, a man has never had to consider that in getting married, their boss would sit them down and be like, so how are we phasing you out of the workforce? Because obviously you're going to want to be at home to support your wife. We've got to pretend it's immigrants' fault. Exactly. How do I feel about universal childcare? Pussies. The entire reality of women being in the workforce is reliant on childcare. And the second that childcare is taken away, women will be back in the home. Attacking childcare is the number one way to get women out of the workforce, and they will be doing it. Universal childcare is the best thing that you can do for women. And I always find it interesting that this is like, okay, this is where people are like, I'm a pluralist, right? So I occupy a lot of different areas. And one area where people might be like, oh, you're a rat femme. I always find it interesting and the sexual revolution and all of the crazy advancements that women were able to make in the 70s, which, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about that. All of that was great. But it's so crazy that during that time, we couldn't secure universal health care. Childcare. The most important thing that exists for women is universal childcare. And that is true for straight women. That is true for gay women. That is true for women who do not want to have children, because even if you don't want to have children, they will. So long as women having children is a way to get them out of the workforce, you will be pressured to have children. But so long as the child rearing isn't a sexual differentiator, that pressure on you goes down. Like, oh, guys, you got to explain this somehow to poorer men. That's where the battleground has to be, because if they vote with the rich fucks, I mean, can I tell you like my honest opinion on that right now, Tom? I agree, but I just don't agree that elections are going to be free and fair and open. Like, we have the richest man on earth inseminating random fucking women everywhere he looks. He's just have my babies. He's got some weird idea about repopulating not just the earth but Mars with his little spawn, and he's the one paying to keep this crazy fucking administration in power. And so, of course, give me an improved version of your pun. Women need to appeal to... No, I agree that but you know what's so funny? It's like feminism needs to appeal to lower class sensibilities. Guess who makes up a big part of the lower fucking class? I just found out that there's a guy in hospital, and for some reason he swallowed loads of Scrabble tires. And doctors say that he's experiencing really weird bowel movements. The next one could spell disaster. Apparently he's in consonant pain too. Very funny. I can't give a duck. Very funny. Yeah, I'm psyched about it too, Faith. But it's so annoying to me, because it's like, oh, you gotta appeal to the lower class men. How about people appeal to fucking lower class? We're the most reliant voting base. We make up more of the lower class. Like, ugh. How do you make men care about you? Truly, the question every woman asks herself all day fucking every day. How do I make a man give a shit about me? Whether it's romantically, whether it's politically, whether it's paternally. This question plagues women from the minute they're born to the minute they fucking die. Don't you worry. Women are wondering, how do I make men give a shit about me? And if we could come up with the answer, the problem is, I just genuinely don't know if there is a way. We've tried other ways. Make them want to fuck us? Does that work? No. Not for long. No. Give birth to them? Take care of them? No. That can be turned off too, funnily enough. So I don't know. Do their laundry. Well, I think I've made my opinion clear on that one. But this is the problem. When men want to protect women, it's no good if the government is doing it. And the problem is, once men start protecting women, they start thinking in terms of owning women. And once they own women, well, once again, things become conditional. You disrespected me after everything I've done for you, how I fought for your rights. Yeah, you're right. It's actually all about a good turnaround. I don't know. Man, guys, now you made me doom-pilled. I'm trying to revegetate the earth. And instead I'm just back to my misandrist roots. You don't want me to be a misandrist. What are some things that a guy can do to be a really good partner to his girlfriend beyond the common notions? I think noticing. I think a lot of boys get caught, like, and I say this because I've been in a relationship with the men and women, so I know the difference, right? Noticing things, just like pay attention to a world that isn't your own world. You'd be surprised how like much just doesn't get noticed. And like, don't belittle their interests, like, you know, do you know how many women learn about fucking sport who don't care about sport? Okay, wait, hang on, I've been sitting here. Women will learn rules and schedules and players, and they'll buy the jersey and they'll get stuff ready for their friends, and they allow you to watch, like, they not only do you watch sport, but they watch sport with you like all the fucking time, right? And then men will be like, ugh, you're watching this shit again, this reality shit's rotting your fucking brain. God, I could never watch this. You should watch every season of Vanderpump Rules, you fucking little shit. For every one game of sport that a woman watches for you, you need to watch one episode of reality TV. And I don't mean be on your phone. And you better know who Jax fucking is, and you better know he's the number one guy. You better know what Scandival is, okay? And if you don't, and you better watch 90 Day Fiancé, and you better enjoy it. Because the thing is, it's like, it's not like, oh my God, actually, wait, here's another thing. I'm going to make you watch another thing. Oh my God. Because okay, sure, but do you know how much? That's good though. You should know about Taylor Swift. That's a good sign. That's good. Wait. This is so true. This is so sad. I have a sad, because we've already watched a scene from a movie. We can watch another scene from a movie. And then it's okay because, you know. Do you guys know this one? Wait, hang on. Taylor Swift did play for the New York Giants. Okay, you ready?
Well, I'm gonna go do the dishes.
Cool.
It'd be nice if you helped me.
No problem. We'll get them a little bit later. I'm just gonna hit the streets here for a little bit.
Gary, come on. I don't want to do them later. Let's just do them now. Take 15 minutes.
Oh, honey, I am so exhausted. I just honestly want to relax for a little bit. If I could just sit here, let my food digest, and just try to enjoy the quiet for a little bit. Get some, get some, get some. That's what happens. And we will, we can clean the dishes tomorrow.
Gary, you know, I don't like waking up to a dirty kitchen.
Who cares?
I care, all right?
I care.
I busted my ass all day cleaning this house and then cooking that meal, and I worked today. It would be nice if you said thank you and helped me with the dishes.
Fine.
Don't do
I'll
that.
have to do the damn dishes.
Oh, come on. You know what? No, that's not what I want.
You just said that you want me to help you do the dishes.
I want you to want to do the dishes.
Why would I want to do dishes? Why?
See, that's my whole point.
Do you think she
Let me
wants to
see
do
if
the
I'm
dishes?
following this, okay? Are you telling me that you're upset because I don't have a strong desire to clean dishes?
No, I'm upset because you don't have a strong desire to offer to do the dishes.
I just did.
After I asked you.
Because it's not about wanting to do the dishes. It's about wanting to make the person you love's life easier. You want to do it because just like you're sitting and playing the PlayStation, maybe she'd like to relax, and she did shit all day for you, and maybe you would think about someone who's not yourself.
Jesus, Brooke, you're acting crazy again.
Don't you call me crazy. I am not crazy.
I didn't call you crazy. I didn't call you crazy. No, I didn't. I said you're acting crazy.
You know what, Gary? I asked you to do one thing today, one very simple thing, to bring me 12 lemons, and you brought me 3.
God damn it. If I knew that it was going to be this much trouble, I would have brought home 24 lemons. Even 100 lemons. I know.
It's always that. It's like, I asked you to do something so minuscule and you fucked that up. And he's like, oh my God, it's such a little thing. If I knew that this small little thing was going to be such a big deal, it's like, That's the point. That is the point. That it was the smallest fucking thing. That it was a tiny ask. That it was something anyone could have done. That it was such a small thing for you to do. And you still didn't fucking do it.
You know what I wish? I wish everyone that was at that goddamn table had their own little private bag of lemons.
And then belittling.
Well, that's all you're talking about.
I'm just saying it'd be nice if you did things that I asked. It would be even nicer if you did things without me having to ask you.
Well, I do seem to remember doing something for you this morning without you asking.
Gary, come on.
What? I'm
You know what?
serious.
No,
Come
I'm
here.
serious.
I am
I
too.
really am. Come on, you knew I was working today and I made that meal and you could have thought to yourself, you know, you could have said, yeah, I think I'm going to get Brooke some flowers.
No, that would
You
never
said
occur.
on our very first date that you don't like flowers, that they're a waste of money.
Every girl likes flowers, Gary.
You said that you don't like flowers. I'm supposed to take that to mean that you do like flowers?
No, this is not about. You're not getting it. You're not
Thank
getting
you,
this, Gary. Okay, it's not about the lemons. It's not about the flowers. It's not about the dishes. It's just about, how many times do I have to drop hints about the ballet?
You know I can't Brooke, come here. We talked about the damn ballet. I hate the goddamn ballet. You got a bunch of dudes in tights flopping around for 3 hours.
This is exactly what I mean, though. It doesn't matter if you like it. She likes it. And she does so many things that she doesn't like for you.
Like a medieval techno show. It's a nightmare. I sit there in a sweat. The whole thing. I do. Wondering when the hell's the goddamn nightmare gonna end? Go to a damn ballet.
It's not about you loving the ballet, Gary. It's about the person that you loves
Loves
the
the
ballet.
ballet.
And you're wanting to spend time with that person.
Not when they're at the ballet.
Okay, forget the ballet. Forget the ballet. We don't go.
The reason girls like flowers. Okay. And I truly believe this. Even girls who don't like flowers. Ah! Thank you! Even people who don't like flowers. Okay. Wow. Wait, hang on. Who's gifting? You have to stop. I'm gonna have to ban you somehow. You gotta stop. Okay, the reason that women like flowers, even women who don't like flowers, the reason that flowers are universally liked is because if we are taking the stereotypical man who is very logical, right? A man does not see the value in flowers. He does not understand. He's like, well, they're just going to die and they're super expensive. And you could get something better. Instead of spending $100 on roses, you could actually buy something that you'll use that's useful. A man doesn't see the value in flowers. That's why they're valuable. Because you are getting him to essentially say, I am willing to waste my money on you. This is something I see absolutely no value in, but you seem to like it. And I don't need to understand it. I can think it's a waste of money and still be willing to spend stupid amounts of money on this thing that will die in a week that makes you happy for a moment, that makes you happy while you walk past them for a week. I am willing to spend money on something that is worthless to me, that I see as a waste of money. I'm willing to waste my money on you. So thank you. I can't give a duck. I'm gonna change my stream software, I think, and then I won't have so many issues. And right now I tell you I'm just a girl, but I'm not. I'm a woman who's very capable. Okay? But that's the flower thing, decoded for you guys. I am willing to spend my money on something I see no value in just because it will make you happy. What if a man buys a house for their partner? Why didn't he buy two?
Anywhere together.
We just went to Ann Arbor together.
To Ann Arbor. To the Michigan Notre Dame game. You think screaming drunk kids and leprechauns doing backflips, that's fun. That's fun for me. Come on, man. I did that for you. What do you...
The reason it's the reason it is heterocentric, I can't give a duck, is because every time I've been in a relationship with women, Them and flowers all over the place. We've been buying each other flowers. Our houses are fucking beautiful because we love to make a beautiful house for one another. We love to make one another smile. The problem's in women on women relationship. Oh my. You can't even make that joke. Okay? First of all, why would you say that? Because now I have to get mad at you when you're giving me all this money. It makes me feel bad. What do you get? Do you want approval? You can't say things just. I know you're joking, okay? But it creates a bad precedent for other people in the stream to suggest that financially supporting the stream gets you any sort of additional access, any sort of additional anything, okay? I appreciate the support. Very lovely. But nobody gets anything from me except what they get on this stream. Okay? And it is an important precedent for me to make very clear. You cannot buy access to me. You cannot buy any kind of emotional intimacy from me. You cannot buy any sort of connection from me through gifting. I know you know this, but because you've said, do I get something? I now have to make it clear to everyone that I am a streamer, you are an audience, and any financial support you give to me is for what I create here on the stream. It is for creating a space and community where we all enjoy things together. You enjoy my insights, you enjoy what I create. No amount of money that anyone gives me provides any sort of additional access, provides any sort of intimacy whatsoever. That is not my job. That is not what I do. Okay? So I can give you man points for being a good man. I know that's not what you meant. But because you say it, I now have to make it clear for everyone watching that that is not an access portal, to make it clear that, to make it safe for me to stream. Okay? It has nothing to do with anyone else. It just needs to be made very clear. This is a boundary. There is no getting past the boundary. And if me setting boundaries makes people not want to support the stream, that's fine. That wasn't the kind of support that I needed anyway. That's not support that I can rely on to stream, because I cannot be purchased as a friend, cannot be purchased as an intimate partner, cannot be purchased in any kind of way. No access to me can be purchased. This is the access you get. So that I know you know that, Sheriff. But because you had to write the comment, do I get anything? I then had to demonstrate to everyone, no, you don't. Because this is why I stopped streaming last time, and unfortunately, it is very crazy what some people think they can get away with. Yeah, trust, loyalty, small, thoughtful shit. Okay, women make the house beautiful for one another. Trans women count as women. They be doing that. They be doing those things. You don't have to explain to another woman why flowers are nice to receive on a whim. You don't have to explain to another woman why you have to do the dishes at night. None of that has to be explained. What do you mean on YouTube you do get something?
How do you show up for me?
I'm up on the bus every goddamn day for you.
Come on,
I'm busting my ass to be the best tour guide in the damn city so I can make enough money to support both of us, and hopefully you won't have to work one day.
I want to work.
All I ask, Brooke, is that you show a little bit of appreciation.
See, and that's how men turn it around. They go, look what I can do. Like, how I'm making it so you don't have to work.
That I just get 20 minutes to relax when I come home instead of being attacked with questions and nag the whole damn thing.
You think that I nag you?
That's all you do.
Oh my God. Do you know? Okay, let me just tell you something really important. When this is for the men with girlfriends and the men who will future have girlfriends. Okay. This is a scene from a movie called The Breakup. Okay. When a woman comes to you, I'm just being very heteronormative tonight, okay? And you're letting me because it's fun. I said it's a casual, silly stream. Let me just do what I want, okay? When a woman comes to you and asks you to do something that she knows that you're not going to want to do, she's spent some time thinking about how to phrase it so you won't accuse her of nagging you. She doesn't want to be a nag. Okay? She's thought about it. She's thought about how to phrase it. The heteros are not okay. It's so crazy in a hetero relationship how your brain just evolves. When a woman comes to you and says, hey, can you help me with the dishes? She's thought about her tone. She's thought about what kind of mood you're in. She's thought about, how's that going to go? So then when you turn around and be like, I just don't want to be nagged. I just want a little bit of help. I just want you to think about the fact I may not want to do it either. And then to call me a fucking nag?
Do is nag me. The bathroom's a mess. Your belt doesn't match. Hey, Gary, you should probably go work out. Nothing I ever...
And you know what I love? Something like a comment like, hey, your belt doesn't match. The woman is saying that for you. So you look better in public. So people aren't staring at you thinking your belt doesn't match. Maybe you don't care. Okay, then she's doing it so you don't look like a fucking idiot. Is it nagging to say your fly is down?
Do is ever good enough. I just want to be left the hell alone.
Done. And this is the problem. In a lot of relationships, people want to exist and have an NPC girlfriend who only exists when they want to interact with her and when they want her to come alive and be fun and chill and not demanding because they're the only person who's allowed to be a fully realized person with feelings. And your job, I just want to be left alone. I just want to live my life and have absolutely no obligations, no requirements of me, no nothing. You're just there for when I want to interact with you. But God, it needs to occur to people that also happens on the other side, right? Like maybe she wants to just be alone. No one ever considers that women might, because, oh my God, women just want to be around men all the time, don't they?
Really? Is that what you want, Gary? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
That's what you want?
Yeah.
Fine, great. Do whatever the hell you want. You leave your socks all over this house, dress like a pig, play your stupid-ass video game. I don't care. I'm done.
What?
I am done.
And then
I don't deserve this. I really do not.
What? This has come out of nowhere. But I've been treating you like shit for years. What do you mean you're done? That's crazy. But you didn't even give me a warning.
Not deserve this. I deserve somebody who gives a shit. I'm not spending one more second of this life with some inconsiderate prick. You're a prick.
God, that feels good. God, that feels good. The video, oh my God. That is actually, can I tell you, the number one difference, and this is not true this is a total stereotype, this is just my own experience, this is anecdotal, is the difference in what you do. Like when I have dated women, a lot of our activities that we like to do when we're relaxing in our downtime, not at work, are the same. So a lot of that casual, relaxing time, it creates its own problem, right? Because then you're like, you never get alone time. It's fucking impossible. You're never alone. And it becomes like, you're going to a girls' night? You have a boyfriend, going to a girls' night, easy. You stay home. This is a girls' night. Going to a girls' night, you have a girlfriend? Very complicated. Because are you saying, my friends don't want you there because they fucking hate you? I don't want you there because I want to bitch about you all night. You can't come. It becomes like a big deal to kind of like reject your girlfriend for your girlfriends. And it can cause massive problems. But then alternatively, your girlfriend comes and then it's like, I am never without you, bitch. You are everywhere I am. There's even, you go to the bathroom. They can come to the bathroom too. There's literally nowhere you can go. You cannot escape the girlfriend. Okay? So, like, in some ways, it's very interesting because the girlfriend, is kind of like you automatically spend a lot of time together because you have the same interests. So you spend like, and you automatically think a lot of the same things. But then it's like, oh, you know, the other annoying thing? Let's talk about it. Let's be emotionally mature and talk it out. Let's just really talk about our emotions. Oh my God. I haven't seen the lesbian dating app. But then it's very interesting for me because when I went from when I was with a woman for a very long time, I was like, oh my God, I am literally never alone. So then my next relationship with a man, I was like, look at me. Got time. Got my own interests. Doing things that are just for me. That don't have to, it's like, oh, you did that without me? Wow. Like, did you ever think that maybe I'd want to do that too and be involved in that too? Now I can do my own thing because he's not interested in it at all. But then you get to a point where you're like, wow, he's not interested in it at all. That's kind of sad. The problem is when he's not interested at all and then he doesn't value it. That's when it becomes a real problem because he can be like not interested at all. And then it's like, hey, I want to talk to you about this thing. And he's like, oh, tell me. That's fine. That's it. But when it's like, I'm not interested at all and I think it's lame, that won't work.
Of childcare in the U.S. for one child is between $13,000 and $15,000 per year. For infant care, that's closer to $17,000. The average
Cow emoji, heart hands emoji.
You're not in trouble. I like this though. I like this this double down approach. I think it works very well. Well, thank you, Sheriff. You've paid for my haircut next week. I think that really was the only way out, though. I think you made a good decision. Oh. Do you know what I was talking to? No, actually, that's enough of that for now. The only way I think I can break the sheriff, I'm just thinking about this now. The only way to break the sheriff would be to introduce some hardy competition. That's when things will get interesting. Okay, I kind of feel like I'm turning into a crazy, angry feminazi. Like a donator competition. Someone else would be like, there's a new sheriff in town. Guys, I don't think I can watch this without turning into a crazy person. but we should finish. I'm not good at finishing. Hang on. We can complete the video. I can't even get links anymore. I don't know when I disabled them or how I disabled them, but apparently I did. I wasn't aware that I did it, but who, oops. Yeah, I bet you have got into donation wars. I actually have witnessed a few donation wars in my life, which is why I'm like, that would be the real test.
Average cost of rent in the U.S., according to Zillow, is $1,995
Oh my
a month. So
God.
if you are going to spend close to $24,000 in rent on average each year, childcare will represent anywhere from 54 to 70% of your rental costs. And these are conservative estimates. It's effectively similar to doubling your rent or mortgage payment. That's insane. But the Heritage Foundation's solution isn't to make childcare more affordable. Oh no. It's
That's
to eliminate
ridiculous.
it. The report explicitly targets
Because
federal
the
funding for
thing is,
childcare.
Childcare is expensive when other people provide it, but it actually becomes very cheap when you just make women stay home and do it. And we can do that. We can just take them out of the workforce because they don't need to be there. Just take them out of that and just, have them at home. Then we don't need to worry.
Centers arguing that they institutionalize children and detach them from the family.
I was wondering if decline of stay-at-home mums led to more taxes being paid. Probably. I have no idea. I should look that up, though. Look, it doesn't bother me because I don't really want people sending links anyway. Labor is, if you stop counting some people as human beings with equal rights, then you can make them work and for free, and that's not violating anything because they're not a human being with equal rights. So, and then it's free because they don't count, and they do. It's genius. Genius.
Instead, they want to give that money back in the form of small tax credits, but only to families that have a stay-at-home parent. Who do you think that stay-at-home parent is? By making professional childcare even more scarce and expensive, and only rewarding the single income model, the policy effectively forces women out of the workforce. It's the ultimate bait and switch.
Be there.
They acknowledge the childcare crisis, but then they use it as a tool to ensure that women return to the home, because the policy ensures that most women will have no other choice. This brings us to the part of the report that's the most telling. To anyone left who still doubts that this is conservative white Christian nationalist propaganda, this policy is the most obvious red flag. The report stands on IVF and reproductive technology. This is where the saving the family narrative hits a massive contradiction.
I bet.
If the goal is to create more families, you would think that IVF would be celebrated, right? But instead, the report is critical of IVF, arguing that IVF does not meaningfully increase birth rates.
Why?
That it leads to embryo destruction, that it encourages delayed childbearing, and that it commodifies children. So wait,
IVF, because when you give women control over their reproductive system and you allow them to do things like delay having babies, they delay having babies. And the problem with women delaying having babies is then they have less babies. Whereas if you start getting them to pop out babies at 20, they're more likely to have more babies, 4 or 5, the way things used to be. Each family should have 4 or 5 babies instead of women waiting until they're 40 and having 1 baby. They should be having 6 at 20, of course. But we've got to get rid of IVF.
IVF commodifies children, but referring to children as gifts from God doesn't commodify.
Yeah, and then they need to be worried about the biological clock, so they can't be so picky with male partners. And you're so right, Babster. Good point. Thanks, Kevin.
Modify them? What about having kids just so you have someone to take care of you when you're old? No? Okay. The report aligns with the view that life begins at conception in a way that legally endangers the IVF process. Why? because IVF allows for non-traditional family building. It allows women to delay childbirth for their careers, and it allows for family structures that don't fit the bioessentialist model, a man and a woman creating a biological child.
No.
Instead, the authors promote something called restorative reproductive medicine, which is focused on natural fertility and explicitly rejects what they call technocratic or dystopian solutions like artificial wombs. This is very MAHA, make America healthy again.
No, because pregnancy has to be used to control women, right? So IVF, all that sort of stuff. It's freezing eggs, absolutely not. I mean, it's very Catholicism is against this too, right? Making the embryo because there's waste. Babies die. Don't change anything, Sheriff. That's good. Yeah, we can't let women be doing this. I mean, okay. Just because I'm hating women. I mean, never. I'm hating men this stream, right? And it's working for me. Thanks to the sheriff. If you really want to do the Maha grain of salt thing, right? Here's my Maha grain of salt. Research has shown that women's health during pregnancy directly relates to men's physical health and the health of their sperm. So the 9 months where women can't eat fish and can't drink coffee and can't have soft cheese and can't drink wine and can't do fucking anything, men should have to spend 9 months before they even try to get a woman pregnant or go near. Men should be always, so long as a man is having sex, he should be in peak physical health, because the mere risk that he may impregnate a woman, the risk of things like preeclampsia, which is now literally attached to men, studies show that it is men who affect whether or not a woman gets preeclampsia, affect whether a woman gets gestational diabetes, affect the health of a woman's placenta. Placenta helps. So if your placenta breaks early, that's the man's fault. So if women are having to give up food and and also everything while they're also breastfeeding, so maybe even longer, then men have to exercise and stop eating like shit and stop drinking. No drugs. If women can't have Botox, then men cannot have beer. Twinks can do whatever they want. The safest thing I can think of is getting a hot gay man to be a sperm donor, because that the gym is gay church and the gay men do be there exercising, the gay men be watching what they put in their bodies.
This kind of non-science-based BS. By the way, the only people I hear talking about artificial wombs are men when they're trying to threaten women into settling for some dusty who refuses to wash his ass and doesn't own a bed frame. By attacking IVF, the policy aims to control how and when families are made. They claim they're trying to save the family while simultaneously stripping away the tools that modern families use to actually exist. This policy position proves that this is not about having more babies. It's about having babies within a specific kind of family structure. By the way, the policy is completely counterintuitive to raising the birth rate because older women are the only women that are having more babies. The birth rate decline has largely been driven by women under the age of 30 having fewer children. Children born to teenage girls and 20-something women were the bread and butter of the American birth rate. They are the demographic of women whose...
Yeah, but I don't know. I agree with her. In one sense, that's correct. Those statistics are just correct, right? But they're trying to create an entire shift. So yes, right now, can someone put the Discord link? I don't know how to do that. That's the only link I want to be able to have. So someone... Right now, it may be the case that women in their 30s are the group that are increasing in terms of the amount of babies that they're having, but that's because they've been given that choice. If you get rid of that choice, the idea is that women in their early 20s will go back to being the group that is increasing. So while it makes sense what she's saying to be like, oh, well, why on earth would you punish women when that's the one group of women that are having more babies? It's like, because we want those same women who clearly want to have a baby to have their babies earlier by forcing them to have them earlier, by taking away their choice to have them later. Because at the moment, that is an artificial spike caused by the technology that gives them the choice to delay having babies.
Birth rate has declined the most. In 1990, teen pregnancy accounted for 13% of all births. In 2023, it only made up 4%. During that time period, the fertility rate for women ages 35 to 39 increased by 71%. And for women ages 40 to 44, it increased by 127%. So if your goal is to increase the birth rate, why would you remove access to the reproductive technology used by the only demographic of women whose birth rates are actually rising?
To force them to have babies earlier.
Because raising the birth rate is not the primary goal. Those older women still got to go to college. They still got to have jobs. They still got to have careers. They have economic autonomy. And that is what the Heritage Foundation is really targeting. It's not about getting more women to have babies. It's about coercing women into having babies earlier by removing their options, which also limits their educational opportunities and earning capacity, forcing them to increasingly rely financially on men, which makes them
But what about the reality that we won't have if we don't have teen mums? But what about the reality TV? Okay, you know what I didn't say out loud, but I thought, I was like, there has been a decline in teen mums. And then I was like, what is that based on? Like my assumption. What is the assumption that I have that there's been a decline in teen mums based on? And I was like, literally the fact that we don't have a current season of Teen Mum. I think I've seen like 2 teen mums on TikTok. But it is rare. I think the reason it is prevalent is because there has been a massive shift in, like, even Teen Mum, right? There's just been the Christian culture that existed when, like, George Bush was president, like the very kind of like abstinence is everything. That attitude completely has shifted. And I feel like, George W. Bush. I feel like today, mums, like you also have millennials as mums now, right? Of teenagers. So for instance, like, I assume very soon, my niece is 13, and I assume my sister will be discussing contraception with her. She'll discuss it as, do you want to regulate your periods? It won't say, oh, you play a lot of sport. Would you like the option to be able to skip your period so it's not awkward? But the assumption is, oh, you might start having sex because that's what teenagers do, and I'd like you to be protected. And it's much more likely that a mum of a teenager today will be like, hey, if you're having sex, just make sure you use protection. Hey, I know you guys have been together for a while. Make sure you use protection. Whereas when I was a teenager, well, I had a very liberal mum, but like, you know, people a little bit older than me, and when I was a teenager, it would have been like, you are too young to be having sex. If you have sex now, you're a slut, and the girls your age who are having sex, they're all sluts, and they're gonna get pregnant. Like there was a girl, in my city, the St. Clair's, they were how many light bulbs? How many St. Clair's girls does it take to put in a light bulb? None. Pregnant women aren't allowed to do jobs like that. So stupid. It was like the number, like, to fall pregnant was to be a slut. It wasn't an accident caused by improper reproductive education and sexual health education. Whereas today, I feel like if you have a teenage girl, like if I had a daughter right now, I'm putting her on the pill. Even if I'm like, oh, use protection, I don't trust any of your sons. I don't trust them. She's going on the pill. Or she's getting an IUD. She's getting copper IUD, actually, because I don't want to mess with my beautiful daughter's hormones. I'm putting her a copper IUD, and then we'll deal with it later, okay? I just don't even want to risk it. I don't trust any of your sons. This game is called Terra Nil.
easier to control. The report leans heavily on bioessentialism. This is the
Oh
idea that
no.
men and women have fixed
Who
innate
would lean on
roles that
that?
are biologically determined. Men and women, they say, bring unique
would-
and complementary assets to the vocation of parenthood. By the way, when you see the word vocation used in a policy paper, that's a big red flag. That word is used heavily.
It is true. Mums and dads do fuck you up in unique and special ways that are quite different to one another. It's not consistent from family to family, but IED, is that the one in the arm? Or do you mean like the explosive device? That's what I'll use on the men, on the boys. I'll say, I got a special device for you if you fuck with my daughter. This is the part of Julia. No, 100%. So this is something that she's not. So we were talking about trad wives and like Mormonism and the I'm just a girl culture that's come back in a major way where girls are like, I just want a man who'll like take care of me. I just want to like, buy clothes and look cute and, just be taken care of. The same thing is exactly what's happening here where it's like, no, have you heard what birth control does to your hormones? Like, have you heard how bad it is? I would never be. I want to let you guys know, just to correct a little bit of medical misinformation. I am crazy and not on birth control. Like, I'm not even on birth control for birth control. I'm on birth control so I don't end it for all of us. It's required. Otherwise, 1 week of the month, maybe even 2, because life's not fair. Okay? All of us would be at risk. High risk. High risk. But yeah, that is crazy Maha bullshit.
Heavily in white Christian nationalist culture. It means a divine calling, how God calls you to serve him in the world. It has a deeply religious connotation. I've talked about benevolent sexism on my channel. Saving America by Saving the Family is a textbook example of it. This is the kind of sexism that insists that it loves women, values mothers, and wants to support families, while quietly stripping women of autonomy and narrowing the range of lives that are deemed legitimate. It doesn't attack women directly. It praises them, and that praise is precisely how the control is justified. The report frames women primarily as mothers, caregivers, and moral anchors of the household. It speaks the language of protection and support, reducing the...
Wait, guys, literally, I need to tell you. Okay, chat, we need to come up with our voted on target, take her pills, and then give her targets. I went to the doctor the other day. Okay, something you also need to know that you may not know as men. When you get to a certain age as a woman, no matter what you go to the doctor for, they ask you if you're going to have a baby. And they start low-key kind of pressuring you to think about having a baby. It's very stressful. You're like, oh, hi, I've got a cold. Maybe this is just in Australia. I think every doctor got a note that was like, you need to be briefing women on their reproductive health. But I will go in with a cold and be like, oh, hey, I am sick. I need something. And the doctor will be like, And have you considered whether or not you want to have children? Is that on the radar for you? And you're like, no, it's not. And it's like, okay, well, when you do start thinking about that, which just based on your age, you may, and you're like 26 and you have a cold and you're like, I came here for fucking flu medicine. And they're like, yeah, so we will need to have a discussion. We can start having family planning discussions whenever you're ready. That is something that you can book in to do. And you're like, so anyway, not similar at all, but you guys may know, I have been getting migraines that are quite bad. I went to the doctor to get a referral to a neurologist for my migraines. And I'm sitting down, there's a new doctor, because my doctor that I love, she appears sometimes and then she fucks off for years. So, new doctor. So I'm talking to him, I'm like, yeah, I've got these, I think it's occipital neuralgia. I go through everything, I'm like, this is what it is. Like, please don't make me do exercises because I've done the fucking exercises. I need you to hear me. I need you to send me to the neurologist. And he's like he's like, what medication are you on? I'm like, and then I tell him my birth control. And he's like, but you have a history of migraines, right? And I'm like, yeah, but what I'm having now, that's a simple neuralgia. The migraines that I was having, like migraines with aura, I haven't had them in like over 10 years. And he's like, you really can't be on this pill with a history of migraines. When I tell you, when I tell you every other pill has made me insane. This is the only pill. When I had an IUD, I lost my fucking mind. This is the only pill that has ever worked for me. And I was really stressed about going to the doctor because whenever I go to the doctor, I am so clear about what I need, and they won't give me medicine. They won't listen to me. They don't take me seriously. I have rheumatoid arthritis. It really affects my joints. It's really bad. And I was not diagnosed for years. My body was destroying itself. And I was not diagnosed, as doctor after doctor told me it was growing pains. And maybe it was because I was a vegetarian. And they just refused to hear me when I said, I am in so much pain. Like, I was like, I can't walk. I cannot get out of bed. And they're like, doesn't it suck to be a teenager? You're just working out at the gym too hard. It's like, I'm not going to the gym. Anyway, so I actually have a lot of like weird, I can't help it. You like my stories. Don't act like you don't like my stories, Sean. And so I, shut up, Sean. It's so easy to get a haircut as a man. I am going in for a haircut, and my hairdresser's like, I'm going to need you in at 9 a.m. This is going to be an all-day thing. So that means next week, you guys will have to be like, wow, your hair looks so amazing. Anyway, I get stressed about going to the doctor because I think they're going to accuse me of lying. I think they're going to accuse me of all sorts of things. So anyhow, this guy was like, yeah, you can't be on that pill. The way I started to cry. And I said, you're not taking me off it. You can take my pill out of my dead cold fucking hand. I'm not getting rid of it. Yeah, I'm actually shaving my head like Sinead O'Connor because I'm over it. I'm over all of you. I'm over the way you treat me. My hair's going. Anyway, all of that is to say, they tried to take my birth control. And I don't care what Maha says. You don't want to see me off that shit. You know when Kanye say, you don't want to see me off my Lexapro? You do not want to see me off my birth control. Literally. Maybe I'll do it one day just for funsies so you guys can see it. I love randomly going off medication.
Burdens of child rearing, honoring the sacrifice, restoring dignity to the home, but only within a very specific arrangement: heterosexual marriage, biological parenthood, and gendered labor roles. And the women are only valued so long as they perform those roles correctly. Their labor in the home is romanticized, subsidized, and elevated rhetorically, while their participation in the workforce is treated as a social problem to be managed rather than a right to be protected. The report does not argue that women are inferior. It argues that women are special. Anytime you hear language saying women are special, that
you have to understand women are naturally just they care. I understand that I was kind of saying this earlier. But when I say it, it's because I want women to be appreciated and I want them to do whatever the fuck they want. Okay? When Maha says it, it's a trick. And that's what's tricky. Because how do you know the difference? I look like a lot of Maha. How do you know the difference? It's a tough one. I don't have all the answers. That's how they get you there. They're just like me for real, only different.
That should be a red flag too. It casts motherhood as women's highest calling and presents state intervention as the way to free women from economic pressure by making dependence on marriage more financially attractive and independence more precarious. Policies like FAM and HCE credits are framed as giving women choices, but those choices are carefully engineered. Support is conditioned on marriage, biological parenthood, and work thresholds, while alternative arrangements like single parenthood, cohabitation, abortion and delayed marriage, child-free adulthood, are quietly penalized or excluded. The report repeatedly claims to respect Americans' freedom and agency, yet its policy logic depends on steering behavior through economic pressure. That contradiction is central to benevolent sexism. Women are said to be free, but only free to choose what the state has already decided is best for them. If a woman wants children outside of marriage,
You'll
she's
choose what we
irresponsible.
tell
If she
you, and you'll love it.
prioritizes career stability before motherhood, she's delaying what she owes to society. If she relies on childcare to remain employed, the policy framework treats this as a distortion in need of correction. In that sense, her choices are acceptable only when they align with the preferred moral outcome. The report never explicitly says women should be forced back into the home. Instead, it builds a system where staying home is rewarded, leaving the home is punished, and dependency on a man is reframed
That's
as
what I
a
mean.
virtue.
It's never explicit. It's, what did she say here?
With the preferred moral outcome. The report never explicitly says women should be forced back into the home. Instead, it builds a system where staying home is rewarded, leaving the home is punished, and dependency on a man is reframed as a virtue.
Staying home is rewarded, leaving home is punished, and dependency on a man is a virtue. Also, they are going to work to... Think about it. Okay, I'm sorry. If you live in America right now, you're trying to get a job. It's fucking impossible. It is so hard. And it's going to get to a point as the job market crashes where people are going to say, you know what? How about I'm just going to stay home and have a baby. I'm just going to have a baby. This is hard. Have we considered having a family? Because I can't get a job anyway. So maybe now is a good time for us to consider that. Forcing the choice, right?
Uses the language of care to mask the reality of constraint. Women
Yes,
are not
it's
coerced
so
through
true.
bans or mandates, but through incentives that quietly redraw the boundaries of acceptable life paths. In the end, saving America by saving the family treats women like instruments of social stability. Their autonomy is secondary to demographic goals. Their labor is valued only when performed for free inside the home, and their freedom is something to be managed in service of a larger moral project. That is benevolent sexism in its purest form. Not hatred,
Yeah,
not hostility,
Julia,
but a
it's
soft,
fucking
smiling
impossible.
insistence that women will be happiest, safest, and most fulfilled when someone else decides what their lives are for.
Exactly.
Saving America by saving the family imagines an America where economic pressure does the dirty work that outright bans cannot. Childcare is quietly gutted, reproductive technology is tightly constrained, and the tax code is rewired so that women's choices all point in the same direction. Out of the public sphere.
Okay, you know what I was thinking as well? Sorry, I'll let her finish.
And back into the kitchen. This is a deliberate strategy, a redesign of the economy, the welfare system, and family law meant to make female autonomy so expensive and so inconvenient that submission starts to look like common sense. Thanks for watching.
Exactly.
If you enjoy this kind of content,
that's what I mean in terms of like, hey, I can't get a job. It's really difficult. Maybe now is the best time for us, because I think about us as a unit, if I have a baby. It's just common sense. Now is the best time. I don't think it is that, Matthew, because it's not this is the truth of the matter, and this is just the truth, and you have to hear the truth, and you have to accept it as truth. It is not that participation in the workplace is freedom. It's that financial independence is freedom. Now, financial independence could be socialism for all and everyone gets a universal basic income. But so long as you are not financially independent and able to support yourself, if they take away things like welfare for single mothers, if they take away things that allow for someone to be independent financially, whether that be a job or whether that be, family wealth or living community, like living in a communal kind of setting, if they take that away, right? And that's why things like childcare matters as well, because it's like these things are going to cost you money. So then you end up having to work more because you have to be able to pay for child. Like this is what happened. Oh, the craziest thing actually happened in Australia to my neighbor. She really wanted to return to the workforce. This is something that people also don't understand, is that motherhood is extremely isolating. You're at home all the time with someone who can only say, go, go, ga, 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 ga. You don't have anyone to talk to. All my friends who have babies, when I get there, they're like, oh my God, thank God you're here. Because they are lonely. Okay. And so a lot of women want to go back into the workforce because it is seen as a social thing, something as well for them to regain a sense of meaning and utility outside of just being a fucking cow for something to feed and something to lurch at. Oh, that's right. You were a whole person before this other person was reliant on you, and you were valuable and you could do things. And so now a woman gets to regain a sense of worth. Now, you could say there are other ways to do that outside of going to work, but guess what? Those things cost money. Because even if they don't cost money in terms of like a dance class, like let's say you wanted to go to dance, it costs $40 a class. Okay, you got to pay the $40, but then you also need someone to watch your baby. So now you need to pay for childcare unless you already have a built-in community, which is a luxury lots of people don't have. So now it's not $40. Now it's $120 because you also had to pay for 2 hours of childcare because you had to have the time to go there and back. So now this thing that gives you a sense of self and a sense of identity and worth and value outside of your child is costing you $120. $120 you don't have because you don't have a job. So going to work kind of kills two birds with one stone because you get a social community, you get to get out of the house and get a break from being a mum. You also get to have a sense of value. You remember your capabilities. You remember how capable you are of doing things as an adult that's not fucking watching Miss Rachel, right? And you get all of these things that make you feel like a human being. And so if you had the financial freedom that, oh, I can get childcare, that's no issue. And I don't have to go to work. I do pottery, I go to Pilates, I'm actually doing this, I'm going to university where I'm doing a degree, I'm also learning to paint. But you need to have money so someone can look after your baby, or you need to have a husband or a wife who can look after your baby. But it is likely that someone in that house is at work. So I feel like the options are create the freedom so that women can be financially independent by going to work, or completely redo the entire economic system so that everyone has universal basic income. And one just seems more doable. And I don't think it's fair to say that women have to wait to experience any sort of life outside of their child until we can convince the populace to support universal basic outcome. It's the dependence on the whims of someone else that is scary, and stay-at-home motherhood is more dependent than going to work. I get that. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's another thing that people don't understand is like how much motherhood robs you of identity. It's not just like, oh, now I'm dependent on someone else to come and look after the baby. It's like that other person that you're dependent on to come and look after the baby, they now view you as that baby's mother. That's the primary way that they view you. And so they don't view you as a human being with a life outside of that baby. That baby comes first before everything else. So, oh, you went to a class and you were having fun and the class ran over and you stayed a bit late and now you're home a bit late. You have a responsibility as a mother. How could you, in that moment, stay a bit longer when you're a mother? Everyone should feel bad for their moms all the time. And like kids don't view their moms as people. It's very, like, your parents only get one life as well. And they've given up. Like, I know so many people who are just like, I'm not going to have kids because I'm not willing to give up my life. It's very interesting for me because like the town I live in Australia is like it's like the capital, but it's almost like a small town. Then when I'm in America, I live in New York. The difference in state of mind. Very different. But a lot of my friends, they have babies because like, kind of feels like the next thing to do. Most of them are like, I fucking hate my job, so I think I'm going to have a baby. It's like, but, you know, whatever. The job thing that, yeah, damn. Guys, I'm hungry. But let me see.
Political movements don't
She sounds Australian.
just argue, they look.
I said I'm hungry to be like, I might go soon. And now you gave more bits. And now I'm stuck here. This is like video room. This is video room for me. I'm forever here. It's 5 a.m. I'm never gonna leave. I've been live for almost 5 hours, which means I'm a real streamer, guys. And actually, I was also live for 2.5 hours earlier today. So this is like a 7-hour stream. And I'm here forever, for all time. 5 a.m. Yes, for real, for real. For real. I just lost YouTube again. Okay. Guys, I'm kind of like a real deal streamer. Yeah, it's 4:55. Teresk is arousing on me, telling the truth. You know what would be funny? If I stayed live until Hannah woke up. Hannah is a community member, long-time community member. Early, maybe first couple of streams community member ever. I'm talking 2021. She went to bed at about 1 a.m. No, I don't think she'd wake up early enough for me to still be live. That would be insane. My ideal is that I'm planning on streaming more this year, and I'm also planning on streaming more this February. Okay? Hey Vox! I have been working on, so the first thing was to get over my sensitivity. Getting so stressed that I couldn't stream at all. We've done that. We've achieved goal 1. Okay. Now, then goal 2, the migraines kind of threw me off a little bit because when I get them, I can't even sleep. I can't do anything. So that messed with me a little. February is all about routine. Okay. Doing it. you miss being able to chew one bit. I remember that. I remember also, Eon Lord, can I just tell you, the funny thing is, I know from the way that people react that what the sheriff is donating in terms of bits is big. I still have absolutely no fucking idea what bits are and how much they're worth. And don't tell me, because every time people tell me, it's in one ear and out the other. So to me, like back in the day, someone would give me 1 bit, someone would give me, 1,000 bits, and I'd be like, thank you so much, because I don't know. The bits, they're very confusing to me. Everything else I have a sense of, kind of, not really. I feel like the Twitch, I feel like, I don't know. Does it matter? Here we are, 5 hours into stream. Does anything mean anything anymore? Yeah, well, I had really bad migraines, and there was like nothing I could do about it. And then the problem is, like, I get very in my head. So once I get out of the habit of it, I am the kind of girl who will do yoga at 5 a.m. Maybe even yoga twice a day. Maybe 5 a.m. and then 7 p.m. My life is yoga. I love yoga. I'm all about yoga every day. My friends, yoga friends. my goals, my thoughts, what I'm doing at home, stretching, buying yoga gear. That's what I'm doing. Then I miss one class. And I'm done. I don't do yoga anymore. For a couple of years. Then I'd go to yoga again. I'm like, that's right. I fucking loved yoga. Yoga is very cool. But I'm not, wait. No, I don't want to overshare because Sean's going to be like, here's silly, oversharing again. But I'm going to do it. You know why? Because I like sharing. I'm a sharing type of girl. Okay. As I told you, have a big thing where I'm convinced that doctors won't believe me. And this is going to shock you guys. Sit down. You will not believe what I'm about to tell you, okay? This one's shocking. I have a mental illness. I do. I know. You think of me as completely together and not afflicted at all. I actually have a few. But some are boring. You know? Anyway, this one's exciting. So I was like, I for sure have ADD. I have ADD. And the thing is, I'm like, they're going to think I'm drug seeking. They're not going to want to give me the drugs. No one ever believes me. They're not going to believe I have OCD. So, hey! Yes, you're back. Hi, YouTube. Anyway, I'm telling everyone that the shocking news that, hey, Pedro. Thank you. We've been doing a silly stream tonight, which is why we're not seriously doing the news. But thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. So anyway, I was like, there's no way they're going to believe me. So I went in with notes. I had not seen this doctor before. I went in with notes, whereas like, I am currently not able to do anything. Okay? I can't do anything. Completely, I can't do anything. And I was like, but I need you to understand, I'm a high achiever. I'm a highly capable person. Sometimes I can write 10,000 words in a night. Sometimes I can just get shit done. I can get it done quickly. I'm a highly capable person. So the fact that I'm not currently able to get things done is very upsetting to me. I am highly capable. So the doctor naturally was like, she was like, have we ever considered that those 10,000 words, you might think they're good, but they're just not very good. And I'm like, no. They're brilliant. I'm brilliant. I need you to understand how incapacitated I currently am, because I am brilliant. And she did the very sensible thing and was like, I think you have bipolar. Because she interpreted that as mania, which makes sense. Because if I didn't know me and I heard someone talk like that, I'd be like, okay, this bitch is bipolar. And then she referred me to a psychiatrist. I spent 3 weeks being like, oh my God, I've got bipolar. This is like terrible. And I went to the psychiatrist and he was like, you do not have bipolar. I don't have bipolar, guys. I have OCD. And sometimes I get so fixated on doing things a certain way and things being a certain way that, you know, I can't do it at all. And he said to me, my extremely old Russian Jewish psychiatrist said one day, he was like, have you ever considered creating a persona. I don't know, maybe her name is Misty. Maybe she is okay with things being 99% perfect. Misty does not exist. Things must be perfect. Anyway, what was the point of that story? Oh no, Sean. Oh no. No, it's actually, despite being mentally ill, I'm actually very in control. Wow, that sounds like OCD. No, but in a non-clinical way, I got it locked down. Yeah. Immobilized by it's not procrastination. It's like the order of things needs to be perfectly right. And I spend a lot of time so for instance, if I'm getting ready for stream, I'm like, okay, you're going to stream and you're going to stream at 1 p.m. And in order to stream at 1 p.m., you need to get everything set up. You need to therefore be at your computer by at least 12:15. But you have to have already written scripts. You write the scripts tonight, but you're going to need 15 minutes to plan that. So you need to be at the computer by 12, but you're going to need an hour to do your makeup. It may not take you an hour, but you want to leave an hour so you're not stressed, you're not rushing, and if you make a mistake, there's no issue. So you're going to need an hour to do your makeup. So that's 11, but you're also going to need time to probably do your hair. Maybe you need to have a shower. Okay, so that means 10:30. Okay, 10:30, that's not really enough time for hair. Okay, we're going to do 10:30 though, because we're going to be chill and we're not going to overwork it. And then, okay, so 10:30. Wait, have we got now you stuffed up. Start again. Okay, but we won't start again. Okay, 10:30. 10:30, but you're going to need to have breakfast. And breakfast will also need to be chill. And you should think about, okay, so we're going to have breakfast at 10. 10's going to be fine. Okay. But you should also take your dogs for a walk because you don't want them being restless during stream. So you need to take them for a walk before stream. So, but even if you get up, you're going to be hot. You don't want to be hot on camera. That's going to fuck up your makeup. So if we're having breakfast at 10, we're going to take the dogs for a 45-minute walk. 8:45 for the dogs to go for a walk. And you're going to need to wake up for your joints in order to be able to let your joints wake up properly. Okay, 8:30. But it's like, okay, it's now 3 a.m. and I'm lying there and I'm like, you got to be up at 8:30. You got to be up at 8:30. You got to be up at 8:30. I can't sleep. I'm like, oh my God, it's 5 a.m. and you got to be up at 8:30. And then it's 5 a.m. Okay, I finally get to sleep. I wake up at 8. I'm like, fuck yeah. Yes, I've got half an hour. And then I go back to sleep and I wake up 9:15. Okay, everything's fucked. I can't do it. I can't do it because how am I meant to do it? How am I meant to do it? Because everything's out. And that isn't even the worst part of it. That's just one part of it. The worser part is I have very bad magical thinking around death in particular. So I have very bad checking behaviors. I like to check everyone's location all the time. I like to constantly call family members just to check they're alive. There was a really, really fun time early on in Israel-Palestine where I convinced myself that if I went to sleep, there would be a massacre. So I couldn't sleep. Because every time I fell asleep, I was certain that it would cause. And then obviously, Israel was bombing the shit out of Palestine all the time anyway. So every time I went to sleep, I got positive reinforcement. I would go to sleep and I wake up and I'd be like, that's on you. You did that. Yeah. But the fun one is like when you look back in time and you're like, look at things when you were young and you're like, oh, this explains that. Like, I thought I saw Osama bin Laden in my backyard. And I was so sure for years of my life that if I told anyone that I saw him, he would kill my whole family. I don't think he was in my backyard. I do think there was a random Arab man in my backyard because at the time I lived between the Kuwaiti and the Iraqi embassy. So it wouldn't have been out of place for there to be someone in my backyard. But anyway, have I tried? Yes. Yes. For years, I addressed anxiety just as anxiety. But it is OCD specifically. I'm obviously also, for my own personal privacy, I'm telling you the things that I think are fun or that I feel comfortable telling you. Obviously, I'm not telling you all of my behaviors because that would be too much. Okay? Okay, No, it was nighttime when he was in my backyard and he was hiding behind a tree and he went, shh. And I was like, oh my God, it's fucking over for me. There's really different OCDs. But it's definitely rumination followed by a compulsion, which I believe will fix it, that only makes the rumination worse. And I just gotta.
Hey guys, it's Amanda. Welcome back to my channel.
Yes. Do you want to watch Mar-a-Lago face? Shh. Osama bin Laden's never given you the shh. And maybe you're just not special enough to have received it. Johnny, I know. Can I tell you? Everyone keeps being like, no, tickets to Melania sold. And I'm like, yeah, none of us want to see it. Why would we? Obviously, none of us want to see it. Who would buy a ticket? They were like, one ticket sold in Sydney. And I'm like, thank God I'm not in Sydney because everyone knows me. Yeah, Bible is hard. Teresk, admit it. If they were like one ticket sold to the Canberra showing of Melania, you would have questions. It would cross your mind that it might be me.
A little over a year ago, I made a video called Why Do Republican Women Look Like That?, where I analyzed the Republican woman makeup trend. It's one of my best performing videos, so I thought I'd revisit the topic and discuss Mar-a-Lago face today. Republican makeup refers to the very obvious TV-ready cosmetic applications amongst high-profile MAGA women, heavy liners, smoky eyes, and caked-up foundation. Mar-a-Lago face is...
Can I just say one thing? Some of us learned how to do makeup once. And so now I am really worried that I do Mar-a-Lago makeup. I'm really worried I do Republican makeup. Because I just learned how to do it one time. And I got one look. But it's like, oh, you have this heavy look for stage and for I actually have quite a lot of makeup on now because the lights are bright, and if I wasn't wearing it, it would wash me out. But sometimes when I get off screen and I like look at myself in my phone camera or something when I'm on a walk, I'm like, holy fuck. Little heavy, but I can kind of do degrees of this, but I can't do anything but this. I can do more eyeliner and get more Kirk on it if you'd like.
An extension of this, but more specifically describes the plastic surgery that these women and some men have undergone. It's characterized by overplumped lips, foreheads frozen from Botox, and cheeks artificially inflated by filler. It's an aesthetic once...
Don't ever waste your money on cheek filler because this is the strongest muscle in the face. So you should just do facial exercises to strengthen your cheeks. And you don't need to get cheek filler. You heard it here first.
Relegated to the dregs of entertainment, trashy reality TV, but ever since Trump's return to office, Mar-a-Lago face has gone from fringe to front and center of the political discourse. But it's the kind of face that thrives at a distance. At a press conference where the camera is placed farther away, it looks like passable glam, but up close and personal is where things get interesting. Exhibit A, Vanity Fair's photo shoot with Trump's inner circle. In their portraits, none of these extremely powerful government officials look good or even important, and that's the point. Christopher Anderson, the photographer...
Did you guys see though, Carolyn? A new animal species has appeared. Carolyn Levitt on the plane, she didn't have makeup on, and she looked so young. It's crazy. She is young, but it was crazy. Like she looked just fresh and beautiful and gorgeous, and I was like, girl, gotta stop with this makeup.
Said he approached the assignment as a journalist, aiming to bring a certain sense of clear-eyed observation and even skepticism. There were no frills with this shoot. The subjects were responsible for their own hair, makeup, and outfits.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
These photos were taken with the same harsh, unforgiving lighting reserved for the DMV. This is Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, seen here realizing her fart was a shart. And JD Vance looks like he just smelled the shart. Marco Rubio has the expression of someone who pulled up to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. Stephen Miller seems to be contemplating the January 6th rebrand. It was a community gathering, an antidote to the male loneliness epidemic. None of the portraits are flattering, but 28-year-old press secretary Caroline Levitt takes the cake. The extremely tight shot and high contrast leaves no room for imagination. Everything is on display. Fine lines, unblended contour, and lips bruised from fresh injections. But let's zoom out.
Blending contour is actually really hard. Okay?
Because the point isn't that Caroline's injector hates her, even though she might. As writer Nikki Wolf puts it, Trump bends reality around him so aggressively that it creates this kind of visual Darwinism. If you want to get anywhere near the center, you adapt. You start chasing this weird platonic ideal of a face, and the closer you get to it, the more access you seem to receive. We've seen this with several transformations of Trump-adjacent women. The most damning is Kristi Noem. As her hair has gotten longer, her makeup has gotten heavier, and her clothing less frumpy.
Ooh.
She has gained more...
That is not... See how heavy that makeup is? It makes her look really dry. That is rough.
Frumpy, she has gained more power and risen in the MAGA ranks. Trump has always treated politics like a set. Aesthetics aren't a bonus feature, they're the whole thing. Gold decor, sound bites over coherent sentences, and decision-making rooted in perception over practical policies. It's why Mar-a-Lago face can be traced back to the visages of Fox News anchors and Miss America contestants. In Trumpland, performing gender is as good a credential as any. It's saying, I can have power without threatening men. I'm not like those feminists. Look, I'm doing girl correctly. And the cost is that you have to keep performing, even when it's a work in progress, like Caroline's lip filler. People have pointed out that it's this kind of performance of femininity that feels like drag, not in a fun, liberated way, but as an exaggerated team uniform. The aesthetic represents fealty to a president who increasingly behaves like a king, and that's why people have been calling it fascism, an authoritarian style of politics that uses propaganda, spectacle, and strict gender roles to build loyalty, and crushed dissent. So today I want to explore how fascism uses aesthetics as a tool for control,
Very cool.
how Mar-a-Lago face functions.
There are so many interesting things about fascism and weight, and fascism and muscle for men, but fascism and skinniness for women.
As a political uniform, and why this hyper-feminine aesthetic keeps getting rewarded even as the administration's policies get more brutal. As you can tell, I like to keep my makeup pretty simple. Recently, I've been using these products from Typology, and they're also the sponsor of today's video. Typology is vegan and cruelty.
Guys! A makeup sponsor is the dream.
Free. Their products are perfect for a makeup look that not only enhances your skin but nourishes it. I love the tinted concealer, which has niacinamide, an ingredient that is really helpful for treating dark spots. So I get the coverage while also knowing that I'm doing something good for my skin. I also use the mattifying loose powder, which is...
Wait, I don't like to have to show you this all the time, but you're not the only one with muscle, okay? I can bench a fucking empty bar 5 times. 5 reps.
Is great if you tend to have oily skin like I do. I was skeptical at first because I was like, surely this will make me look like a ghost. And it does for like 5 seconds, but then it absorbs the excess oil and it has a very nice, long-lasting matte finish. I've also been using the Serum Mascara, which is fortified with castor oil, so it strengthens your lashes while lengthening them. And lastly, I use the tinted lip oil formulated with vitamin E, so it has this really nice hydrating feel that I usually associate with lip balm, except it gives a glossy finish that is not sticky at all. If you want to try any of these products, I have an exclusive offer. Click the link in the description and you will receive a free full-size 10-ingredient body moisturizer with your purchase of $40 or more on the Typology Paris website. It's such a nice lotion that doesn't have any fragrance and it's kept me from being ashy this winter. So thank you Typology for sponsoring this portion of the video. I also want to plug really quick that I have launched on Patreon. So if you want to support me and my content, please become a patron. There's 3 membership tiers. The first is like a tip bucket if you enjoy my content and want to support just because that's what that's for. The second tier, I will post 1 personal video a month, like a vlog or a Q&A, just more chatty, chill videos, not full-on video essays like on this channel. And for the third tier, you can get all of that, but you'll also get your name in the credits of my future videos. So definitely check out my Patreon. It's Amanda Mariana, same as my YouTube channel, and I'm really looking forward to starting a community on there. Before we get into the filler of this video, I do want to say that talking about women's faces in politics can slide into misogyny really quickly, and I'm not interested in doing that. This is not about who's pretty and who's not. It's more about asking, what is this look?
So that's the opposite of the analysis you're going to get from my channel, where it is 100% about telling you who's pretty and who's not. Nicki Minaj got fat. I don't think I'd fuck Jesse Ventura.
Doing. The point is that aesthetics can function like ideology. That's why writer Ineo argues it's a mistake to dismiss this as superficial. The aesthetics of fascism are historically tied to restoring rigid gender norms and selling perfection as a political project. It's very easy to turn this into a pile-on that sounds like, look at these women trying too hard, which is basically the oldest trick in the book. Punish women for performing femininity, then punish them again for failing at it. I'm more interested in naming what kind of presentation gets rewarded with power. These are not random civilians getting roasted for their makeup skills. They're public figures making deliberate choices while carrying out public policy. And finally, I'm not taking the bait. I've seen this from the comments on my last video. There's definitely a dynamic where the right wants the conversation about like Republican makeup and Mar-a-Lago face to devolve into shallow insults so they can just say, see, you're sexist and ugly, and change the subject. But that's
Do you think they're saying that? I'm sexist. Yes, I'll tell you when someone be looking not their best. But you also sat through me screaming at you for most of the night. So I feel like it's like it'd be so weird to be like, you're sexist, you hate women, and then listen to this whole stream. I hate women? I don't know. The thing is, beauty, I have always told you, is second order. Okay? If you have a beautiful, I'm telling you, if there's a beautiful woman on my screen, there is nothing about her that I could ever consider ugly. It just couldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. It couldn't. It's second order. Beauty is second order. Her beautiful soul just would overwhelmingly, I truly, it's all I would be able to see. But when you have an ugly heart, your superficial ugliness becomes extremely apparent to me. Okay? Yeah, that's just the truth. That is how it is for me. Sorry.
It's a part of the trap because for fascism, the aesthetic isn't just a distraction, it's central to the politics. And this is not a new phenomenon. Fascist movements have always understood that if you can control what people see, you can shape what people accept. In Mussolini's Italy, fashion and appearance weren't treated as frivolous. They were part of the political project. The regime used style, media, and public spectacle to promote a new national identity and to discipline how people, especially women, were supposed to behave. I read this really interesting piece by Monjima Barishara. I'm so sorry if I messed up your name. But it's basically about fascist Italy and how they used fashion as a part of the political movement. She puts it very plainly. In the 1930s and 40s, the Italian Fascist Party systemically used the fashion industry as a tool to mold the cultural expressions of nation, class, and gender in the new Italy. One of the big goals was to push an idealized version of womanhood. Mussolini's government promoted the idea of a new Italian woman who was explicitly framed as glamorous and hyper-feminine, in contrast to the more modern, more androgynous trends that had been gaining traction after World War I. The message was women's freedom and individuality are a threat. Traditional femininity and motherhood are the solution. One example is the Mazze Rurali, an organization for peasant women founded in the 1930s meant to instruct women in their proper role as mothers of the nation. The regime wanted women to see themselves primarily as reproductive workers for the state. In 1939, Mussolini organized a huge public event called the Great Parade of Female Forces, which was filmed and distributed as propaganda. It promoted this specific aesthetic and got people to internalize the message without necessarily giving a lecture. It just normalized it. Similarly, Mar-a-Lago face isn't just a random style coincidence. It's the modern version of a familiar method. Create a recognizable aesthetic, reward the people who conform to it, and use that
Bella Figura has been a thing forever for both sexes.
look to signal belonging, loyalty, and normal gender roles. Trump came up through celebrity culture and reality TV, and that shaped a style of leadership where presentation is treated as proof. Looking right becomes a form of credibility, sometimes even more important than governing well.
Bevino's fucking Erica Kirk. Okay. Ugly soul. That is the thing that makes me want to say smash is that she gives gay to me. I think she is a lesbian. So that would make me say smash. However, it is a pass for me, which is a cell phone. Okay. However, Candace Owens is a smash.
His taste leans heavily towards maximalism and gold, and he has brought that into the White House and the Oval Office in a way that has drawn a lot of attention. When a political world runs on visuals, the people inside it start adapting to the camera too. They learn what kind of face reads as loyal and media ready. And because so much of modern politics is consumed through screens, the aesthetic becomes a shortcut for identity. You don't just argue you belong, you look like you belong. Apparently, some DC plastic surgeons say
I don't
that
like
people
it.
are specifically requesting the Hallmark feature.
I don't like it. But the way that we develop as a community is that I have to be honest with you, okay? And that's my truth that I'm speaking. This is a game called Terra Nil.
Features of Mar-a-Lago face to signal their alignment and status. It functions less like a personal style choice and more like a uniform that's built for a movement to be watched. Like I mentioned earlier, Kristi Noem is the perfect example of using Mar-a-Lago aesthetics as a political tool. She is the Secretary of Homeland Security and notoriously oversees ICE. She is the public face of some of the administration's most aggressive immigration actions. Many people have pointed out that her appearance isn't separate from the job, it's part of how the job is being sold. Writer Anae O pointed out how Noem's hyper-feminine, highly styled image dovetails with the administration's push for mass deportations, and that Trump explicitly told Kristi Noem that he wanted her to be the face of those ICE ads. Noem's look communicates traditional womanhood, long hair, heavy makeup, fitted outfits, while the policies she represents are harsh, coercive, and often carried out with excessive force. And the contradiction isn't accidental. The feminine styling can act as a kind of cover. It softens the image of the state while the state does violent things. And the Mar-a-Lago look isn't only about traditional femininity.
I think the best looking in the cabinet is Carolyn Levitt, followed by RFK. But I'd need to see them all, you know?
It's also about sex appeal as authority. Writer Jeff Charlotte describes a Trumpist logic where performing a certain kind of sexy is treated as serious, and where women communicate power by fitting conventional ultra-femme ideals of sexiness that match the situation. The look doesn't just soften the violence, it helps sell it. As you can see with this video of Kristi Noem visiting a prison,
video.
it's like this high contrast between this glammed up Barbie type girl and like these literal men in cages, and like she's some sort of like dominatrix. It's like weird. Charlotte argues that Noem's styling is designed to make her a model of sexy and strong, even a thirst trap while she stands in front of caged men. Like there's something weirdly kinky going on. In June 2025, Senator...
I do think there's like a lot of weird kinky stuff going on with MAGA. I can't, like, even the... what was... I find Pete Hegseth is like weirdly very gay kinky. Yeah, I know, she's younger than me. That's why I'm like, she looks so young when she doesn't wear makeup. But like, when Pete Hegseth, he's kind of like Beau Travail. Have you guys seen Beau Travail? Like, he, to me, expresses like a homoerotic of the military that comes from physicality and movement. When he's like, if you fuck around, you find out. Like, he's very gay. Like, he's not gay, but he's very gay, you know?
Alex Padilla was forcibly removed and handcuffed during a DHS press conference Noem was holding in Los Angeles. The incident was captured on video and sparked major backlash, but one of the defenses that popped up wasn't about procedure, but gender performance. Representative Anna Paulina Luna defended Noem by describing her as the most delicate, beautiful, tiny woman, framing her as a fragile victim, even though she was the top official on stage. The look crafts a narrative. She's small, she's pretty, she's harmless, and that story can be used to distract from what the institution is doing or to reframe any confrontation as an...
Can I tell you as well, this is... A lot of the time, you'll meet a woman and she'll be conservative and she'll be really skinny. And the reason she's conservative is because she's eating so little, her brain literally isn't working. I'm not even kidding. I know you think that I'm saying that as like, no. As someone who's around a lot of women, there are women who, once they start eating, stop being conservative because they literally were so hungry they had to pick the simplest politics they could and latch onto them. And they were deranged because they were hungry. Watch it. You'll see it now. You will see it. Women eat no calories, become very strict, become very disciplined about their own lifestyle, and then look for that reflected in their politics. And they honestly don't have enough energy to think about anything in an intelligent way because they're so fucking hungry. The second they start eating, it's crazy. Suddenly they're a fucking communist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eating disorder and fascism go very hand in hand.
Attack on a woman rather than an abuse of power. Okay,
No
let's wrap up this
worries.
video.
Atro.
It's clear that Mar-a-Lago face is not just a beauty trend, it's a way of signaling political identity. Ideology can become aesthetic performance when procedures and styling stop being framed as purely personal choices and start functioning like affiliation. This connects to an older idea from Walter Benjamin. Fascism doesn't only govern through policy, it also turns politics into spectacle, what he called the aestheticization of
Every rule has an exception. Bert. How do I say your name? Bert in dispenser? Every rule needs an exception.
political life. That's why the uniform matters. It's not just that people are getting work done. It's that a specific
Guys! Oh my god. Look at my deer! Look at my deer! My frogs! I have frogs. Oh wow. Oh my god, more! I made this world for them. Oh my god, duckies. Oh my god. Babster, this VOD is very. This is, I don't know if some people in the Discord were like, "Oh my god, what happened to the VOD? Where did it go? You put it on members only." And I was like, "Yeah, sometimes I get real bad post-stream clarity, and I have to do so. I have to fix it. The VOD has to go somewhere." I resisted deleting it, which is what I wanted to do. And I made it members only because I got post-stream clarity and had to fix it.
narrow look becomes a shortcut for loyalty and status inside the movement. Mar-a-Lago face is the result, a camera-ready look that signals belonging while the state escalates its violence. So I'd love to hear all your thoughts below. Don't forget to check out my Patreon, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye!
I liked that. I'd just like to see Sprinkle has ruined romance. I can't subscribe. Oh, I'm gonna subscribe on this channel. I don't give a fuck. It's 5:30 in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning? Sean. Red for Phil. Actually, Sheriff, I actually got an email from a viewer who was like, "Hey, I am a liberal, but I live in Russia and I can't become a member because nothing will accept my debit card. Is there any way that I can watch the VOD? Please, I love your streams, but I can't get around anything."
Scrolling on Substack actually makes me feel a little
Here we go. Here's a video for you, Sean.
bit sick to my stomach. There's just so many posts on here with thousands and thousands of likes and so much written word.
Mine only have 12 likes, so you don't need to worry, okay?
And it's just not very good. Every single post on here is basically just like boys don't like me because I'm too complicated, or I have too many hobbies, I'm overwhelmed, or just I'm yearning for something, I wish my life was better. And I'm not saying that these aren't noble topics of conversation, but it's just the way that they're written. You know what?
Okay, this has nothing to do with me because I only write about super intelligent things. This video's got nothing. Wait, I'd like to properly watch this. No, it's okay. I can play my game and watch.
The deputy mayor is on leave in the focus of an FBI investigation for allegations he made a bomb threat against City Hall.
We will fight hard for the freedom to vote.
How many push-ups can you do?
I did 5 sets of 47 this morning.
Gay!
And child, listen.
Just so you guys know, this is no context 2025 politics.
I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I'm 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings.
Let me hear you all say E-L-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
I know that this is an important priority of you, and solar power.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Almost saved by the bell. That was the fossil fuel industry.
If I just tried to describe it as simple, quite to the contrary, I think it's a huge challenge. But again, the question is, do you have any schedule, any milestones that you can share with us?
Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck up.
Okay, let's try to keep this civil.
So today, I'm issuing a proclamation declaring that hereinafter, Lake Michigan shall be known as Lake Illinois. The proclamation has been forwarded to Google to ensure.
Guys, this was before there was the Gulf of America. There was Lake Illinois, and none of you saw the writing on the fucking wall. Okay? This is all Pritzker's fault.
Sure the world's maps reflect this momentous change. In addition, the recent announcement that to protect the homeland, the United States will be purchasing Greenland. Illinois will now be annexing Green Bay to protect itself against enemies, foreign and domestic.
Was that a joke? It must be.
I don't swear in public very well, but we have to fuck Trump.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
Not an option. President Trump is counting on it.
It sounds like you want to kind of enclose all these homeless people in one territory. And
What I want to do is
and
give
I
them
don't
free
think-
fentanyl. I mean, that's what I want to do.
Do what?
I want to give them free fentanyl. You know?
I can't understand what you're saying. You wanted to get them what?
I want to give them all the fentanyl they want. That's what I want.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man.
Mattel, I don't know, I'm not so sure. They also said, they're the only country I've heard, they said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. And she's going to do it. Mom, I love you. I'm going to do it for you, Mom. And she goes, and she lifts, and she gets it. And, Mom, I'm going to do it, Mom. Can't do it.
Me at the gym.
Yeah, please. Say it again. That's, you know what? It's your perspective.
They asked, why is President Trump so orange?
Can you name a school where it has been confirmed that students are using litter boxes? This was at the top of your press release. This was mentioned when you introduced this bill, created quite a stir. So I'm asking, can you name a school where it's been confirmed that there are litter boxes being provided to students?
For this purpose, no, I cannot.
Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their
Habeas
right to.
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
I did it as the nation's housing secretary. We can do it here.
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they?
The girls are fighting. What was this?
And when they took over, Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here. But you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump.
This week, a young Norwegian tourist detained by ICE at Newark Airport and sent back to Oslo. Why? He had this meme on his phone, Minister.
This bill legalizes sawed-off shotguns.
Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Oh, my God.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now.
Why'd they be cringe?
Great fucking coward mayor. Fucking, this is your fault. Crime-loving Democrats are burning this city down. Fucking assholes that you are not. The city's burning. People are being butchered.
I'm sorry, Colette, could you...
How did the party get here?
I certainly do not see a party in disarray. I disagree with you fundamentally. I've helped build the party here in Northern Virginia. We're in great shape.
They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs, and somebody said, skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks everybody else.
Everybody respects it. It's going to be a lot of jobs for here, and great for America. And, in terms of even the relationship, our relationship is unparalleled. But to keep it even closer. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island.
I can't. Wait, fuck off. That's the guy who got the ranking oversight job? That just makes me mad. Because it's like, okay, that was literal. How do you explain that other than the Democratic Party giving AOC a big fuck you? That makes me mad.
Touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old.
Will the president consider giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to big balls?
I haven't spoken to him about that, but perhaps it's something he would consider.
Congressman Greg.
Wait, do you not feel like there is a family that includes me, Erica Kirk, Carolyn Levitt, and Jojo Siwa? Like, am I the only... Do you see this family?
Abbott, who is in a wheelchair, and Newsom says he rolled over for Trump. That's almost as bad as Jasmine Crockett calling him Governor Hot Wheels. We asked for a statement, and Newsom's office said something flippant like, oh, you're so woke. He'll get over it. Abbott will get over it.
And I remember WrestleMania 3. He was up. Hey, stop. Get out of here. 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 Fuck you all. So, fucking nice to have the closed circuit. So you would go.
The election to sway the election.
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What?
Steal the election
That is why
What's
you're
she-
censoring and shadow banning.
How about it then? 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Hit $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40. Hit $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. Hit 50.
This is some shit my dad would pull with me when I was making a point. I'd be like, no, you don't understand. They should take the medals off those soldiers because they did war crimes. And then my dad would be like,
$50 down here, 2 and a half,
Officer,
5,
will you
5,
escort
45,
this
7 and a
young
half,
lady
50.
out, please?
Hit 2 and a half.
City kept coming out and painting over me, and then people would bring me offerings and I wasn't even there.
It's true.
This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?
Do you see my bulge, which is, and I'm told is an online meme for transgenderism? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
Well, thank you. It's such good English, such beautiful. Where did you learn to speak so beautifully? Where were you educated? Where?
were you educated?
In Liberia. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
I think that's I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India.
If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Will you pledge to investigate if there is a man in the bean?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that question. I mean, first of all, I want to be clear
None of my
that
shit, guys. My entire restoration didn't save. This is what it is to be a child of Saturn. It's all right. We start again.
I am not authorized to reveal anything about the man in the bean. I'm not suggesting there is a man in the bean or isn't a man in the bean, but...
What was the man in the bean?
Suicide. Believe that and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? We've gone along with what's been told. We've had plenty of time, you're in control. But now you say you will withhold the Epstein file. Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding armchair.
This is beautiful.
Trump's howling at the moon.
Oh.
Release the Epstein file soon.
My opponent has previously said that she does not think that gay couples should be allowed to marry. She has said that she is, quote unquote, morally opposed to same-sex marriage. My opponent has also previously said that she thinks it's okay for someone to be fired from their job for being gay. That is discrimination.
That's not discrimination.
Habeas corpus, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christy. What do you think?
My name is Stella. I want to ask, do you support ICE taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them?
We fought the Nazis. We
Guys,
defended that evil
I am
ideology.
unfortunately not the person who is ever able to not laugh at someone falling over. It's never been in me. I try my best, but I've never been able to. Hang on. I gotta just give me one tick. This is something I should fix probably.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Pike.
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy, Mr. Mamdani?
I have.
I have purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr.
Slut.
Cuomo? No. Mr. Sliwa?
When I was shot 5 times, I've had Crohn's disease.
I don't like being Mad Mike. I want to be happy Mike. I want to be the happy warrior, but I am so upset about this. God bless America. We're done. Thanks.
First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Joe. Are you kidding?
Can you say 6'7"?
6'7".
Go 6'7", go 6'7", please.
6'7".
Yeah. Thank you.
As some people think you and I are brothers, I would welcome that discussion.
We are both loudmouth freshman legislators. Minorities in different senses. You're Republican, I'm brown. But yes, there are some differences.
Who is the best modern-day U.S. president? Mr. Sliwa?
A man that ended up being loved by Democrats and Republicans alike. The greatest governor we've ever had in my lifetime, George Pataki. 3 terms, no chaos, no corruption.
I was asking.
And he actually beat
President.
the better
President.
your father.
Mr. Sliwa, modern-day U.S.
This
president.
governor and this
Modern-day
president,
U.S. president.
Curtis.
Who's the
who you thought the best modern
best president in our lifetime?
Yeah.
I would say the best president in our lifetime that I've experienced. I would go back to
Marry, F, kill, communism, socialism, capitalism.
I would marry capitalism, Israel, socialism, and communism. I would kick to the curb.
Shut the fuck up. That did not happen. I did not see that. You're kidding. There's a mosquito. And I don't want to kill it, but I also don't want to get bit. Hang on. There is no way.
Capitalism.
I would marry capitalism, Israel, socialism, and communism.
Eric, just make sure that at some point you mention Israel.
I would kick to the curb.
Here's a list of things that you love. Marry, F, kill, and the Black community, NYPD, Israel.
I would marry, and love all 3 of them, and I would add on to them Ghana, Senegal, Nigeria,
shout out,
South Africa. Exactly.
Guys, I've been to Senegal.
I love them all.
Outcome of the
no love for Turkey.
Election a little different.
Yeah, exactly.
I want it to be an individual of a superior race. And I'm glad to see that we did get one of the superior race still. And that's the human race.
The age-old question asks, what's in a name?
It's Jeff Epstein, and it's Jeffrey Epstein, but I've always campaigned as Jeff Epstein.
For this Framingham mayoral candidate, it's both an easy and complicated answer.
I'm the good Epstein, and there's the evil one, but as I said, I'm a live Australian and he's a dead American.
That we really don't want anybody to kill dogs, especially the Secretary of Homeland Security. And so I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment that would rename the bill the Christie Nome Canine Relief Act of 2025. And I yield back.
Biden and Buttigieg actually did an analysis using...
Edge.
I'm sorry. Edge.
For minors. Do we love minors? I love minors.
Mr. President, minors.
When you were growing up, did you think you would go into public service?
No. I'd have behaved a hell of a lot better in college.
I will declare and decree in the name of Jesus Christ that this Halloween block party and the edifice of Tall Betsy be taken down and be no more. Amen. Thank you.
Guys, amen.
Hello.
Hello.
Somebody's in there. Come on out.
Another writes, when I die, I want John Fetterman to be my pallbearer so he can let me down for the zillionth and final time, because dying is the only way I'll stop being appalled by him and all the knives he plunged into our backs.
I'm fine. You sound so beautiful and cute. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Wow, so smart.
Guys literally sounds like, what's that guy's name? He does the pedophile busting. You can get more of this on Police TV, on I'm Nadada, and this is Dadada, and you can get more of this on, oh my god, guys, come on, you guys are not watching enough YouTube. Maybe you're just watching streamers and I'm watching the worst slop humanly imaginable. I'm Chris Hansen. Thank you, pussies. This sounds like a typical Chris Hansen call.
And all the knives he plunged into our backs.
I'm fine. You sound so beautiful, and cute. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Wow, so smart. You sound so smart.
Where I usually stand up and mention that I represent the best town in the USA. That's kind of an ongoing thing. I'm sure you recall, but did you know why, Mr. Speaker?
Why it's the best town?
Well, I think you recognize my district number, and I think I have no choice but to say it officially
6-7.
that I represent 6-7. 6-7.
No!
6 or 7.
6-7.
Those in favor say aye.
It's cute when they do it though.
Those opposed say no. It's about 6-7. The ayes have it.
The thing is, right, that last one I don't mind because you can tell he's being a dad, right? I love 6-7. There's just something about the man with the beard. I hated it. Every other person who's done it, it's been fine.
Ms. Tinney, no. Mrs. Fischbach. Mrs. Fischbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
A threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore.
We are Charlie Kirk. We don't want to live. We'll cry on.
Oh, we did do 6-7.
We are very.
I liked it. I loved it. It was great. Guys, I'm kind of hungry. I'm kind of thinking I gotta go soon. I've been trying real hard. I don't like the voice of this chick because she sounds Australian and I'm jealous. I feel competitive. Should I grow up? I think it's another blonde Australian. And, you know, there's already Pixanai. There's just not... I don't... Let me just hear if she's Australian.
Look a certain way. Symbols.
A certain way. There's a chance she's a Kiwi. Let's see.
Uniforms. Visual cues that tell you who belongs and who doesn't. Over time, these visuals start doing real political work. They signal identity, loyalty, even power, often faster and more effectively than words ever could. And it started with something that was supposed to be harmless, a baseball cap. When the Make America Great Again hat first appeared during the 2016 campaign, it was framed as simple. A baseball cap, a slogan, something you could buy online or pick up at a rally. Supporters often described it as apolitical, or at least non-ideological, a way to show support without getting bogged down in details. That framing obviously didn't last. Very quickly, the hat became a high visibility social signal, something worn.
Can I be real with you? I don't really care about the hat. It was that simple.
Every year called Camp Windshape, which was a Christian summer camp program. When I was a kid, I would go to a summer camp every year called Camp Windshape, which was a Christian summer camp program founded by the same people behind Chick-fil-A. It's like a 2-week thing, so you're staying overnight with a whole bunch of other guys.
Guys, this is my one... Actually, this is my second problem with Chick-fil-A. The first problem is the obvious problem with Chick-fil-A that everyone has. The second problem is, why do you only ever feel like Chick-fil-A on a fucking Sunday? What's that about? What do they put in the food that makes you want it only on the day you can't have it?
There's also a girls' camp, but you're separated and then you come together for like one day to do a dance or a relay or something like that. I don't really remember. It was like a mixture of faith-based teaching with like sports and games, and you know, it was fun. It was a summer camp, but you basically had to go to church every morning and evening, which I didn't mind. Really, I really just sat through it to get through all the games, and of course there were good teachings. Every now and then we dress up as Native Americans, and they do this thing called counseling, where we sing songs, and looking back at it, it was interesting. I don't want to say they did this to be racist, but it's definitely, you know, insensitive, and they have of course stopped doing this. I think there are pictures of me dressed in the yeah, I didn't really think too much of it as a kid. I had fun. So around 2014,
you had fun.
I was there for my summer session, and I had a question for my counselor. During this time, the U.S. was bombing Syria as justified strikes against ISIS. And this was a point in my life as a young man where I began seeing the effects of war. And this wasn't like movies, this was real life. I was seeing on the news and online pictures of dead children. As a kid, I felt bad. This was very depressing. So during that session of my summer camp, I pulled my counselor aside and I asked him, hey, counselor, there's children, you know, kids the same age as me that are being killed, dying in this part of the world. And from what I see,
what's that about?
A lot of them are not Christian. Most of them are Muslim. I know our faith says that those who do not believe will go to hell, but what happens to these kids when they die? And some of them probably didn't even know what Christianity was. They're not Christians. What happens to them when they die? And he looked at me, and I felt like he was disappointed to say, well, they go to hell. And that probably wasn't the best answer that he could have gave me. But in retrospect, these counselors were kids. I mean, technically, they were in college. But, you know, like as a kid, I was like, well, that makes sense. But that's always been something that I've always thought about in the back of my mind. And yeah. Now, this video isn't about personal faith or spiritual beliefs. I want to analyze what happens when Christian identity becomes a political weapon. Because despite the counselor telling me this, somebody told him this when he was a kid, probably. And somebody told them that. And I feel like that's just the wrong way to look at things. However, make no mistake, many Christians themselves reject the nationalist, bigoted politics that we're about to examine.
Texas, I've officially filed to become your next congresswoman. So the choice is yours. Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas, save your daughters from getting raped by Mohammed, and protect our soldiers from getting murdered in broad daylight.
Go back. That's the APAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers.
I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. The Great Replacement Strategy, which is well underway every single day on our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different.
I am opposed to tolerance. Tolerance is not a Christian virtue. And love in the Christian sense is very different from the kind of love that people talk about. When he saw things that he didn't like, he literally cracked the whip. He brought the whip out. you know, and that is what he wanted us to be, which is strong and assertive Christians, and to hate evil and to love goodness. And, you know, this is not a...
When I'm talking about love, it's different to what other people mean by love. When I'm talking about truth and realness, that's different.
Country that does that. This is a country that is in love and infatuated with evil and hates, frankly, goodness.
Well, you guys are all about to be sued for that because Kanye is back on the good side. We're back to woke, and you guys are gonna be fucking sued.
This is not an attack on Christianity or spirituality. I want to talk about particular state-backed political ideology that uses Christian symbols and language to demand dominance.
Ye is dead. Long live Kanye.
Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is king! Christ is...
I don't feel like Christ would like this. I just feel like he wouldn't like it. I think he'd be like, oh my god. Not these guys.
King! Christ is king! Christ is king!
Cringe!
It is so refreshing to hear his name in American politics.
Stop
I want to
it!
dissect how, in the United States, Christianity is often weaponized as a tool of political power or racism, a way to claim moral authority, rally followers, and mask brutal policies behind this sacred facade. I want to make one thing clear. I don't think America has a Christianity problem. Christianity is not the problem. America has a power problem that has co-opted Christianity and wears it as a disguise.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you...
I can't talk about that, actually. It's really personal. It's not something I share. Genius.
You think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible... The whole Bible is an incredible...
So how did personal faith become part of this political machine that we see today? To understand Christian nationalism, we have to examine Christianity in America, how it evolved from belief system into social infrastructure.
I'm being trained with thousands of others here at Campus Crusade as a part of a Great Commission Army to go out and spread the claims of Jesus Christ to the entire world.
At Campus Crusade for Christ, we recognize that aggressive Christianity is the only answer. We are training youth in this battle between the forces of God and the forces of anti-God to be revolutionaries for Jesus Christ.
When Martin Luther Kuhn is out in the streets agitating, why, I agitate back.
Forget about it.
And the uniform is very good for agitating. For appearing before a hearing, it's a mental battle of wits, not a battle of agitation.
We can have our country once again free. We can have it once again white. We can have it once again Christian. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, we can have it once again a Christian American republic with a wholesome atmosphere that every American can be proud of. I thank you all very much.
Well, this game affects the most intelligent of our children, and the pieces include white witches, wizards, necromancers, the clerics, that type of thing. It includes evil wizards. It's a white versus black witchcraft. The good versus evil is white versus black witchcraft. I mean, the gruesomeness of this game and the occult link to it
Well, I know that when I did my message, and this has happened, I have letter after letter where people took the pieces. Now, there's sixes involved in the pieces of the game, but they take the pieces of the game, they would throw them in the incinerator or the fireplace, and screams would come out because there seemed to be some kind of spiritual forces inhabiting those pieces, and children would drop out of life. They didn't want to study anymore.
And you do have people in the days since Charlie's killing, we've seen exactly why our country so dearly needed his example. We've watched legions of far-left radicals resort to desperate acts of violence and terror because they know that their
Pussies, you said it. You said it. Not
ideas
me.
and arguments are persuading no one. They know that they're failing. They have the devil's ideology.
Now, in theory, Christianity is about personal belief, salvation, and moral teachings. But in practice, especially in the U.S., it is long doubled as a system of social order.
In this day, as in ancient time, there are some who have not been given the privilege at this point of holding the priesthood of the church.
Holding it.
Among those who do not have this privilege are those of African Negro ancestry.
The term priesthood requires some definition because this church has no professional clergy. Religious leaders are laymen, all males. At age 12, they are eligible for membership in the priesthood. Joining the priesthood is more important for Mormon boys than a christening for Catholics or a bar mitzvah for Jews.
You wouldn't get it.
Young priesthood members serve communion, and only priesthood members can advance to positions of higher religious leadership. You cannot be a woman or a so-called Negro.
From the earliest days of European colonization, religion and governance were entangled. Puritans in New England enforced biblical law as civil law. Southern colonies used Christian justifications for enslaving Africans and subjugating Native Americans. The logic was that they were saving souls, even as they chained people up. In the 19th century, pro-slavery preachers routinely quoted scripture to argue that God ordained the racial hierarchy. They preached that Africans were descended from the biblical Ham and cursed to servitude, or that slavery was a part of the natural order that God intended. Make no mistake, Christianity did not invent racism. It just gave racism a sort of holy sanction. It baptized racial hierarchy with verses and sermons, offering a moral alibi for economic brutality. And even after slavery, during segregation and Jim Crow, many churches, especially in the South, functioned as pillars of the status quo. Segregationists held up the Bible to claim that mixing races violated God's plan. Well into the 20th century, politicians defending segregation or opposing civil rights often did so with a Bible in hand, speaking of, quote, God's separation of races.
In the name of the greatest people that have ever trod this earth, I draw the line in the dust and toss the gauntlet before the feet of tyranny, and I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Segregation. Would you say you're a segregationist?
Yes, and I believe in my term, my definition of segregation, and that is a segregationist is a person that loves his race enough, or other races enough, has enough of racial pride and integrity to want to preserve them. And I think a racist is one that doesn't care enough for his race or another race to where they don't care whether they're amalgamated or destroyed or not.
But as governor of the state of Georgia, did you go by the laws of God or by the laws of the state?
I go by the laws of God and by the laws of the state.
As you see fit.
What is...
No, it's not as I do.
When overt racism became socially unacceptable, the religious framing became even more vital. Instead of bluntly claiming white supremacy, many shifted to coded phrases like traditional values, law and order. The language itself softened, but the underlying intent preserved a social hierarchy. Now, at the same time, it's important to note, Christianity has also inspired abolitionists, civil rights leaders, and social justice movements from Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King Jr. Faithful Christians have fought oppression. That only underscores our point. The issue is not Christianity, it is how Christianity is used. The faith can motivate radical love, or it could serve as fuel for those defending or attempting to defend a social hierarchy. American history shows a pattern. Whenever certain people in their power felt dominance threatened, be it slaveholders, segregationists, or nativist politicians, they turned to Christian identity and rhetoric to shore up their authority. Over time, this has built an infrastructure, churches, religious colleges, media outlets, and political organizations intertwined in maintaining a particular social order. By the late 20th century, this fusion of religion and politics has been formalized into what we now call the religious right. Think of the moral majority in the 1980s or the Christian
Hell yeah. We're not going to enough Jesus concerts.
Coalition in the 1990s.
There's been a moral permissiveness that has frightened millions of people. Some deeper national yearning in the country, a turning towards spirituality, a yearning for morality. And now in the realm of politics, it has come into discussion. Americans want more than anything else this year in their president, the spiritual quality.
The most important thing in my life is Jesus Christ.
Well, you do you.
Is America facing its best years ever or a period of national decline?
They were essentially political machines. They realized that if you could mobilize churches, you could produce disciplined voting blocks. Sermons turned into speeches. Issues like abortion, school prayer, and family values became rallying cries that were as much about identity and power as about genuine moral debate. The result was formidable infrastructure. Mega churches that we know today, connected to political PACs, televangelists acting as kingmakers, and faith becoming a voting identity. Religion had not only become a personal guide, but it became a team jersey, a badge of political allegiance.
Guys, I have to go to bed. It has to happen. We've given it our best. But I'm sleepy. Okay? I'm no longer I'm not giving you what you deserve. Okay? Bedtime. It's gotta happen. I can hear my dog snoring. I'm jealous. You know? I'll eat when I get up. And in the meantime, I'll be skinny and fascist. The sun is up. The sun came up. The sun must come, awaken, no, I must go. So long, farewell. Have we to say goodbye? Goodbye. Goodbye.